Yeah. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all will never hear. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that old. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We open doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. But somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, didn't hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, through the nation, we ain't breaking, we awaken. We ain't breaking. shaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again it's not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to All Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know. You better check this channel out. All Viral Access Media, man. We out.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
real ones bleed before they gain.
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the glow, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride a lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made the groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to the reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leech love, I make it bleed.
We ain't bitter, we well.
We just got what's rare.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. They pull up but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. You can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
Tethers.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Dog, aka Lake J, Brandy Loke, the Black Villain, Seduction Dog, and a whole bunch of names. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I know it's my usual time to get online. No, I didn't do nothing with myself. This is where I look. I had to take advantage before I head back to my place. I'm at the Black House, so the Jet Cells. And my desktop needs to either be upgraded or replaced. So this is the only place I could get on camera at. Could do it at my place with my tablet. However, I'm not really accustomed of using the tablet for the streamer. So here we go. What's been going on with me all week? Nothing. Nothing worth talking about, really. I'm just trying to get my bearings with Jesse running this campaign. Trying to figure out just little things, little tiny things I got to get. He has to get ready, you know. And then it's one of those joint efforts. So think about that. Think about bringing my kitten back to my spot and what I'm gonna do. And I came up with a great idea for it, for the situation. So I've been doing a lot of studying lately, just different things, you know, studying like cults and shit like that, right? For this main reason, because you hear a lot of tethers call up on Treek's line and shit, or be having these discussions. They're always referring to FBA as a cult, right? And so I was researching, like, why would you say anything like that? And I only researched the black ones, the black cults, right? And it led me to watching the documentary for Nature Boy, and then I reflect on where I saw Nature Boy the first time. You know what I mean? So I was watching that. I watched 4 episodes, or 4 the docu-series on Hulu. And I was like, God damn. And then you start seeing these people make their ways around the interviews and whatnot. It's like, damn. So that's what I was watching. Of course, nothing I learned really applies to what they're always accusing us of. That was what I meant to say, which is kind of stupid. So, you know, they're always accusing, you know, that there's a leader and the leader's code. So we know that the code is the leader, but they ain't hearing that. They want to address it and make it on somebody. You know what I mean? And that's always entertaining because it's frustrating as fuck and it's wrong. So they obviously don't know, right? I wanted to look it up just to see what these like blasphemous statements come from. And that's what I did. If anything, I just got a reminder of the two cults that I already knew about. Except one I wasn't really sure, and Jesse filled it in for me. It was the Nuwabis. You know what I mean? That right there was crazy. So, sorry about that. Smoking a little weed. So today's show, we're going to go, well, we have a couple of things to look into. So I'm going to see as far as I can get with it. There's a lot of fucking Denver news that I have to catch you guys up on. Or at least, you know, for the most part. Today's Monday, so we do have city council. Part of me wants to just crash that shit. Really. I don't know if I'll make it back to do it. It's like all the good stuff is right here in this area. My area is starting to become a desert. Food, shopping, that kind of thing. And they took my hair store out. Like the ladies' hair store out. You know, the hair store, where, you know, sisters go in there to get their stuff at. And nobody told anyone, okay, that they were closing. And it's just there like 2 months ago. Like what I could put my own shit in now, but trying to get some even parts lately is impossible. I was gonna do most of it this weekend. They closed the store, and I was like, it's almost like it didn't matter. It wasn't there. It's all bricked up and wooded up, and I'm like, well, what happened to it? It's just right here. No answer. Don't. There's not even a refer to this address or anything like that. So we only really had one that was fucking cost effective, and it was right there in my neighborhood. So I was driving around like, I was like, am I drunk, man? Wasn't it just here? Really. So then ordering this shit online, it's not instant gratification. That shit takes like fucking 3 to 5 to 7 to 21 days. With my hair turning silver in certain distractionary parts, I felt like putting it up so I didn't have to deal with it. Because I can see right now, it's just tucked underneath, you know what I mean? I braided it and tucked it underneath. Why? Because it was getting on my goddamn nerves. This hair is everywhere. It's like, it's everywhere. Just you keep curling up. It's everywhere. It's like down halfway down my chest. It's in my wave, blows in my face. It's fucking, you know. So that was all I've been doing. Just watching documentaries, just adding to my education, and that's about it, really. Think about redoing my room. You know, fixing the computer, redoing my room. Those are like the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Because it's time. You know, sometimes it's time for a change. You know. What else? Watching debates. That's another thing. I've been watching all the debates, and I'm pretty caught up on all the shenanigans. The only thing I didn't do today, I listened today to this TBA on his thoughts on the Louisiana thing. So that's the only thing I really didn't do. I haven't been feeling well, so when we get a chance to do something, you're gonna, you know, do a show or whatever. So we got a couple of things in here. There's a lot of Denver news, like I said. But you kind of like to wait till the end, like we used to do with Frontline Black News. Talk about Denver and how its neighbors and et cetera, et cetera. I'm gonna put that on the back. We got like a couple of documentaries about the gerrymandering thing and civil rights and whatever. So okay, hold on. Why did it go like that? Okay. I'm sorry. Streamer. Let's see. First one is going to be about Russia. The documentary. Jesus Christ. Oops, went too far. Yeah. So we got that. We got a whole bunch of things to go over, or just to get a different perspective about Black votes and all that stuff, where it comes from and why it's like this. You know what I mean? You can make an informed decision on your own. I think it's a game, family. I think that this is going to be a cheap way of getting us outside to vote for something more nefarious to happen. This it just sounds like, it just feels very iffy and shifty. So we're going to start here. So inside Russia's hidden Black community.
When I get the tattoo, like 50,000 of subscribers get off from me like in 1 hour.
Запал, запалил свое черное ДМА, запил, упал, стал, но могу с холста, паустом бить мозг фаустом, фастом, 365 год мерз, 365 год я мерз, ложись, блядь, ушах мерда.
Yeah, can I get a number 3? And just put the fries in the bag.
I was searching for the right guy for this video, and after a year of searching, I stumbled across Sam, a Black guy born and raised in Russia who knows Moscow like the back of his hand. This is Black in Russia.
Look, I ain't gonna front. The beats in this so far is pretty good. I'm engaged now. Like, you know, you don't hear solid little beats like this in a documentary. You know what I mean? And I'm like, tell us more. Tell us more about being Black in Russia.
do you know about Russia? When I think of Russia, I think of cold political stuff, kind of like a place not to go, even from where I'm from. But I don't really know too much about it other than cold and like politics. You know what I mean? You won't believe what I'm about to show you in Moscow. But I see that people from the US have no idea that there are even black people in the city. In all of Russia, we're living, doing our thing. Yeah. I didn't know either. Like when you think of Moscow, being from where I'm from, you don't expect black people. Like when we think of Russia, we just think of white people. We never think like a black community in Russia. You know what I mean? And you don't even think that black people could be doing fine in a city like Moscow. A language way different from English. A culture way far away from Africa.
My best friend, right? Her brother has been living in Germany for a long time. Well, was living there for a long time for studies and whatnot. I think he moves around, but he always has somewhere to go. So he always has like a route that he likes to take during the holiday months. It's really nice. He lives in Moscow, or he lives in Germany. And I think he was in Russia for a little bit. So yeah, no complaints. And I never really thought to ask about if there were other black people there because, he's kind of social. So I just never even thought about that. I know that there was black people in Russia though, way before in the past. I just didn't think there was currently like an enclave or, you know what I mean? But this is good. It's good to know.
Even just hearing you speak Russian, that just to me is like, it don't even feel real. The idea is to celebrate blackness. Yeah. There is not a spot in the world where black people do good. Wherever you put a black person, we will find our way. Yeah, okay. And through my life story and the life stories of my friends, I'm about to show you that we always find our way. You can't stop us, bro. It's not that shit. It's time to experience Russia. Experience Maurice. Right? Let's do it. So Soviet Union isn't Russia.
Soviet Union is like 40 countries.
So is that the same thing as USSR?
Yeah, Soviet Union, USSR, that's different names for the same country.
But Russia was one of the countries in that.
Yeah.
When I think of Russia, this is what I think of, these buildings.
When Soviet Union reached its peak, they started building identical shits everywhere.
Right.
Identical schools, housing, groceries, everything was the same. That is why you get the feeling when you're in Belarus, they're in Russia. Or if you go to even Poland at some extent, you feel like you're in Russia.
It was the same infrastructure throughout the entire... Okay.
The flats, the toilet, the street names.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, the street names too.
Like in any Soviet Union, you have a Lenin Street as the main street of the city. And you have a bunch of like squares that the same in any Soviet Union street.
Tell me about how you ended up in Russia.
It's like
you to be black
MLK.
and in a country like Russia,
yeah,
it has to be something bizarre. In my instance, my dad was sent to the Soviet Union in 88 or 89 to study.
From where?
From Nigeria.
So you're Nigerian?
Yoruba boys.
Yoruba boy.
Yoruba, no Yoruba. What the fuck? We're not in America. Yoruba.
It's common for Nigerians to come to Russia?
It has to be a bizarre story. It's not common.
And it was probably a lot less black people then than now?
At a point in my life, I knew only 2 cities in my hometown, black families. Mine and a friend of ours. He decides to try it out. He kind of like it. Then shit go left. The Soviet Union collapsed. You have the Hungry 90s, and he still decides to stay.
What's the Hungry 90s?
The Hungry 90s, that's after the Soviet Union collapsed. Russia had like 8 to 10 years of lawlessness, total lawlessness.
What's that movie, Purge, where it's like all crime is legal or something?
Crime is legal.
You're
police.
lying. So someone, like cop could see someone knock somebody out in the face and nothing happens to them?
Nothing happens.
Your mom is Nigerian too?
Both my parents Yoruba.
Do you consider yourself more Nigerian or more Russian?
My base is Nigerian. My spirit is Nigerian. But the way I speak, the way I interact, the way I talk is Russian European.
Because you were born and raised there?
Yeah. But like whenever I'm talking about something deep, like where my energy comes from, that's totally Nigerian.
So let me say this. In the States, there's this type of black person that too white for the black kids and too black for the whites. Do you feel like you're too Russian for the Nigerians and too Nigerian for the Russians?
I had a moment like that in my life till I went to uni. Before that, everything I had about my black experience was knowledge, but now it shifted into experience. Most of us, we have this conflict of identity. You have no blacks around you. You try to act as the people you see around you. That's the Russians. So like, yo, I'm Russian. I speak the language. I like only white girls. I listen to Russian music.
Right,
So,
yeah.
no, African. Once you're black, bro.
Right.
Wherever you at, Russia, China, US, they will let you know.
In Brazil, there's black Brazilians, right? In UK, there's black British people, right?
Yeah.
What if it's just like y'all in the early stages of having y'all black people to where it feels like it's not like a melting pot?
Yeah, but all of you have your American experience. The Mexican American experience, the white American experience, the black American experience.
Right.
When you're growing up as a black person in Russia, the first thing you do is neglect the second part. But people around you will always let you know you're black. Always.
Yeah.
So the first thing you have to do, what I'm very grateful to my dad for, accept the fact that, yo, I'm an African born in Russia. And trying to find that balance.
Yeah. Pooty. Pooty, bro. Good to meet you. Pooty. You chilling? Good, bro.
Yo, what's up?
Pooty, bro. Good to meet you, man. You're a rapper, right?
Yeah.
Heard some good things, man. Heard some good things. Pooty.
Pooty.
What's
Like
this?
Putin.
Like Pooty with a P. No. He said Pooty like Pooty. No. Oh, you got a Putin tattoo.
Yeah.
That is insane.
exact.
Show it real quick. Show it to the camera.
Yo, what's up?
When'd you get that?
Like 1 year ago. Bro.
What's the significance of the Putin tattoo?
I'm Russian nigga. Who the fuck?
Is there a lot of black folks who rap out here?
Not really, but all of my guys rapping. Like I'm the one famous black rapper in Russia.
Oh, you're like the biggest one. Bet. Let's go inside, check everything out. Y'all Russian handshakes be killing me. In the US, we call that the Mexican handshake. Nice to meet you. Pooty, nice to meet you.
That's Sophie, my girl.
Good, bro. This is where you do all your songs and stuff?
No, I'm doing all the jewelry here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we got this stuff, some new shit for our fans and something like that. Let's go to the dark. Oh, because of light. Yeah, bad club shit. I got it touched.
Studio, crazy.
There is a Baphomet statue.
Oh, shit. Are you a Satanist?
No, it's for my jeweler.
Do you speak English?
No.
Accent.
Видишь, silent.
Yes?
I don't know. Why didn't he respond right away? Ты сатанист, брат? Сразу, да, нет. Are you sure you want to enter that room with this guy?
Yeah.
You're going in alone. Don't go, bro. The money doesn't work. Fuck that shit.
Bro, this, and then it's red.
This is Satan's that nigga in this bed.
You like Satan?
Yeah.
You like?
Yeah, I like.
God, you know like?
I like God.
Okay.
My God.
Hey, who's your God?
Кто твой бог?
Devil.
Oh shit.
Do when the devil appears the name you're not ready for. Huh? You think it's a joke?
Мне после этой жизни уже унаследован определенный чин.
Какой после этой жизни, в этой жизни дьявол может тебя трахнуть? Ты готов к этому? The devil can kill this life.
Да, мы порой занимаемся этим.
He says he fucked the devil on this bed. He fucked, or the devil fucks you, or you fuck the devil. Что происходит? Ты трахаешь дьявола, или дьявол тебя трахает? Oh,
Yeah, I'm also afraid to go here, bro.
I rebuke you.
Amen.
In the name of Jesus, rebuke.
My nigga.
What is going on?
Check this out.
I don't want to go in there.
Let's go.
Get me out of this shit, bro. What is going on, bro? I want no problems. We cool, right?
In the name of Jesus.
Hey, tell him cast no spells.
Did it by his own hands with the microscope here.
You talking about a fist? Did you not see a Satan ritual? My mind is right now, bro.
This is Russia.
We are in. I forgot. We are in Russia. Y'all see the title? What the fuck? I've been with niggas this whole time. The first white guy I talked to, I see a Satan. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Show me the jury. Show me the jury. In America, you see a white dude reach in the bag, bro. He finna shoot this bitch up.
Где то, которое с...
Basically, he's the master.
Yeah, he's the master.
Master. We call white people master in Russia?
No, the master of jewelry.
When did God niggas tell y'all so, bro?
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
He can show how he's полировать.
Polishes
How
the
he's
jewelry.
polishing the jewelry.
Show me how we pray, bro. Like, y'all show me other things. Show me how we pray.
pray. Show me how we go to church, bro. Show me how we worship Jesus.
If I'm not believing in this God shit, so I don't believe in this devil shit. I don't give a fuck about all of it. I believe in space.
We are all mad. I told you, bro. For a black person to be in Russia, you have to be bizarre.
Hey, Katrina, bad bitch just like Trina. Hey, I caught hoe all winter. Ray band uncertain. Hey, I fucked up the family. Y'all fucked up the family. Y'all fucked up the family. White hoe Emma. Hey, she just wants some Emma. Call that Emma. I call her the Emma. Ray band uncertain. Hey, Ray band uncertain. Hey, Ray band uncertain. Hey, I fucked up the family. Hey, I fucked up the family. Hey, I do that shit dirt. I do that big dirt.
I was born here. Yeah, I was born in a little town. And when I was 14 years old, I moved to St. Petersburg. Moved to St. Petersburg with my mama. She's black too. She's the first female black rapper in Russia.
Your mom raps?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait, there's female rappers in Russia?
A little. My mom was the first, like, she opened those gates, you know. My dad, he's African. He was just studying here. My mom, like, didn't say to him that he has a child. And he moved back to Africa without knowing that he had a son here.
Have you and him spoke?
Yes. He found me, like, when I was 21.
Wow.
I'm 33.
Wow.
Like
so
Jesus. I'm in Jesus' age.
Your mom is a rapper here. How did that work? Was she popular? Was she big?
She was underground. She was actually an underground movement with some stuff, gangster shit.
Really?
All of it. Yeah.
So your mom is street. She hood.
Yeah, she's from the street.
Oh shit, that's
From
crazy.
the hood. Actually, she was the wife of the first famous white Russian rapper in Russia.
Well, your story's fucking insane. So you have tattoos and everything. I want to talk about this Putin tattoo.
Vladimir Putin, yeah.
Why'd you choose to get it?
You know, actually, when the war starts, a lot of people say a lot of not really good shit about Russia or something like that. And I was like showing that I don't give a fuck. I was born here. I will just say it loud.
You got this as a way to show like Russia's
It's my message. Yeah, it's my message. I was in the... Как сказать, братан, что я служил в армии?
He was in the Russian army.
Oh, you was in the army?
Yeah.
In Russia, once you reach 18, you're obliged to serve for a year. Only if you go to college, then you can skip it.
Did you have to do that?
I'm not a citizen.
Okay, it's only for citizens.
Yeah.
What was everybody's like thoughts when you got the tattoo?
When I get the tattoo, like 50,000 of subscribers get off from me like in 1 hour.
Wait, so how did the Russian people react?
In Russia, there is a lot of people who doesn't like this shit, like the government and something like that.
Yeah.
But actually, when I was a little boy, it was a lot of skinheads in Russia.
Yeah.
Like they black people, they with the knife. Even my mom have a scar here. They got a knife in the chest, you know. And I was 5 years old. And when Putin came, he like he stopped all of this shit. Yeah.
So
and that is why I respect this guy, you know.
Have you traveled anywhere before? You think people would like react differently if you
actually yes, I think yes, but I don't give a fuck. It's my position, and I'm like I'm peaceful enough to don't give a fuck about it.
Right. Would you ever want to travel to the USA?
Yes, of course, because I was raised on rap culture, hip hop culture. I want to check it out from my own eyes, you know.
Let me ask too, because you got a face tattoo.
Yeah.
What was the decision to do that? Like, how old were you when you got your face tattoo?
23.
Were you ever worried, like, damn, I can't get a job?
I wanted to block a way for me to get a simple, just a normal job.
The person I interviewed in Osaka, Japan, told me the same thing. How many face tattoos do you have?
I don't remember.
Damn, oh yeah, you got some on your forehead.
Yeah. Even my girlfriend had.
She has an Uzi on her face.
Yeah, when she became my girlfriend, I say, you will never go to the job.
Really?
Do this shit on your face. I wanted to make her an artist, and I produced an album for her. I say, do this shit. It will be easier for you not to think about normal jobs.
One of my biggest concerns was coming here was about how strict cops and stuff are. You being black, you having all these tattoos. Strict when it comes to locals?
Он спрашивает, типа, как ты думаешь, копы в России менее агрессивны, чем американские копы?
They're not aggressive at all. Да нет, нихуя.
Там они сразу убивают, братан.
I was famous already. I was just walking through the street smoking, and two cops come over me and they just rapped my song, and they did nothing to me.
Oh, so cops here fuck with you?
Yeah, sometimes they come like that and they take a photo.
In the USA, most rappers hate the cops. How about out here? Do people like the cops?
I'm just laughing on them. I'm just laughing on them, but I don't hate them.
Do you feel like it's easier to make it in the entertainment business in Russia because you're black?
Not because all white people they're not hating black people, but they don't understand us, and for them it's difficult to get your culture. It's difficult to because in USA everyone knows what is it black culture,
right?
And
they're not
in Russia. It's just in the beginning, you know.
Yeah,
it's just I was the first who gave them like a chance to understand what is it, even when you are black. It's not as easy.
Do they consider you Russian the same way you consider yourself Russian? Not even consider, the same way you are. Do they accept you?
Yes, after I passed the Russian army, after I do
they're like,
some
okay,
Russian
he did
stuff,
everything.
it was like, oh, he's Russian. And when they heard my music, they understand what I'm talking about. They get my Russian accent and all that. They get that I'm Russian, actually. When I went to Africa, it was more difficult to prove them that I'm African than here to prove that I'm Russian. They say, oh, you're white, you're not black. Because in Africa, like, when you have a little piece of white blood, you're white. And in America, when you have a little piece of black, you are black.
I never considered that.
Yeah, they was like saying, you're white, you're not black. And
yeah, fuck our interviews.
Marina. So, you know, actually living in Russia, it's not like all the time we don't think about politics. We don't give a fuck about all this conflict and something like that, you know, because we know that politics is politics and it's some bullshit, like it's not concerning to us. When you see some people who really thinks about that, it's just because maybe there are nothing to think about. Yeah, because normally we're just chilling about all of this shit. If you will just get out and scream that Russia is bullshit, Russia, of course they will act like aggressive, you know, onto your side, but normally they don't give a fuck.
They're happy people, just chilling, just vibing, go to the restaurants, go to the clubs.
I have a lot of Ukrainian friends, you know, and after this shit, less.
And before we continue, football and basketball season is back, and PrizePicks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Why I like PrizePicks is because your favorite team could lose, but you can still win cash on the individual player. The app is really easy to use. All you have to do is pick more or less on a few player stats. Now, PrizePicks is available in 45 states, including California and Texas. To get started, PrizePicks will give you $50 in lineups to play your first $5 lineup. Win or lose, you get $50 in lineups. Use promo code POOTY when you sign up today. Make sure you download the PrizePicks app and place the entry while this offer is still available. And let's get on with the rest of the video. It's Young Pooty Pick.
What's one stereotype that's not true about Russia?
Damn, is this Batman? What the fuck are they laughing? Wait, why are they laughing?
Think about the spy Natasha.
Okay.
They have a spy.
We do have a lot of. I think that's back and forth though, because y'all have movies with American spies too, right?
Yeah, but
it's not a thing.
Out of what I heard, there were not a lot of women spies.
Yeah?
So that's just a
But in
stereotype
American
because
movies, you always get a woman spy.
A woman, she's beautiful, she's Natasha, she can get the information.
Yeah, she's hot.
That's the stereotype. That's
she's with the cops.
What's another stereotype that's not true?
Beers were running on the streets.
No joke. I hit him up. I was like, yo, maybe a long shot. Do you know where I can wrestle a beer?
Russians don't really have a connection with beers like that.
Right.
It's not the thing.
I mean,
Russians are about cats.
I haven't seen one cat.
Bro!
You don't see them outside because they're all inside.
Bro, a girl I told, like, I like you, but we're not sleeping
with no fucking
cats
cat. Yeah.
in this bed.
No, it cannot be here.
Eating from the same place, eating food, and she's like,
you cannot.
And like,
pause. That's crazy.
Look. Zoom on me.
That's crazy.
No, pause.
Bro, no, bro. That's crazy.
Can we
bro, I gotta teach.
Showing a cat.
I gotta teach Russians about pause, bro.
Off of a plate. This is a cat. This is not me.
Let me tell you what the pause. No, yeah, bro.
This is a cat.
You're not supposed to do that, though.
What's wrong with you, American?
That is a pause.
Bro, they've been pausing every 1 minute. Let's bounce from here to there.
Pause, bro.
Why?
Like, men don't bounce.
We bounce in Russia.
Oh.
No. Where'd you move in?
I arrived to Russia in 2012. I'm a 32 years Sudanese who lived his first 10 years in Sudan, the second 10 years in Saudi Arabia, then the third 10 years here in Russia.
Oh, I want to try on that.
You have to.
How much? 1,500. You know what? I'm gonna sh this shit up.
Let's go. Let's take a picture. Yeah, where?
Me too. Ask him why did he want a photo.
Почему ты подошел, попросил фоткать?
Honestly.
So you see this reaction? This is basically the reaction when every time Russian people come to you and you start speaking in Russian.
Потому что вы крутые ребята.
Is it because you guys are so cool?
I forgot I had this on my head, bro. Bigger size? Biggest size, like.
Просто фоткаться, то не надо. Если вы будете покупать, то тогда мы дадим. Если просто фоткаться, то нет.
Yup. Because of the
Yep. The biggest one. So how'd you end up here in Moscow?
Bruh, I mean, like, Moscow wasn't even in my list of top 10 options. My uncle, he came to Moscow at 1992. He's my father's favorite brother. He was like, yo, make Mohammed come here to study in
Why?
Moscow.
But why did they choose Moscow?
For my father, it was like one of the best options. For a lot of Africans, they see Russia as the friend.
The white friend.
Yeah, the white friend. For Sudan, Russia is much better than, let's say, USA, United Kingdom.
Really?
Yep.
Hey! Wait, but why?
There's a lot of countries on that side of the world which see America as the number one enemy.
Really?
Done.
So like,
why are you so surprised?
Okay,
Yeah.
ready? So to us in the States, this is the ultimate do not go place. This is like a level 4 or 5 do not travel.
To Russia.
Bro, on the website, it literally said, we can't help you if anything goes wrong.
What?
Yes.
But
like
that's because of the bad connection between...
Exactly.
Yeah.
To places like Mexico, Central America, coming to the U.S., chasing that American dream. For other countries there, it's like, this is chasing that Russian dream.
It's not the
It's
Russian,
not even
dream.
Russian dream.
Russia is the ally against the colonial powers of Britain,
America,
France,
Europe.
Belgium,
Right.
Germany.
Yes, sir.
It's the good white friend.
For a lot of
Right.
Africa. And I don't know why he said so, but I
Northern
think a
Africa,
lot of-
Central Africa, and
I mean,
East
like,
Africa. In Nigeria as well, they don't really give about Russia.
And sometimes I
Until
think it's...
Putin. What?
That reaction of you seeing the name.
What?
I got a 20-word list I can't say. Top word on that list begins with a P.
No, you know why Nigerians love Putin? Because the Brits left Nigeria in shambles.
Mm.
And now you have one guy
Okay.
resisting NATO, the EU, Putin alone resisting the white colonial powers.
Yeah, let's stop shouting.
Is that...
That's
Why
a
you
lot.
acting weird,
No,
bro?
we just don't have to shout.
Hey, I like this guy, bro. I like this guy. We do not have to shout that, bro.
Content over everything.
Bro,
Content over freedom,
Nah,
bro.
anyway, what?
Pretty much, bro. How do I stay safe and get a private jet home? Out of the entire world, right now, Taylor Swift is top 10 most famous artists.
That's a fact.
Artists.
If we go walk down the streets of Moscow,
I'm talking about today.
Извините. Здравствуйте, можно вопрос? Вы знаете Тайлер Свифт? Знаете Тайлер? That's one. А вы знаете Тайлер Свифт?
Да.
Two. Yo. Извините, пожалуйста. А скажите, вы знаете Тайлер Свифт?
Taylor Swift.
Да.
Да, знаю.
5 out of 5. Знаете?
Да.
6 out of 6. А вы знаете Тайлер Свифт?
Да, yes, I know.
7 out of 7.
Bro, you are our driver. Okay. Yeah,
in
yeah.
Moscow.
No, bro, you just... No. Wait, also... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, nigga, he just won 7 out of 7.
You in Moscow.
This is Russia.
Moscow is not Russia, bro. Moscow is not
That's a
Russia.
fact.
That's something
But-
you guys have to
but let me
understand. You reach Volgograd, you reach Chelyabinsk, you reach Syktyvkar, my
know.
nigga.
That's some places they're not interested in this
No,
music.
but
This
they know 50 Cent. People
no.
that do not know rap, they know 50 Cent. He's the black guy.
50
Music.
Cent
Mind
is the
you,
guy who gave
50
9
Cent-
bulls here. He was a legend. You don't know what you heard about me.
No.
You was about the candy
50
shop.
Cent is the poster boy
But
of black
also-
people in non-black countries. No one knows shit. They know 50
Snoop
Cent.
Dogg, I would think
More
Snoop
Snoop
Dogg
Dogg,
is famous.
more
for
Snoop
that.
Dogg
Yeah.
than 50 Cent.
You know who is like 50 Cent? Kanye West.
I would say Kanye. I would think because y'all live on the other side of the road. Well, you know, I would assume because I'm sure I'm on the other side of the road to y'all too. Kanye West because he has the shoes.
Yes,
he
Kim
has.
Kardashian. When Kanye West married Kim Kardashian,
No, you about
he
to-
breached the audiences. He went into the white audiences.
He made her famous.
He
Bro.
made her famous that there in your country. Here in our places, she made him
Like,
famous.
Really?
Yeah, Kim
Bro,
Kardashian gives.
Wait. In Russia, they think Kim Kardashian made Kanye famous.
Bro, a lot
Take
of
me
Russian
to the
don't know.
airport,
A lot
let
of
me
Russian
go
people
home.
don't know
What
that
the
she
You know
was.
why? You know why? Because Kim Kardashian's Armenian.
Is there a lot of Armenians in Moscow?
What?
Y'all heard the accent, right? I should probably move after that.
So we're passing by the biggest library in Russia, Lenin's Library.
This looks grand.
Just as in the U.S., you have the Senate and you have the House of Representatives. This is the House of Representatives. Государственная Дума.
All the decisions in this country come
From this building, yeah. This is where.
everything.
Bro, what is that
where-
building?
This is the FBI headquarters.
Yeah, that shows. Yeah, look at it.
These are real
That's
pussy
it,
friends,
yeah,
bro.
bro.
Bro, pussy friends.
Hey, whoa!
That's the
Stop with the word.
That's not the F word.
Putin is from the
Whoa!
KGB.
Bro.
KGB, Russian FBI control the country. Everyone knows that. Hello. This Pudi brother? Do you like Pudi's leg? Send $10,000. You could be rich as fuck. But if a KGB captain doesn't like you, bro,
You wanted to go out, right?
you are done.
What is the KGB?
I just said it. It's the Russian FBI.
I
It's the
think
Russian
it's even
CIA.
mixed CIA with the FBI.
And the KGB controls everything in Russia. You could be an
And
army
in
general.
America.
Mind you, there's a whole KGB behind us, by the way.
Yeah. And that's even a black camera.
What the fuck is a black Namera, bro? What the fuck? What?
Oh,
Bro,
shit.
wait.
Oh, shit.
Wait, no. What's a black Namera? What's a black Namera? No. Bro, they're busted. They're busted. They're busted. No. Why are we speeding? Why are we speeding? We just went 100 and they're like, drive me to the airport now.
Do you know what's universally black?
What?
We as black people, wherever we're from, we are loud. Pay attention to how quiet this bus is.
Yeah. So
The whole bus is staring at us. We've had a ton of situations of people coming to us like, yo, why are you shouting? And we're just like, yo, Mohammed,
like this.
That's universally black.
University.
You think so?
Like Africans from any country, they're lively.
The emotion.
It's not being loud.
Nigerians speak very loud.
Bro,
too. Yeah,
if I start speaking like a Nigerian now, if I start speaking like I'm using my whole body to communicate. Because I cannot just be standing there like, yo, Pudi, this is the Moscow. No, I have to like, yo, Pudi, this is the Moscow.
Are most people here quiet?
99%, bro.
99.
That nigga's filming us right now behind your back, bro. That nigga's filming. Let's say hi. What's up?
You want to be in the video?
He speaks English. He speaks English.
Ask him.
You speak English, right?
Do a lot of people here speak English?
The thing is that Russia's education is one of the best in the world. So you have schools, like public schools, you don't have to pay a dime for, where you learn English, French, and German without paying money for that shit.
But yeah, in the U.S. high school, you can learn French.
By the way, write in the comments, how many Americans speak French?
Here's what it is. It's not the education system. We don't really learn about like internationally stuff. All my international stuff I learned was as an adult in the last like 7-8 years.
If we match a college graduate from America
and from
with a high school graduate in Russia, the high school graduate will fuck
this smart.
If you're not from Harvard,
we learned a lot about our history. We learned about this our history.
He started telling me our history.
You don't like America, do you?
Bro, it's not about I don't like America. I know the fact about I love America actually and the American dream and everything, but I know all the facts and the truth. I mean, like, I can't say that Americans are stupid and still loving America. That's the fact. Americans are stupid.
He's like, I hope to go there.
Bro,
okay, what's your thoughts about America?
I never dreaming about going to America. Not today, not tomorrow, not after tomorrow.
Because he comes from the other parts of the world. From the Saudis, the Ethiopians, the Sudan, the Iraqs.
Let me ask you a question. This is very important, right? Tyler, I remember when she came to the U.S., had like got in trouble because she said she wasn't black. Because in South Africa, if you're mixed, you're colored, right? Does that same rule apply to like over here?
So
like, kinda, yes. We have it here.
So like, if someone's mixed, they don't consider them black.
They don't consider themselves black.
No, but how about the others? Like, what do they consider?
You don't have a black population in Russia. What you have is immigrants in Russia.
But that's different for you though, because you're born and raised there.
I'm 1 in a million, bro. Like your family, they've been in America like 7 generations, 8 generations.
Yeah,
12,
since like the transatlantic slave trade.
Let's take the UK. They have like 3 generations, 4 generations.
More than 3 generations.
I don't think that we'll ever get to that point in Russia. Most black people in Russia, for them, Russia is like a place. You live here, you work here, and then you move.
You remember in a car when I was saying that Russia is a white country? That's what I meant. This can be like minimum the second house, but this place can never be our first house.
Really?
Never. As I told you, 10 years Sudan, 10 years Saudi Arabia. I have like 3 different homes. Home is where my mom is. If I bring my mom to Russia, I'll stay with her in Russia. Damn. I would take all of it.
Shit look mid to me, but what about it is like making it not feel like home to you?
Look around.
Yeah.
People like
Yeah. It's not only this. I mean, like anytime. Look, it's been 12 years. I can be walking in the center of the city. And some people gonna make me feel like, why did you come to our place and what are you doing? Take your thing and leave. Russia gives me a lot. I love Russia.
Yeah.
And Sam knows this. I really love this country for many, many different reasons. But for me, it's not my house yet.
Do you feel like it's kind of harder breaking into the comedy scene as a black woman here in Russia?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it helps me in the beginning.
It helped.
Yeah.
You like stand out in a way.
Yes, and they don't know nothing about our lives.
Is your subject matter, are you mostly discussing like black issues or something, like black jokes?
Few black jokes in the beginning, and about my experience like woman.
I never would have expected a woman in comedy in Russia, furthermore black. I thought that was so interesting, especially as a career path here. So does Russia have a big comedy scene?
You know, it's new. Maybe for 20 years now, they say like stand-up comedian is a new rap.
What's a popular like Russian drink?
Alcoholic?
Yeah.
Vodka.
God damn. Why is vodka so popular?
I don't know. You can make it at home, so why
Y'all
not?
don't drink tequila here, right?
No, girls drink tequila.
Yeah.
А вы слышали на английском объяснить, что это на Да, конечно. Да.
Okay, we want have 2 infusions with fresh cranberry or fresh cherry, okay?
I speak Russian, bro. That's what's missing. I'm gonna say Cheers. It's good. It tastes good. It tastes like a small mixed drink. So how did you end up in Russia?
How? My parents was students in Soviet Union.
From what country?
Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, Guinea-Bissau.
This is West Africa. So now my mom work in embassy.
She works in the Guinea-Bissau embassy.
Here. Yeah.
In Russia. She just came as a student and she liked it a lot. Did your dad come here at the same time?
My dad was here before my mom.
They already knew each other?
They met here.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they just must liked it. They was like, oh, this is fire. Let's just stay here.
Da.
Does most people who travel here for school, do they end up liking Russia?
Yeah, of course, of course. I was in Guinea-Bissau like in September, and my relatives who was students here, they know the language till now.
Do you think a lot of mixed people here embrace their
Blackness?
Their blackness, yeah.
No. I
Thanks,
feel
bud.
sorry for them because I think this is a journey, and most of them, they don't feel like they're black.
Do you feel like there's a lot of black people here?
Yeah.
But it goes back to that problem where a lot of them don't embrace it.
But I have my friends.
Yeah.
They're black. We're friends not because we're black.
Right. But I feel like that's common though. Even in the US, if you're Hispanic, then you're naturally gonna also want to be around people who have your same black
Yeah.
experiences.
I always like the idea of sisterhood, you know.
Yeah. Do you ever feel like it's missing here in Russia? Like sisterhood?
Yeah.
You have a lot of black girlfriends here?
Not a lot, but yeah, 2, 3. I'm glad, but I want us to be like big girls' night, you know, like making braids with each other. I feel like I don't have enough.
What do you think it would need to take for there to be more, I guess, black women here too?
There are a bunch of black people here, but Russia is too big, so we just like
not all live in
different
one
places.
location. So what flavor is this?
Blackberry.
See, now we did opposite.
Yeah.
This one's good.
This is my favorite.
Does that happen a lot? When you walk out in public, you get recognized?
Sometimes.
Are you like used to it now?
I'm shy, but it feels nice. It warms my
How are you
heart.
shy if you're a stand-up comedian? Being a stand-up comedian, that's probably one of the most bravest things to do.
Yes, but when I'm in a show, I am more confident and strong. I can do it. But in life, I'm like
You know how brave you have to be? Like a lot of people don't have the guts for that.
This is my other side.
If you're a naturally shy person, how do you like lock into that?
I'm shy like a person. I feel like I have some masks when I'm a comedian, Bella, and Bella like homegirl. This is 2 different Bella.
YNW Melly versus Melvin. The comedy you and the real
She's
life you are
strong,
2 different
she's
people.
confident, she can tell her shit out. It's okay.
Yeah. One of the things I heard about coming here, it's not really possible to be an entrepreneur here or to get rich. If you're like a business owner or whatever, your funds are like controlled by the government and there's no real entrepreneurs. But I'm here, I see the most Maybachs I've ever seen in my life. I see the most nice cars I've ever seen. So I know people getting money, but is it actually possible to be an entrepreneur? Is it actually possible to get rich?
One of the best things about Russia is that Russia is a developing country. So you have a lot of opportunities to make money. It's quite easy for you to find a venture to make money, a venture to get big.
Let's say you have a business, and let's say after the business profits for the year, it profits a flat even 1 million USD.
Yeah.
Let's say you're the only owner or whatever.
Yeah.
How much of that do you get to keep after profits?
It's not hard to make it. In Russia, it's hard to keep it. As soon as you get big, you become a global company that has to do with national interest, a company that has, let's say, 10 or millions of Russians using their services.
But is it your? But like,
it's yours.
So
but when you reach that level, The government is like, knock, 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 knock. We want the data. We want part of the money.
It has some truth to it, but it's not full truth to it.
It has some truth,
So,
yeah.
so like it's like you're able to be an entrepreneur, but once you get too rich,
When you
then
get
now
too
it's
big,
like you have
to
no
share.
choice but to give us some of your wealth. Is there a certain number you think that like you have to hit before the government starts being inside of your pocket?
You know that there's Amazon, yeah? So in Russia, we have Wildberries. That's something like Russian Amazon. There was a company selling goods.
Right.
And they became the biggest company in Russia. What does that mean? Money, access,
yeah,
and info.
And they was like, yo, we need some of that.
Knock,
so
knock, knock.
Was it known how much percentage of that was taken?
No, you never find out. You just say that, yo, the owner of this bank sold it to the government.
And it was one of the things, it's like, you ain't got a choice.
You pay or lay down.
Right.
So it's not hard to get it in Russia.
Right.
It's hard keeping it.
Like Russia is like a
police state.
Police state, right?
Moscow is the safest city in Europe. Here,
every time I go somewhere,
safer than the US.
But every time I go somewhere, everybody be like, "This is the safest city in the world."
In Moscow, at any time of the day, any spot of the city, you can just be walking around throwing out money. No one will get.
There's a lot of stairs here, though. Sometimes it's like, "Oh, this person's fresh. Let me come take a picture with you." But I started to notice it's the same cadence of smile, same cadence of laugh,
the same approach,
every couple seconds,
the same questions, everything.
The same phrase over and over.
I want to take a photo.
And then they go away laughing.
That's one of the bad sides of Black experience in Russia. You never feel human. You're always a toy.
You was telling me there's a game that people play when they see a black guy.
Yeah, so let's say it's a group of 3 kids, yeah? And they see a black guy approaching them. The guy that notices the black guy first knocks his friend on the shoulder and he wins the game. Sometimes it be a group of 7 kids and one guy just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, shit.
Bro.
Did you ever get offended from that?
Nah. Bro,
Never.
we are gods. We are gods.
Yeah.
And when you're black in Russia, you really feel it. You really feel the power of black presence because anywhere I go, room full of celebrities, even policemen, I feel that I don't want to say like an advantage, but some kind of influence on them. I don't know why is it. Maybe because black culture is so influential. Maybe because it just works on the contrast.
Yeah.
I don't know, but anywhere I get to in Russia, I feel the highest in the room.
So I asked this to a few of y'all. Do y'all consider Russia home?
Let me answer last. Yeah.
Go for it. Who are talking about it? Yeah. No, you go first.
So, okay. I cannot consider Russia as a home. It could be a place that I would like to stay in, but it would never be the home with the meaning of home. And anytime you can hear it anywhere in Moscow, yo, go back to your place. That's the thing that makes you feel, yo.
It's like they constantly like remind you that you're an outsider.
Yeah, of course. I was talking to Bill about this some time ago. We just immigrated in Russia. Yeah, we've been living here. We're doing a lot of things. People like us and everything.
I have no idea why
we came here.
For example, me, I consider like Russia home. I sort of see myself as this kind of person. I don't stay in a place, so I'm always here and there. I came when I was 16. I didn't know shit.
No, that's right. That's
Russia
right.
sort of shaped me to this person that you see.
But that's what I mean. I love Russia. Kind of patriotic of this country.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of. But that's not changing the fact that I still cannot say that Russia is my home.
So for me, it's the opposite. I cannot say Nigeria is my home.
Right.
If I went back to Nigeria tomorrow, I'll be lost. Like, that's how bad it is.
I do want to talk about some positive. What is y'all favorite things about living in Russia?
Get the camera back up.
And number 2 is transportation. Like the metro is super clean. There's never any delays with anything. Like you get on a train, bro, you get to where you're trying to go.
This is why I was saying, like, I cannot praise Russia without shitting on my country.
Oh my God, you don't.
Just listen, like,
You don't
hear
have to
me,
just say it like
hear
this
me
about-
out. In my personal experience, all of the fucked up experiences that I've had in Russia hasn't been from Russians.
I had
That's
a
all
bad
I'm saying.
experience, a lot of bad experience
Okay,
of Russia.
That's all I'm
Like Bella has been in the stand-up world for like 5 years, right? She has been top for the last 3 years. And Bella has a show of her own that she invented, came up to the company let's try this out. Despite the fact that she's been hot just for 2 years, they like the idea and now the show's out. There's no stumbling block. You don't have to know someone there to help you do something. If you have a nice idea, it will make money. Let's try it. Russians try shit.
To put a wrap on everything, what is something that y'all want to share to the world about being black in Russia? Where I'm from, a lot of people don't know y'all exist.
I would say number 1, there definitely is sort of like a black community going on, but it's not integrated into the Russian society. And that's why y'all don't know that blacks exist in Russia.
You came, you saw, and you got. surrounded by a lot of Black people who do a lot of things here. We would like to share this with the other African and Black from the other side.
We here, like, and we're like, cool, let's be friends. You're very welcome here.
Yeah, so.
But what can you say about your experience?
My experience
as a Black woman.
Bro, she's famous, she's making money, I think she's good.
I think for her,
ups and downs.
For her, it's more than like a message to them. Like, there's a Black woman in Russia, and I exist, and I'm a famous Black woman in Russia, Africa.
Like,
you are famous.
It's okay.
Yeah,
ain't no wrong with that. Sometimes it's difficult, but if I can make it,
if we made it in Russia,
we could.
You can make it anywhere.
Yeah.
That's the main point. Because remember when we were talking, I was like, yo, for a Black person to be born and raised, to stay here for 20 years, to have a family, it has to be something bizarre.
Yeah.
So we are like a testimony to the fact that if a Black person could make it in Russia, you can make it anywhere.
And that's that. I wondered there's Black people in Russia, like I said earlier. I would hope there would be more Black women in there, just like one, if that. I guess they've been living it. Instead, like, coming from, they're like tethered to Russia from Nigeria, or Nigerian parents and things like that. That's pretty much what I learned. So at least we know that they're out there. They're living in a glass house, delusion, which is probably like why they don't come to the United States. The United States is more uglier in that way. Everything's exposed. Okay, we'll try this one right here.
Hello, I'm Christine Munda. Welcome to DW News Africa. Should I stay or should I go? That is the question running through the heads right now of many migrants from across Africa who've made South Africa their home, only to find their children denied schooling, themselves harassed in hospital when they seek healthcare, and their barricaded businesses looted and burnt out. Violence against foreign nationals has flared up again and again in South Africa, and many people now fear that tongues of that flame seem to be flickering again. Hundreds of South Africans have been taking to the streets of major cities, they say, to protest high levels of illegal immigration. South Africa's economic opportunities attract migrants both legally and also without the necessary papers. Now, anti-immigration groups say they want strict enforcement of the law and mass deportations. Now, many of those groups are not new, but the umbrella is the anti-immigration organization March and March. It's attracting similar groups, including Operation Dudula and political parties Action SA and Patriotic Alliance. Now, March and March has gained prominence in South Africa by mobilizing demonstrations against illegal immigration. Our reporter caught up with Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, founder of March and March. Take a listen.
Well, today's march is a continuation of our grievances to our government to further reinforce our stand that we are tired of illegal immigrants in South Africa. And more than anything, we are being labeled as xenophobic today because of the government who failed to act on people who are not supposed to be in the country in the first place. And now they have come into the country. They're conducting themselves in the most ridiculous of manners, and nobody points their attention at them. It's always South Africans who are xenophobic. The amounts of crime that we have to put up with at the hands of illegal immigrants. I mean, even the police right now have been on the lookout for a foreign national, was it Sibande, who killed 2 policemen in public. But they haven't been able to find him for months now. And it's further proof, if they are killing policemen, who are we as South Africans? So we're tired of being labeled as xenophobic. In fact, we don't even care if you call us that anymore. But we're not going to sit by and watch our country be destroyed at the hands of foreign nationals who've got nothing to lose because they know they can always go back to their country, while we have everything to lose because this country is everything that we have.
That may sound reasonable, but there are other voices in this movement. Get out is the brutal message that anti-immigrant marches in South Africa had for immigrants in major cities. And it's not the first time that they've heard such words. Since 2008, the country has seen periodic spikes in tension. So why does violence against foreign nationals keep flaring up in South Africa? Well, DW's Southern Africa correspondent Diane Hawker-Kalubi takes a look, and we should warn you, her report begins with offensive language.
Go back to your countries. We are tired of you guys. Go back to your countries. You destroy your country. You come to South Africa to destroy your country.
Strong words from a South African woman speaking to African and Asian immigrants in South Africa's capital of Pretoria. She's one of hundreds of people who recently marched demanding that immigrants leave the country. It's not the first time immigrants have been targeted in South Africa. In 2008, large xenophobic clashes saw thousands displaced. In 2015 and 2017, African and Asian immigrants were again chased out of townships and forced to close their businesses. Since 2021, several anti-immigrant groups have gained prominence in the country, with some even contesting for national office. In these instances, the complaints were similar: not enough jobs, limited resources, and inaction from the government. Analysts say to understand why anti-immigrant sentiment keeps resurfacing, you have to look at broader frustrations with the government.
In the last few years, every year since 2023, we've had over 23 protests a day on average in South Africa. The majority of those protests are about service delivery, are about housing, are about corruption, and are about joblessness. So when you add to that the question of immigration, you must realize that you are adding it to a wide range of issues that people are raising and a wide range of factors that are driving people's dissent and discontent.
Anti-immigrant groups have also complained that there are too many undocumented immigrants in the country, and the government acknowledges that it needs to improve the border management process. This year, it proposed immigration reforms, but these are yet to become law.
We must also realize that government knows that it is also part of the problem. It is also part of the reason why we aren't able to have a checked, well accounted for immigration system. So the system is failing everyone, including immigrants, and South Africans know the government is not going to step up.
For those who sought better opportunities in South Africa, a new tough decision awaits: to stay and face angry protesters or return home. The Nigerian Citizens Association of South Africa is trying to help hundreds of Nigerians get back to their home country.
We've received over 300 names that have submitted willingly and voluntarily that they will want to be assisted. They've long wanted to go home, but the resources with which to go home, the flight ticket, or maybe how they will continue to maintain their livelihood or family here, it's very, very difficult. The economy is not favoring them.
Onyekwelo says he's been in South Africa for 20 years and considers Johannesburg his home, but admits that the current political climate has him concerned.
During the last serious one, I think it's 2019 or thereabout, where many businesses were damaged. It affected me as well because I have to move out of my residence as a den because it was a targeted area, and moved into another secure place for safety of my children and my livelihood. And it took quite some time. Money was lost, income were lost, businesses were closed. But then at the end of the day, we have to pick our piece of our bodies together and continue to move. We love South Africa.
The South African government has assured immigrants that it will crack down on any criminality linked to immigration protests.
The hostility, which is mostly directed towards African nationals, has set alarm bells ringing across the continent, with many governments summoning diplomats and issuing warnings to their citizens in South Africa. Ghana has reported South Africa to the African Union, formally asking for the recurring attacks on foreign nationals in South Africa to be put on the agenda at an upcoming AU meeting. Ethiopia's embassy in Pretoria advised its citizens to report incidents of violence after 5 of them were reportedly killed. Kenya's diplomats in Pretoria have advised all Kenyan nationals in South Africa to remain vigilant and carry valid identification. And last month, Zimbabwe's embassy issued an urgent safety advisory to its nationals, advising vigilance. Guinea-Bissau's prime minister has summoned South Africa's ambassador to express his deep concern, but it is perhaps Nigeria and Mozambique which have been most vocal in their criticism. Now, Mozambique and South Africa share a land border where many have been moving in one direction. Fear, fueled by reports of violence spreading rapidly on social media, has moved many Mozambicans to return to their homeland. Our reporter was there, caught up with Daniel Timoteo Godinho. He's a vegetable trader. He told DW that after 26 years living in South Africa, he did not need to witness an attack to feel that it was his time to leave.
I'm returning from South Africa because of the attitude of South Africans towards Mozambicans, Nigerians, Angolans and Zimbabweans. That is why we're coming back home, because we are suffering in South Africa. I can't even continue my tomato business anymore.
What is happening in South Africa?
South Africans don't want foreigners anymore. They hurt us. They assault us.
Did you see people being assaulted?
Not in person, only on social media.
And are you returning home out of fear?
Yes. I left nothing behind in South Africa. All my belongings are in the car for the journey home. If the situation improves, maybe I will return to South Africa. I don't know yet.
Well, so great the concern that President Daniel Chapo travels to meet his counterpart in Pretoria, President Cyril Ramaphosa. The two men meet ostensibly to discuss economic cooperation, but it became clear that Ramaphosa was addressing deeper concerns. Does the Rainbow Nation have a problem with other Black Africans? Well, here's what South Africa's president had to say.
So as also to deal with troubling issues such as what we have experienced in South Africa, which I have spoken about, that South Africans inherently are not against people from other nations. We are one people. We have always been one people. And of course, we've got to also pay heed to the security of those from other countries who are in South Africa, but also pay heed to the concerns that are being raised by South Africans. President Chapo and myself discussed this matter, and we agreed that we should work together. It's not only one country that is affected, and all countries that have foreign nationals in South Africa are also affected as South Africa is affected, so we must all work together, join hands to find solutions to this problem. And in the past, we have found solutions, and we say South Africans do not have a hatred to other people from other countries on our continent. They supported us during our struggle, and much as South Africans are going through tough economic challenges right now, we also need to be acting as people who are kind and welcoming to other people from other nations. But we also say to employers in South Africa that we've passed a law that people who do not have
Sorry about that. Using the laptop.
Right now, we also need to be acting as people who are kind and welcoming to other people from other nations. But we also say to employers in South Africa that we've passed a law that people who do not have the necessary work permits in South Africa, yes, should not be employed. We should give way to South Africans. And at the same time, we encourage all people from other nations to make sure that they have proper documentation to be in South Africa, like South Africans need to have proper documentations to be in other countries.
Well, as we heard from the Nigerian Citizens Association of South Africa earlier, hundreds of Nigerians who are resident there have asked their government to help them repatriate after the rise in attacks against foreign nationals in the country. Nigeria's foreign ministry has condemned the violence against them, but stopped short of helping them return home.
If you stay here long enough, somebody is going to tell you to go back to your country. So yes, that's my bag. I'm going back to my country.
Many, like this Nigerian man, are leaving South Africa. But if you want to leave, you'll have to pay your own way. That's what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying.
It's self-funded. It's self-funded, so you are not waiting for an aircraft from Nigeria to convey you to either Lagos or Abuja.
The ministry says those who want to return can do so voluntarily and independently. They have also asked South African authorities to take stronger action.
The government of Nigeria condemned the violence against Nigerians in South Africa, but as a country, we said we are not satisfied with just mere statement. We need actions from the South African government. So fine, they've given us the assurances, but for this time around, we want tangible proofs that you have taken A, B, C, D actions to ensure and guarantee the safety of Nigerians living in South Africa. South Africa has a lot of business interests.
You see that? You see they silly words or using words tangible proof, tangibles. Come on.
In Nigeria.
In Abuja, people say their government needs to act with more urgency to protect fellow Nigerians abroad.
For over 4 months now, this xenophobic attack on Nigerians and other African nationals living in South Africa has not attracted the condemnation of Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the president of South Africa.
What our government have to do is to liaise with the South Africa government, and see how they can able to stop it, because this is not the first time this issue has been coming up, where they start maltreating foreigners, killing foreigners.
Talking is a step, but I feel that sanctions will do much better.
For now, Nigerians who want to get here back home will have to fend for themselves.
To get some more reporting on the fallout of the attacks on foreign nationals in South Africa, we're bringing in our correspondents, Diane Hawker Kalubi in Johannesburg and Azizat Olaoluwa in Lagos. Welcome to you both. Azizat, to you first. The Nigerian government has said Nigerian nationals who want to leave South Africa and return to Nigeria have to make their own way home. What more can you tell us?
Absolutely. That was what the spokesperson of the Nigerian Foreign Affairs.
I'm basically saying, we ain't gonna pay for your fucking shenanigans. You can commit shenanigans all over the place. Fuck it. Y'all gonna figure it out. Make it your own way back. Right? You're like the hated stepchild of the whole country. Like, stop it. No, we're not paying for you to get deported home. That's what it sounds like. They fucked up. That's why they have to pay their own way.
So I don't think that's right. So he has quotas for the hospital that he's running that he must.
Okay, family, listen. The other day,
we'll ask people.
RVA, and I was maybe like 2 episodes back, and I was talking about. Yep, I got the damn report, bro. It's all right. Go back home. Right. Well, I mean, like, look. You were supposed to help, so if we help you get back or whatever, it's not because you fucked up. You fucked up, man. Yeah, you definitely gotta figure it out. But if you didn't fuck up and some shit happens, of course we're gonna help you get back home. So how's that your fault? But if you fuck up and you start doing weird ass antics that bring trouble or cause, embarrassment to us. Like, yeah, figure it out. You're gonna walk on, cause you're gonna have to walk. Take the gray out, figure it out. Not helping. You see what I'm saying? But yeah. Let's see, let's get to the next one. All right, okay. So on the RVA, Bray distracted me. I was talking about some sort of package or reparation, kind of similar to the reparation type package that Madani had passed and in New York, right? And I forgot what it was called. So I decided to go over it again since lots of things are happening in New York as well. And I just thought we'd go over it again. This is obviously Nate Friedman's show. He's obviously white and not on any of the shit we're on. So he's going to have this typical racist look at why should white people have to pay taxes. I don't know what else, right? But I want you to pay attention to the language of this 400-page document. And as soon as it happens, I'm going to write it down so I can look into it more. From what he was talking about, the language is really ambiguous and broad. Typical language that they use to pass shit. So, but just listen to the history behind it or the timeline behind it, where it's been this whole time. Those are kind of like the facts. And then we can look over it later. Everything else is just subjective opinion of some motherfucking dude that doesn't want to get taxed for nothing, or doesn't want white people to get taxed. You see what I'm saying? And they're kind of not talking about reparations being a fucking debt owed. It's just some more bullshit. So that's what we know about this upcoming little episode. But listen about the bill that he's going to talk about, okay? That's the most important part.
About what's in here. The land New York City stands on today once belonged to the Lenape people, who were forcibly displaced through settler colonialism. So he started up the racial equity plan. It's a 375-page document. Obviously, I'm not going to read it all to you, so I'm just going to do a poll today, which is if Mamdani said he needed to raise white people's taxes by 2% to close a wealth gap with where the median white New Yorker has $276,000 and the median black New Yorker has $18,000, would you support that initiative?
Yes.
Yes. And why so?
Why? Because I feel like they benefit more than we do.
White people do.
Minorities. Yeah, when it comes to the pay rate and all that stuff.
Yeah. And how do white people benefit more?
I feel like honestly I can't.
No. We want it. We're hearing from everyone today. Literally, I'm speaking to everybody, all sides. So
I'm just more based on opportunities.
Opportunities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we're judged from first look.
Yeah.
As I can speak from experience.
Yeah.
So I think that's how.
Yeah, it's definitely like an innovative thing because everyone's gone about taxes based off of purely wealth. This is something that would be more about race. And do you support that innovation, basically? Yeah.
I know what you're thinking. Taxing people based on their race is pretty racist, right? So I asked him. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
I speak to a lot of these right-wingers, and they say that what you're talking about is racism. They're saying you're racist against white people. What would be your response to them?
No, it's not racist. I just feel like everybody should be equal. It's not. I don't see anybody lesser than. But
yeah,
the difference is definitely obvious.
He says it's not racist to tax white people because he believes that everyone should be equal. But taxing people just because they're white is the very antithesis of equality. It's discrimination. And knowing that this document was a very serious effort to turn New York City into a socialist city, I decided to read it front to back so that you don't have to.
It's discriminative. What does it say? White people aren't funny.
And I can tell you that it is one of the most ludicrous things that I have ever read. The hypocrisy around the word equity in particular. Deep in this document, page 356 out of 375, it writes, when referring to a process, the term racial equity shall mean the closing of gaps in policy, practice, and allocation of city resources through the prioritization of access, opportunities, and resources to those people and communities who, based on or at least in part, due to race. The prioritization of access is the opposite of equity. It's giving someone something just because of their skin color.
Like, you don't know that they owe us? They owe us? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, now we can't talk about it being race. Okay, well, you owe the lineage. How about that?
Again, it's discrimination. In fact, the word prioritization is used 9.
The fact that you say it's discrimination It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Like, come on, cuz you're not being discriminative. You're just being you just be shysty about this shit. We're actively being discriminated all the time, every day, on all 9 areas of human activity. Stop the cap.
9 times in this document to encourage resource prioritization, funding prioritization, and leverage prioritization.
Like, in all actuality, really, what's wrong with putting black people first? You know what I mean? You don't like it. They don't like it. You think you're going to be, like, lacking something. That's how race and white supremacy works. Come on now. They take care of you first, but we're always last. Stop it.
Etc., etc. They actually took out all references to DEI to avoid losing federal funding from the Trump administration. The city law department actually flagged that. New York City taxpayers are paying not only to fund DEI, but the efforts to hide it, to Trump-proof this city. In this conversation, you'll hear about how New York City is already risking lives with DEI.
In the document, it talks about hiring people based off of race. So it talks about the NYPD and how they want to change the executive level of the NYPD and give it to people that more so reflect the demographics of New York City.
So we have the white and we have the black.
Yes.
They both qualify in the same level?
No, in this case, the white person would be more qualified.
Because he has a...
Let's just say he has more years of experience. So let's say the white police officer...
I don't really care about the color. I just think like why it has to be based on the color.
Yeah.
When somebody is more qualified. Yeah. The reason I want to tell you that is because we're from Colombia. And when we get new governments, they come and they bring their own people. And we have engineers running hospitals. They have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's because this is what they brought them to do, and this is why they got the job, because they connected to the government. So I don't care about the race. I don't care about the color. Whoever gets the job is, you know what?
You're working, you're paying taxes.
And it's funny you asked that question, because I have a friend who runs a hospital, Northwell, and they're having a big issue because they tell them they had to hire some specific type of group of people, and he said like he has a big job. He said sometimes they're like, I don't really think that the most qualified, but you have to. So I don't think that's right.
So he has quotas for the hospital that he's running that he must meet?
I'm not sure about that, but there's sort of like a pressure. Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
one of the things it mentions about the health department is that they want to uproot white supremacy. Do you feel that there's white supremacy in New York City?
Absolutely not. I've been here for 30 years and I never felt like I've been discriminated. I don't get a bigger job. It's because what we just said. I didn't go to a great school. I don't have a big college degree. But I'm sure if I had the opportunity to go to great school and I happened to be very smart, I would have got a job.
30 years in New York City from Columbia and never felt discrimination. And now his friend is talking about pressure to hire non-whites at his hospital, and that pressure is now law. The health department's first goal is to create a formal reporting structure where every employee can report coworkers for bias, implicit and explicit, and interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism. And it's not optional. The target is 80% staff satisfaction with the system by end of 2026. That means that if you're a nurse or a doctor, your colleague can file a report on you, not for something you did, but for something they believe that you thought. And the city is going to measure whether enough people are reporting their white coworkers. And it doesn't stop at reporting. On page 295, the plan says the civil service system, the merit-based testing that's supposed to treat everyone the same, has had, and I'm quoting, an adverse impact on enhancing representation in various job titles. They're saying the equal test is the problem, that merit-based ends up with hiring too many white people. So what replaces it? On page 211, the Office of Technology and Innovation has a target that 50% of all user research participants must self-identify as people of color. Other than the fact that that's pure discrimination, it's also lunacy using the phrase self-identify as people of color. And this is across the board. On page 267, the FDNY will have to analyze ambulance response times by neighborhood demographics and identify opportunities for resource allocation. That's your ambulance being evaluated not just by how fast it gets there, but by the racial makeup of the zip code that you're in. This man's friend running a hospital isn't imagining things. He's being forced to endanger the lives of his patients. Now remember this guy, because this interview will take an unexpected turn every aspect of city life. That sentence alone is just an ad for Florida. The plan...
Oops.
uses the term settler colonialism as an official government section heading. It cites the killing of George Floyd as the explicit trigger for this equity plan, stating that this has all led us to the creation of this moment, right here, right now. Operationalize racial equity into every aspect of city life. That sentence alone is just an ad for Florida. The plan credits the BLM movement with galvanizing a new generation of activists who continue to demand the dismantling of all forms of systematic racism that pervade every aspect of life in New York City. Look how obsessed they are with referencing every aspect of life. That it's not just about city jobs, but everything in the city. And them crediting BLM, whose protests in 2020 caused an estimated $2 billion in property damage, businesses burned, homes destroyed, and the co-founder, Patrisse Cullors, used $6 million in donor funds to buy personal real estate, including a $1.4 million house in Topanga Canyon. That is the movement this government document credits as its inspiration. Then it reaches back hundreds of years. Page 16, in Kings County alone, close to 75% of the free white population enslaved people. That was the 1700s. Slavery was happening virtually everywhere on Earth, and New York passed one of the earliest abolition laws in the world in 1799. But this document makes no mention of that. Page 16, Seneca Village was destroyed through eminent domain in the 1850s to make way for Central Park, displacing free Black communities in Upper Manhattan. That happened 170 years ago, and Central Park became one of the greatest public places on Earth, used by every race every day. But in this document, it's evidence of harm that justifies race-based policy in 2026. That is the justification. Events from the 1700s and 1850s. A movement funded by someone who bought herself a mansion with donor money, and from that, New York City wrote 375 pages telling 45 agencies how to allocate $110 billion a year by race, and then called it equity. Now I'm going to ask her if she thinks that Mamdani can accomplish what he set out to do, and then throughout the rest of this episode, I'll explain how they plan to implement exactly what is in this document. What do you think is the chance that Mamdani will tax incomes over $1 million? What do you think the chance of that is?
That seems like big.
What do you think?
What are the chances? Like, do I give a percentage?
Yeah.
I'll give it 60% chance. I think that's generous, no shade.
Unfortunately, it's only 17%.
That makes so much more sense.
Does it?
Like, yeah, I was
And
that seems ambitious.
come?
I'm just saying 60 because I'm being hopeful, manifestation.
Yeah, sure.
But like that one just doesn't seem too reasonable. Like I just doubt that one's gonna happen.
Well, here's something that might be more reasonable. What do you think the chances that he freezes the rent?
Freezes the rent?
This year, yeah.
What does that mean?
Like that the rent can't be increased for people.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh my God, please. Oh my God, you know what? I'm gonna give it 65. Because good things sometimes like don't always happen. So
you know what? It's a 79% chance that he does it this year. Pretty good.
Most of the people who click yes are probably also just hopeful like me.
These are actually people putting money down, so it's like it's more
They're
real.
betting?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love to gamble. I totally would do this. What app is this?
Okay, it's called Kalshi.
Oh, Kalshi. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know Kalshi.
Okay. One more for you.
Okay.
What chance is there that Mamdani will raise the minimum wage to $30 before 2027?
Oh, that's like not gonna happen. I'll give it like a 30% chance, but like that's everything.
It's only a 10% chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think that? Why do you think that it's so low?
I think it's so low because I think people who are betting on this are actually real with themselves. So period. I agree with these answers and these ratings.
No, sure, yeah.
What was that one again?
So that one was, will Mamdani raise the minimum wage to $30?
Oh yeah, 30. That just like doesn't really happen for. you know,
Yeah.
these minimum wage workers don't make shit. Sorry about it. I'm a minimum wage worker. I don't make shit. I'm gonna make more shit after this.
She's right. $30 minimum wage is probably not happening. He already walked back free buses. And those were campaign promises, but they required the state legislature and they require funding that he doesn't control. This racial equity plan is different. This plan is actually already law. In November 2022, New Yorkers voted to amend the city charter, which is the city's constitution. Those amendments require the mayor to produce a racial equity plan every 2 years, tied directly to the city budget. The Commission on Racial Equity already sued the last mayor for not releasing it on time. Now, unlike the $30 minimum wage, he doesn't need the state legislature. The charter gives him the authority to affect the city's agencies through executive action. 45 agencies, $110 billion a year, 300,000 city employees, all under his control. Now, they'll tell you that this plan is in a public comment period, and that's technically true, but don't let that fool you. The law that mandates this plan has already passed. The comment period is about the details, not whether or not it happens. Nobody's voting yes or no. The public submits feedback and the mayor's office decides what to keep, and then the final plan gets locked into the budget. No city council vote, no referendum, and on page 10, city agencies will be expected to implement that final plan and use it to guide policy, operations, and accountability across government. So what does this implementation actually look like? Page 75, $25 billion in race and gender targeted contract awards by the fiscal year 2026. Page 86, $18 million to cancel $2 billion in medical debt, and 111-to-1 leverage ratio, the largest municipal initiative of its kind. Page 101, the city's Economic Development Corporation made an intentional decision to refrain from using AI assessment tools and resume reviews, application screenings, or interviews listed right under their goal to mirror the city's racial demographics in hiring. Page 205, $321 million in federal grants framed around enhancing access for communities of color. Page 254, by 2034, 100% of department programs must pass the racial equity rubric, a rubric co-designed with incarcerated people. Page 256, all probation staff must complete annual racial equity and cultural competency training, including modules on LGBTQ plus affirming supervision. Page 260, employees can report coworkers for structural racism within their own agency, and that data is used to identify offices or boroughs with outlier violation rates that may indicate inequitable application of supervision. Page 287, the NYPD must leverage virtual reality technology to deepen recruits' understanding of apparent racial profiling interactions with law enforcement from the perspective of a person of color. Page 368, reduce the number of people of all ages in jail, prison, or court monitoring for criminal offenses, and transform jails into rehabilitation centers. And this isn't theoretical. Mamdani went to Rikers Island during Ramadan, prayed with the inmates, and broke fast with them, and called it one of the most meaningful evenings I've had as mayor. He's pledged to shut Rikers down entirely. The day after he released this equity plan, he opened a therapeutic housing unit in Bellevue Hospital to start moving inmates off the island, calling it the first step in closing Rikers once and for all. He can't get you the $30 an hour, he can't get you the free buses, but he can restructure how 45 agencies spend $110 billion a year by race. And that's exactly what this document does. Now remember these guys. Well, I asked them about some of these implementations, one of them being the massive funding coming to public housing. And this is a perspective you won't hear on legacy media.
One thing is about public housing. So I do want to get this right. So just give me a moment, because there's a lot of statistics in here. And look, a lot of people...
You're not going to get me in trouble. Right?
No. So the plan says New York City public housing is 90% Black or Hispanic, with a median household income of $17,000, and that Congress has created an $80 billion capital shortfall in funding, meaning that there needs to be $80 billion, they're saying. Would you support raising your taxes to fund that gap?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. I'm a runner, and there's nothing I hate most than when I had to go through the projects at 5:30 in the morning and I see people healthier, taller than me, smoking weed at 5:30 in the morning. That should be for people who really need help. This is sort of like a system or like a scam that people just stay there for generations. And I had to take half of my taxes to support that. I don't think so. If you tell me there's an older lady, there's somebody who just lost her husband, that has 3 kids and need
Three or
help.
4 kids.
Absolutely that. But there's some sort of scam there that I don't support.
So, big guy, 50 and over, big guy, heavy, strong, and the supermarket pay for an APA car, wherever, for free.
Yeah.
For free for what? If you already for work,
80,
I'm working all my life.
$80 manicure. And like what it's not like they can afford a house.
Yeah.
So there's some sort of scam that I
$40 for haircut.
we work very hard, and half of my taxes go for that. No.
Yeah.
Taxes is for the really people.
Yeah.
Who need.
So this plan, people will look at it and they will say, well, this plan is to help you. It's saying to take away all the inequality in race. But you're basically saying there isn't. That doesn't exist.
I'm going to answer this with one question.
Yeah.
As an immigrant, 30 years here, I have never taken any help from the government. I've been working since I moved here. White people born and raised here had to get help. Huh? Why they can find a job the way that I did? Why they can work? Why? That's something. I'm a Democrat, but there's something that I hate about that. In some point, everything became, and with all your respect, that happened a lot with the younger generation. Everything has to be free. I want free education. I want free. I want, and Mandami, I think he's he has a beautiful smile, but you know what? He promised free transportation. Why it has to be free?
The Democrat Party wasn't always this way, but now they have a socialism problem. This racial equity plan is nothing but a vessel to instill socialism into the most capitalist city in the world. And who is the team behind it? Well, you've of course got Mamdani, who considers the NYPD racist and therefore wants to defund them. New York City's first chief equity officer is Afua Atta Manash. She ran Mamdani's general election campaign before he appointed her to lead the office that wrote this plan. Her X account was deactivated the same day as her appointment. The internet is forever, so we know that she posted, quote, "tax them to the white meat" from December 2021, which is a call to tax white people to the bone. And now, on an official government site, she's listed as the city's moral architect. Then there's Linda Tagani, the chair of New York City's Commission on Racial Equity. She posted a call for genocide saying "from the river to the sea," and she shared her time from a Day of Rage rally where demonstrators chanted "Death to Israel" and "Death to America." She is a member of the Malcolm X grassroots movement, an organization that openly states that the root cause of their people's oppression is white people, and that they will tackle this problem by any means necessary. And then there's the person in charge of the staffing who quickly resigned after social media posts resurfaced of her calling a subway line the Jew train, referencing money-hungry Jews. And then finally, they elected the first ever deputy mayor for economic justice, Deputy Mayor Julie Su, a completely made-up position where she writes that there is no economic justice without racial equity. Now, next up, I ran into the next generation who shared his thoughts on reparations. And I did try to talk to some of our newer New Yorkers, but no such luck.
YouTube video I'm working on. Can I ask you a question what's that? Okay, sure. If Mamdani said he needed to raise white people's taxes by 2% to close that wealth gap, would you support that?
Possibly. I think there's a lot of factors involved, but I mean, that's a big gap, and I mean, it's generations old, so it's going to take more than just one policy to change that.
So do you feel that we need some reparations?
I think that's a question not for me.
Well, we're asking everybody.
Hypothetically, it could be helpful, but it has to be done the right way and involve all the different things.
And what would be the right way to do it? Or an example of one would be?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's spitball. You know what I mean? Like, is it through public housing? Is it through, I don't know, whatever?
I would say things like public housing would be a good start. I mean, housing in the city is way too expensive for everybody, let alone people that don't have any money.
Yeah.
And I mean, all these rich, fancy people in their skyscrapers, they can afford to help other people.
Yeah. Do you feel like, because I know I've interviewed some of these folks in the skyscrapers, and they say that we're already being taxed. Almost half of our money is going to the government. They don't want to be taxed anymore. What would be your response to that?
I would say you probably have more than enough money to spend, so I don't.
Yeah.
I think they'll be all right.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously, like, so you're okay if it was just straight up, if it was 2% tax on white people in New York City, would you still support Mamdani?
I would say I don't think people would like that, just targeting one specific ethnicity.
Mhm.
I don't think it would fly.
Yeah.
But I think there are ways to do it, and I would support that.
Our final interview is with this woman who surprised me after fleeing socialism. After the interview, I'll expose what's happened with things like this racial equity plan when it's tried in other cities. Are you supportive of a socialist So he's socialist. Are you supportive of socialism?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah?
It's like to help people. But about the rent,
Yes.
the rent is so high.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah, so
I know some people will be wondering, you're from Kazakhstan. It's a former Soviet Union,
Yeah.
right? Socialism, communism didn't go too well for the Soviet Union. What makes you think it will go differently this time?
I think they put you in a box. I think we could do the socialism, but
Yes.
with a feeling of freedom.
Right. Okay. So you don't feel that he's really socialist, in other words?
Yes.
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 Okay. Would you support raising taxes on white people?
I don't think so because for example, I'm white person, but I'm a single mom with 2 kids. So
Sure. Yes.
I think it's not fair.
She says with our version of socialism that we won't be put in a box. However, this racial equity plan puts people in boxes with the label being their race. Now let's look at the bigger picture. This has been tried before. Seattle launched the country's first municipal race and social justice initiative back in 2004. After roughly 20 years, the city's own data and independent analysis showed that large racial gaps in income have persisted. A federal lawsuit, Dimerd versus City of Seattle, now on its appeal in the 9th Circuit, challenges whether social justice initiative-inspired workplaces have created a racially hostile work environment for a white city employee. The DOJ has actually filed an amicus brief in support of the plaintiff. Portland adopted racial equity plans in 2016 and then just let them expire.
Like they're so put out, man. Like, this is just so dramatic. They've been doing this kind of shit that's fucking forever. Like, come on, for real. Like, they're oppressed, like they're being targeted.
In 2021 because Portland's own Office of Equity admitted that the plans were exhaustive and unrealistic with goals that felt unachievable. The 2020 police budget cut of $15 million was reversed in 2022, and then the police hit a record budget of $249 million. And by 2025, the mayor had rolled back 75 city programs to protect $350 million in federal grants from Trump's executive orders. And San Francisco spent 3 years and produced a 400-page reparations report recommending $5 million per person. What actually passed in December 2025 was a legal fund with no money in it. The mayor signed it quietly 2 days before Christmas without a press release. And Minneapolis voted in November 2021 on a charter amendment, remember question 2, that would have replaced its police department with a new Department of Public Safety. Have created a racially hostile work environment for a white city employee. The DOJ has actually filed an amicus brief in support of the plaintiff. Portland adopted racial equity plans in 2016 and then just let them expire in 2021 because Portland's own Office of Equity admitted that the plans were exhaustive and unrealistic with goals that felt unachievable. The 2020 police budget cut of $15 million was reversed in 2022, and then the police hit a record budget of $249 million. And by 2025, the mayor had rolled back 75 city programs to protect $350 million in federal grants from Trump's executive orders. And San Francisco spent 3 years and produced a 400-page reparations report recommending $5 million per person. What actually passed in December 2025 was a legal fund with no money in it. The mayor signed it quietly 2 days before Christmas without a press release. And Minneapolis voted in November 2021 on a charter amendment, remember question 2, that would have replaced its police department with a new Department of Public Safety. Thankfully, it was defeated 56 to 44% with support notably lower among black voters than among white voters. By 2020...
Fair enough. All right. What y'all think about that? Something to look into, huh? I don't know what to say. I know that we're working on shit, you know what I mean, though, you know, for the reparations and whatnot. They don't want us to have shit. So that's why they're acting all fucking oppressed and put out. They don't want us to get it. And we're kind of like in a good place to try to get it or continue to work towards it. We're in a good, like a good little pocket. This is supposed to be a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's just moving fast right now. And that's because they're trying to knock us out of the way. We stay on their helmet and stay consistent. And our demands clear and concise. Then, it's going to take a minute. It obviously took us very long to get up here. Shouldn't, realistically, we're like ahead of time. You know what I mean? Realistically, we shouldn't be this far. Normally, we shouldn't have been this far ahead. But now that we're doing all this demands and we're making it clear and we're moving the needle, that it is going quite fast. Just keep in mind, this is a good thing. And also, note to self that this is supposed to be a marathon.
This past week, chaos and protests broke out in state houses as Republicans and Democrats raced to draw.
My fault. Can't listen to that. Sorry, it says 60 minutes. We can't listen to 60 minutes. Okay. It's just because it'll kick my channel off.
It's not simply what the court did. The real issue is whether Black political power has become too dependent on one political structure. Because if your influence depends on how one party draws a map, your power is not independent.
So the next couple of videos are going to be like about this. I'm going to take it to the past, to the present, and not really discuss it. We pretty much know how we're moving right now. But just good to know stuff. That this is what I feel like shills are thinking about.
It's conditional.
This is the Publisher's Desk with Damon K. Jones, brought to you by Black Westchester Magazine.
Peace and blessings, everybody. This is Damon K. Jones here, and welcome to another edition of the Publisher's Desk. And today we're dealing with a serious issue. The Supreme Court has ruled on the congressional districts, and everybody, even the Congressional Black Caucus, has come out strong, calling it an attack on Black voters and a threat to democracy. Now, I watched the full statement of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I've watched what other people have said, and I understand their position. They argue that this ruling opens the door to weakening Black representation, makes it easier for states to redraw districts in ways that reduce Black influence, and makes it harder to challenge discrimination in court. That is their argument, and it deserves to be heard. But let's deal with the facts, brothers and sisters, and not the feelings and emotions around this issue. The Supreme Court did not take away anyone's right to vote. Let's make that clear. Black voters still can vote. Both parties are still on the ballot. Elections are still intact. So this is not about access to voting. This is about how districts are drawn. And even within the Congressional Black Caucus statements, there is an important admission. They point out that this ruling allows partisan gerrymandering while narrowing the ability to challenge discrimination. That matters because that means this is not just about race. It's also about politics. And it's about how parties draw maps to gain advantage over each other. The Democrats do it and the Republicans do it. Let's not get it twisted. And that is where the conversation needs to be more honest. Because when you look at voting patterns in the country, Black voters overwhelmingly support one party, often in the range of 80 to 90% of the vote. See, that is a political reality that Black people have to face. So when district lines are challenged or redrawn, it is not just affecting race, it's affecting a political coalition. That is not controversial. That's arithmetic, brothers and sisters. And here's the part many people do not want to say out loud. It's not the court's responsibility to fix the political behavior of any group, and especially Black folks. See, if Black people concentrate its power in one party, that is a strategic decision, no matter what the reason is. You might say the Republican Party is racist. You might say you don't like Donald Trump. But that is a strategy that Black people have chosen to do. They have chosen to stay with the Democratic Party. And the fact of the matter is, they're trying to look like the Democratic Party is the Black Party. And let me tell you something. Every strategy comes with consequences, Black America. Now let's bring it closer to home. See, because we do not have to guess how this works. We have already seen it in New York. In New York, when districts were redrawn affecting Jamal Bowman and Mondaire Jones, the first elected Black man in District 16 and the first elected Black man in District 17, the percentage of Black voters in those districts was reduced and more white voters were put in their districts. Now think about this. It happened in a Democratic-controlled state. So let's ask the same question. Did they take away the Black vote in New York, in District 16 and District 17? No. Black voters still voted. What changed was the influence of the Black vote. And that proves something very important. This is not just about race. Because if it was, why didn't the head of the Congressional Black Caucus, who's from New York, why didn't she say anything to what happened to Congressman Jamal Bowman and Congressman Mondaire Jones? She said nothing. When they turned their districts around and they pulled Black votes out of their district, she said nothing. The Congressional Black Caucus was silent. Hakeem Jeffries ain't even show his light skin behind in Westchester when it went down. They didn't do anything. So how are they having a press conference about what's happening in another state, but they don't say anything that happens in their own state when it comes to Black votes or even Black politicians who are moved out by their own party? See, this is about how both parties, when they have control, they draw maps to protect the political advantage. In New York, they changed the districts because they didn't see that Mondaire Jones and Jamal Bowman was a political advantage. And if we're going to be honest, the Congressional Black Caucus even acknowledges the political nature of this fight when they talk about organizing, mobilizing, and competing in response to the ruling. So the real issue, brothers and sisters, is not simply what the court did. The real issue is whether Black political power has become too dependent on one political structure. Because if your influence depends on how one party draws a map, your power is not independent. It's conditional. That's not victimhood, that's vulnerability. And if we want to be honest, we have to say it. See, because too often in our politics, and especially in Black politics, representation is confused with power. And they're not the same. Representation, brothers and sisters, is a seat. Power controls outcomes. And if we look around the Black communities throughout the nation, what are the outcomes? Poor schools, high crime, high mental health, high chronic illnesses, poor conditions of cities, poor services. Those are the outcomes. So if representation alone produced power, then many heavily represented districts would be thriving across the board, but they're not. Every time you turn around, a young Black man or woman is being killed. So we have to ask the hard questions. If strategy has been representation through one-party alignment, where are the constant outcomes? Now, this is not negativity. This is not, I'm being MAGA. This is not, I'm a hater. This is accountability of our elected officials, of a political party that we give 90% of our vote to, and we only get 20% of the benefits. Policy should always be judged by outcome, brothers and sisters. This is where Black America has made the mistake since 1965. See, it brings me to the most important part of this conversation. What is the political solution? Because criticism without solutions means nothing. And the solution is this. Black America, your vote has to move from loyal voting to negotiated voting. Stop giving support to political parties automatically. Support should be tied with outcomes, just like the young brother said at the National Action Network. No check, no vote.
28, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote.
That was a simple statement saying that the vote has to be tied to outcomes. And you don't ask questions because they just tell you to hate Trump. You don't ask, what are you doing for homeownership? What are you doing for economic development? What are you doing on education? What are you doing on public safety? What are you doing on health and food access? See, those are negotiations. Black people, we don't ask those questions because we deal in emotional politics. And that has led to our logical failure and our communities looking the way they do. Our votes express a preference, but leverage creates obligation. And there's a difference. Let me make this clear again, brothers and sisters. Black voters cannot function as a permanent property of one party. There has to be the ability to negotiate with both, or a third party, or another party, if you're not getting what you need to get from one party. I don't understand how we don't get it. You don't put all your money in one account. If you have a financial advisor, what does he tell you to do? He tells you to diversify your money, put them in different accounts. So why don't you do that with your vote? I'm not telling you to go to the Republican Party. You could go to the Independence Party. You could go to another political party. Don't let these Negroes tell you if you don't vote for the Democrats, the Republicans is going to win. That's a scare tactic. See, when politicians know they own your vote, brothers and sisters, they don't have to earn it. Huh? They don't have to earn it. They don't have to do nothing for you. That's why Kamala said she don't have to do anything specifically for Black people.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
That's what she said. Because she knows she don't have to earn your vote. She knows she's going to get your vote automatically. So she has no intention to do anything for Black people. That's why competition creates leverage. And when you're dependent on one party, it reduces any leverage you have as a voter. Y'all Negroes gave away your vote since 1965. And let's make something clear. We have to stop confusing symbolism with substance. Power is not just electing more Negroes to go down to Washington, D.C. Power is building institutions like every other ethnic group does with their political leverage. We don't have independent media. We don't have economic alliances. We don't have real political funding of our politicians. We don't even have policy agendas on a national scale. We have no Black agenda for Black America. These are things that government responds to, Black people.
We have it. We did it. They don't care.
That's why those people with the little beanies on their head get everything, because they have an agenda. That's why they can send $8 billion over to that country over there, and they won't talk about reparations for Black people. Can't you see? See, that's durable power. And finally, brothers and sisters, we have to vote based on outcomes, not identity politics, not emotional politics, not party loyalty, outcomes. Who delivers for the Black community, period? Who improves the conditions? Who produces results? See, that should be the standard, not just emotional childishness with our power that we have. And maybe the future of Black politics is not permanent alignment with one party. Maybe it's becoming a true swing constituency, a negotiating bloc, a group that neither party can take for granted. Because that's where the leverage lies, brothers and sisters. So maybe the real issue is not what the Supreme Court did, because it didn't take away your vote. Maybe the real issue is whether Black America has mistaken political loyalty for political power. See, that's the deeper conversation. And it's one we need to have honestly, not all this emotional stuff that's coming from grown men and grown women. You know, Reggie Lafayette, for those that are watching that are not from New York and not from Westchester County. The Westchester County Democratic chairman for many, many decades was a Black man named Reggie Lafayette. And many times we disagreed publicly, had public fights that were on the news, arguments that were on the news. But one thing he said to me, brothers and sisters, that have always stayed in the back of my head. God bless Reggie Lafayette. In politics, brothers and sisters, he told me, there's no permanent friends, there's no permanent enemy, but there is only permanent interest. What is Black America's permanent interest? What is Black America's permanent agenda? Every other ethnic group understands that, but Black folks in America. And that's the conversation we must start having. This is the publisher's desk. Policy over outcomes matter. Drop your thoughts in the comments, brothers and sisters. Is this about voting rights or is it about political power?
Mm-hmm. Political power.
Is getting at, no, our American politics is close to emotions, prejudices, and
because at the level of the taken for granted, they see the world in ways deeply colored by a foundational belief in the legitimacy of racial inequality.
Welcome back to Education in Context, where we interrogate the nuances of anti-Black thinking to reimagine schools for Black and Brown students, because we know
what we don't name, we normalize.
And in our last episode, we examined how high-stakes standardized testing acts as a political tool rather than an authentic measurement of a student's academic ability. We also learned that when that system exists, it then perpetuates inequitable outcomes for Black and Brown students because of the disparate impact it has on them. Today, we go deeper into that discussion to talk about language and how we use words to describe and internalize cultural attributes for self and others. The conversation today is grounded in our anchor text, Dog Whistle Politics by Ian Haney Lopez. This book discusses how coded racial appeals, what Lopez calls dog whistle politics, shapes public opinion, policy, law, and even how we see ourselves and others. So let's jump into it.
Let's do it. I'm so excited for this episode.
Just to frame our thinking, Lopez introduces the idea that racial appeals have shifted from explicit slurs to coded language that signals race without naming it. This is what he calls dog whistle politics. On the first page of his book, in the preface, he states, American politics today cannot be understood without recognizing racism's evolution and the power of the pernicious demagoguery.
Baby, that's a big word. Go ahead and define. Define demagoguery for them.
Yeah. So for those of us that are listening, demagoguery implies manipulative political rhetoric or leadership style that appeals to emotions, prejudices, and fears rather than rational, evidence-based thinking. And so we have to take a moment to just unpack this because we live in America, and I would say no one would describe our political system as manipulative, political, and maybe some of us would describe it as political, manipulative.
I also think what is interesting about this quote is where Lopez says here, cannot be understood without recognizing racism's evolution and the power of pernicious demagoguery. And I think like this is so interesting to me because when we think about evolution, if we're thinking about like Darwin's evolution and like what that means for like human existence, I'm like, racism, how do we think racism has evolved? And I think some people have a misconception that like this evolution describes a progress that has been made, when actually what I think Lopez is describing here is moving from overt racism, like lynching, like explicit racial slurs, to more covert racism, more strategic, right? More intentional.
And he talks about that in his book.
Boom. And then still sanitizing themselves from like any culpability for the violence, right? And I think
like throwing a rock and hiding your hand.
Exactly. Which is why I'm like, yes, Lopez, read them. Open the library, read them.
As I listen to you talk about like lynchings, I'm gonna go back a bit further to talk about 1619, the first year that we see enslaved people entering North American territory from Africa, and the ways in which that language that was used to describe those enslaved people was manipulative. There was a political interest to subject us to an experience for the purpose of profiting. And so that language that, you know, started with us as enslaved people describing us, also the ways in which they had to justify the enslavement. And so, you know, we were seen as subhuman, and we were seen as, you know, you said in the last episode, you know, chattel. And so how does that play out in the language that we now use, you know?
I also think what is so interesting, and you named this like when we were having the pre-episode conversation about how Lopez is intentional with referring to history throughout this text, and like why that's so powerful, because I think some people would have the misconception that the covert racism only happened over time. But I would make the argument that like people were using words as weapon very early. And when we think about the language of like boy, right, and like the way in which just the uttering of that word to a enslaved Black man or a free Black man during that time was with the intent to dehumanize, and that is seemingly a racially neutral word, boy. Right. But in the context of those instances, it was meant to make you feel less than, right? And to emasculate the Black man in those instances, right? And so I think about how that then evolves to thug.
Oh yeah, thug.
How that then evolves to insert seemingly
or ghetto,
exactly
or
seemingly racially neutral words that are now used, or think about like welfare queens, right? Like, and the misconception we have around the Black woman being a welfare queen when we see statistics say white women actually are the highest demographic on welfare. So it's very interesting how the welfare queen could be a concept that is racially charged when that's the data says otherwise, right? And I think we see very early on words being used as weapons. Think about Black codes, right? And the ways that like Black people.
I was just thinking about that.
We couldn't even be in a group with each other. It was illegal.
You brought up you brought up this and it sounds silly saying it now in 2026, but
we still can't be.
Exactly. You bring up this thought. You said the word boy, and I recently have been in contact with an individual that I just met, and they in describing me has said boy a couple of times, and and this is a Black individual. I don't think that they are aware of the historical context in which that word is being used. I also think, playing devil's advocate, there's nothing wrong with the word boy. There is, because of the historical context.
Wow.
I am very hyper aware of the way in which I am being called boy, just in terms of saying hello or responding. And so when I think about language, I think about how we have to educate ourselves and be just aware of how we perceive certain words that we think aren't problematic, or phrases that aren't problematic that actually are problematic.
I am definitely going to add her because I'm about to give her flowers, but Alexis Pauline Gumbs, very dope. You need to read her dissertation if you have not. When I was doing debate in college, I used her dissertation as like the foundational framework for my arguments, because something that she said in there, one, we're both poets, like we know the power of words. And she says in her piece, because she pays homage to a lot of Black feminist poets like Audre Lorde, right? Like Barbara Smith. And she says in her dissertation, words are bodily, they live and breathe. And I think that is so real in the context of, one, Lopez's book, but the way in which we exist, and how, to your point, I say all the time, what's up, my boy? To like my homies. You know what I'm saying? And in that context, it is a term of endearment, right? In the same way in which boy can then be used from a white police officer to a Black man telling him, get your wallet out, for pulling him over for like his rear light not being functioning. And that be a whole different context with a whole different meaning and rooted in so many other different things. And I think
which is why context matters so much, so much.
And people's awareness, which we talked about pre-episode, like awareness of the ways in which you don't actually get to call me that.
Exactly. You don't.
You don't actually get to say that,
you don't.
My guy. You don't actually get to do it.
One of the things that I want to lift right now is this phrase, pernicious demagoguery. Pernicious implies destructive. And we just define demagoguery as manipulative political rhetoric. I think people...
I've never seen Black people say pernicious. I mean, come on, unless you're reading it like that. I mean, that's not part of our natural dialect. These motherfuckers laughing about the weirdest shit ever. You shouldn't... it's not about context. Like, she's like, well, talking to other Black people, calling boy, whatever. Hey, man, that's not what the fuck we're talking about. We clearly need to talk about the fact of white men doing it to Black men. That's the context, not what the fuck she was talking about. And this motherfucker wrote the pernicious fucking theatrical wording and all. Black people don't talk like that.
People would say in some parts of our society, yes, we do see a destructive use of language and trying to manipulate people's opinions about, whatever their political beliefs might be. But I also think that I don't know that we would, as a society, describe our country, as a whole as this thing. But I think Lopez is getting at, no, our American politics is pernicious. It is inherently destructive. It's self-imploding. And if we don't start to understand, the way dog whistle politics work within our country and how we perpetuate or state those dog whistles in our language, then we become a part of, this cog of a system that we don't see because we lack awareness, or maybe we don't lack awareness. We're fully aware, which he gets at strategic racism.
Boom.
We're fully aware of the ways in which, race operates, as a form of oppression, particularly against Black and brown people, and we do it because it benefits
and
someone.
I think, like, how does this now relate to, like, the work that we do in education? It directly relates, because education is such a political space that if we are not, to your point,
it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. It should be education. It's solely education. It shouldn't be political. Like, unless you're just doing a background of what the history of fucking, the presidents or whatever. God damn, why did it be a versus religious, then it's political. It's like, and it's no wonder nobody's learning anything.
Aware of the ways in which our words can be weaponized, then we project those same ideologies onto our students. We then invoke it in policy that is in our schools. And you said something.
You're not supposed to be putting brainwashing in other people's children with your propaganda. Like, that's crazy. Like, you're not supposed to be telling your students that you're teaching what the fuck you believe in so they can get on the same page. That's grooming. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Today, like, about how, like, I don't know that some people would identify American politics in this way, and it's like, actually, we're in a current political climate where people actually might, you know what I'm saying, like the way in which rhetoric about immigrants right now, like the ways in which we frame national security.
I remember when they say rhetoric all the time, and then they took it and reversed it. It's like, oh my God, I can't even say it no more.
Security as what we are trying to protect, to then criminalize non-white bodies, right? And like what that means. And so I think when we think about that, it is directly relevant to the work that we do with our students, because when we talk about equipping our educators with the awareness to know, if you look like our kids, you should be equipping our kids with the skill set to navigate the world and political context that we're in. If you don't look like your kids, you need to be aware so that you can also equip them, but also unlearn and not perpetuate the same things in which we are seeing. And if you are aware, please don't work with our kids. I'm just gonna be honest. If you are aware and doing it, please just don't.
And I think that is the uncomfortable truth that people have to really grapple with, because at the end of the day, like, you are traumatizing, Black and brown children if you are aware of the ways in which you perpetuate dog whistle politics and you continue to do it, especially if you're doing it because it benefits you in some way, which Lopez gets at. As we think about the next quote that's going to ground our conversation, Lopez argues that dog whistle rhetoric reflects how we are racially socialized in media, politics, within the laws that exist in the United States and schools. And so on page 181 of our text, Lopez tells us 4 different forces impel us to think in racist terms: social learning, the environment, cognitive routines, and motives. And so if we know humans are socialized into understanding concepts of race, how might classroom culture, curriculum, pedagogy, disciplinary practices, and everyday dialogue reinforce racialized assumptions?
Well,
a big thing to unpack.
It's a trigger
right
for me. It's a trigger. Because I need us to live in the data. I need us to live in what the data says, because the data tells a story. And we talked about this in a previous.
Data is a lie. Like, that's stupid. Everybody knows that. Like, the data is a lie. The data is like fucking like hand created. It's not even real. Like, the numbers never reflect the true fucking value of what's going on with Black people in the United States. Never. Not even on a census. Nowhere. It's always the same fucking 13-14%. Like, come on, man. And then it evens out all different. The math is stupid. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't look at the data. The data is a lie, and the data is created by motherfuckers that truly believe in racism, white supremacy. It's not somebody different. It's exactly what it is. So the data is a lie. I wouldn't believe nothing in the data.
episode how like I did not go to schools with students that predominantly look like me, and it still was people that predominantly look like me in all the remedial classes. It still was people that look like me in school suspension. It's still people that look like me in being expelled, right? Like, and so it shows that there's actually something in the fabric of how we are socialized that then permeates institutions, whether you go to a school in the suburbs or you go to a school on the west side of Chicago, something is in the fabric of how we understand who is a normal compliant body and who is not, who diverges from that, and how we respond when they diverge from that, which is then why we can see our Black boys being pushed out of schools, our Black girls being pushed out of schools. And the argument to me is like really interesting because, for example, at the school that I'm at, like our Black girls actually are the highest performing academically at the school that I work at currently, which says a lot to me because our Black girls are also still over policed and criminalized. Right. Absolutely. And so it's like, wow.
And they are seen as more aggressive and, you know, prone to violence. Like that's a thing that I have heard specifically as being associated with a Black girl.
Which is insane because the argument for Black boys being pushed out is like, oh, the system failed them. So they're not academically equipped. That's why, And it's like the system failed Black girls. And they are also pushed out and criminalized and all these things. So what is the excuse there? Like, how are we rationalizing the ways in which our Black students are not having an equitable experience in schools regardless of the zip code that they are in? Right. And I think that is a problem for me when we think about this concept, is that people are unwilling to interrogate the ways they've been socialized to determine who fits and who does not fit.
I'm also thinking about my upbringing because I don't know that I had an awareness about the ways in which racial politics plays out. Like I don't think I had an awareness about how I was perceived as a Black male growing up because I grew up as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I've told you this, and I grew up in a very religious household. So like, you know, my life, my actions every day, you know, knocking on doors, wanting to talk to people about the Bible and, you know, share scripture, that was my life. And so I didn't have a concept of like race being a thing that was impacting me or my family or my community. And so, and I'm thinking about the quote that we just looked at, how we are impelled to think in racist ways. Part of that for me, I think, was the way I was socialized, how I learned to be social in that religious setting where race was not a part of that conversation. And to my not maybe not detriment, but you know, because I didn't have the opportunity to learn about that early on, I think that's why I'm so invigorated now as an adult that is in a doctoral program doing this research, because I want to learn more. You know, I want to understand how I've been impacted, and I wasn't aware of it. It wasn't a thing for me until I got to college. And I, you know, started taking classes that kind of exposed me to other types of material.
It's so interesting for me because I'm like, I actually grew up in a household that was very anti-Black American just because both of my parents were Caribbean immigrants. And I have always from a young age had like such a strong sense of justice. Like I remember like my parents had no understanding of like racism in America because they weren't taught it. Like they came here in their adult lives. Classism was mostly something that they experienced in Jamaica. And so for me, being in schools where predominantly people didn't look like me and me telling my mom, like, these administrators are racist. And like her being like, you're going to school, you know, just go to school, just focus on school. And her not being able to advocate for me, I feel like even mobilized me more. Because I'm like, all right, I need to be equipped. Because my mom is actually able to advocate for me in the ways I need her to. Because she had no semblance of consciousness yet. And it wasn't like an intentionally malicious thing. She just didn't know. She wasn't aware. She later started to have experiences that made her more aware because she would have patients that would say to her, like, I don't want you to help me. Like, I don't want a Black nurse to help me. Like, and then she was like, oh, wow, like this is a thing in America, right? But when I was a student at school, like I remember this really, I would say radicalized me because I went.
That's beautiful.
When I went to high school.
That's beautiful.
I remember my counselor, that's the person that's supposed to put me in my classes or whatever. She put me in remedial classes. And off of the strength of I was a Black girl, like she did not look at my test scores, nothing. Put me in remedial classes. I think I told you this.
Yeah.
At my first day in the class, the teacher was like, I did the do now, like the first little assignment.
Yeah.
And the teacher was like, you're not supposed to be in here. Like, this is brilliant. Like, you need to be in AP. Like, what is this? And I remember telling my mom, because the one thing about my mom, like she was very anti-Black in the concept of like her relationship to other like Black Americans.
Yeah.
But Jamaicans are very prideful people. So like for her, it felt like a dig. It felt like a dig. Like you put my child in a remedial class and that made her bad. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I'm like, hey, remember when he said that this wasn't a thing? Now let's look at this. And I think that for me was like, oh, wow. You are either interrupting or you're perpetuating. There is no in between.
Lopez, he brings up categorizations, appreciate and embrace like the difference of people, of things, of life.
Exhausted because
they're going through the experience. They might not be able to name it in words. They might not be able to explain it.
To put language to it.
But you're having an experience that you know does not apologize. But I think the bigger piece there was that we built a deeper level of trust in our relationship in that moment, because they were able to be courageous in saying the thing to me. And I was vulnerable enough to receive it, to take the feedback, and then to, while acknowledging the harm, make the adjustment. And I think that is at the center of how we need to move with the people that we work with, the staff members, the teachers, administrators, especially administrators, because they have a wider influence within the school setting. And I appreciate that experience. And, you know, my thought to anyone that is in education, like those experiences are the experiences that is going to move the needle forward in how we need to disrupt dog whistle politics. So.
Absolutely.
I don't know what to think about that, except a lot of shilling and just a lot. That's a lot right there. Okay, let's get to some other shit.
To ROI estimates and executive-ready business cases at agentpilotiq.live. Also on Google.
We over-reading race into a neutral administrative reform aims at efficiency, or are we underestimating how racism adapts into what He ran for clerk of criminal court, and he won a massive landslide victory. We're talking nearly 70% of the vote in a majority Black jurisdiction. But then just 3 days before he could even be sworn in, the Louisiana state legislature and Governor Jeff Landry completely abolished the position.
Yeah, the office was just dissolved. All of its functions were abruptly absorbed into the civil clerk's office. And I mean, the stated justification from the legislature was pretty simple. They said it was about streamlining government and administrative efficiency.
Right. Which brings us to the central question we are exploring today. Are we over-reading race into a neutral administrative reform aimed at efficiency, or are we underestimating how racism adapts into what researchers call procedural Jim Crow 3.0?
It's a heavy question.
It is. And I argue that this consolidation is, well, it's a textbook case of administrative unelection. It's using the basic mechanics of bureaucracy to continue a long history of racialized democratic control.
And I contend that while the optics and certainly the timing of this specific case are undeniably challenging, the restructuring itself represents a legitimate administrative rationalization. I mean, attributing racial malice to standard institutional alignment is analytically dangerous.
Let's start with what actually happens to a community when a victory like Calvin Duncan's is erased. I mean, we constantly tell marginalized groups that the path to change is through the ballot box. You organize, you campaign, you vote.
Right. The standard democratic
Listen, all this is gonna be some propaganda. I'm for sure. I can feel it coming. Just keep in mind that, okay? You could already hear it. You could already hear it coming.
process.
Exactly. But the Duncan case illustrates a really profound and damaging dynamic that I call conditional representation. It basically sends the message that elections for Black communities have conditions, not just consequences. Your vote only counts, and your elected official only takes power if the state government agrees with the outcome. Because the moment you win, these higher level state actors simply rewrite the institutional meta rules. They alter the definitions of the office to retroactively invalidate that political power.
Well, I think we need to step back and look at the actual mechanics of how state and local governments interact here, because it explains the why and the how behind this legislation. The United States operates on a federalist system, right? And under that system, municipalities and parishes are legally considered creatures of the state.
Sure, but
let me just finish this point because it's crucial. The state constitution grants the legislature the authority to oversee, preempt, and reorganize local offices. That isn't a loophole. That is the foundational architecture of state governance.
I hear that, but having the legal authority to do something doesn't mean the exercise of that authority is democratic or just.
No, but it means we have to evaluate the objective administrative reality. I mean, why did Orleans Parish have two separate clerks in the first place? Historically, it was an anomaly, having separate civil and criminal clerks in one parish. When the rest of Louisiana's model leans heavily toward unification, it creates massive administrative friction.
Administrative friction?
Yeah, you were dealing with parallel bureaucracies, two IT systems, two human resources departments, conflicting filing procedures for records. By merging the civil and criminal clerk's offices, Orleans Parish is brought into alignment with the rest of the state. Furthermore, the work of the people wasn't destroyed. The criminal court functions were merely transferred to the civil clerk, Chelsea Richard Napoleon.
Right, but...
And the legislative record clearly cites that this merger saves the state around $27,000 and the city $233,000 in salary costs, while reallocating over $1 million in state spending. Redundancy in government is a genuine problem that legislatures are elected to solve.
Okay, I want to focus on that efficiency argument because frankly, the math saving a couple of $100,000 in salary across a massive municipal budget is a very thin veil for what actually occurred here.
You think it's just a pretext?
Absolutely. Let me put it this way. Imagine winning a basketball championship by 30 points. The buzzer sounds, the confetti drops, you played by the rules and you won. But 3 days later, before you can even get the trophy, the league retroactively declares that your franchise is being absorbed by a different city to save on stadium costs.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
You didn't lose the game, but the system erased your franchise entirely. That is exactly what administrative unelection looks like.
A franchise merger might feel really unfair to the fans, sure. But if the league is going bankrupt maintaining two stadiums in the same city, well, the merger is still structurally necessary.
But look at the timing. I mean, if this was genuinely just about aligning Orleans Parish with other parishes for IT and HR efficiency, why execute the immediate abolition 3 days before the swearing in? Standard administrative reform usually involves some kind of transitional accommodation.
Right, phasing it in.
Yeah. You pass a law saying, at the end of this newly elected term, the offices will merge. That honors the electoral contract. Executing it 3 days before Duncan takes office maximizes the state's legal defensibility while completely dodging political accountability. It was a targeted erasure of a specific reformer.
Look, the timing is striking. I will give you that. From a public relations standpoint, it looks terrible, and I completely understand why it generates intense skepticism. But we have to consider how legislative calendars actually work.
Oh, so it's just a scheduling coincidence?
Well, bills pass when there is political capital, momentum, and a legislative session to pass them. The fact that the bill was signed right before the swearing in does not retroactively invalidate the substantive administrative logic behind it. If unifying the clerk offices makes long-term sense for the functioning of the court system, then executing that reform is a legitimate exercise of state power.
I mean, that's a very generous interpretation of state power.
If we force states to delay necessary reforms for years just to satisfy the optics of one specific candidate's term, we severely limit a government's ability to operate efficiently.
We can't really talk about the administrative logic in Louisiana without talking about the historical
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. The Wi-Fi shut off, so sorry about that. Yeah. So I had to reboot everything. So my fault. Obviously. Wasn't paying attention. I thought it was all plugged in.
Black voting blocks. And then, crucially, we get the 2013 Supreme Court decision in Shelby County versus Holder,
which removed the federal pre-clearance requirement.
Yes. For decades, states with a history of racial discrimination had to get federal approval before changing their voting laws or election structures. Shelby County gutted that guardrail. Almost immediately, we saw strategic polling place closures and aggressive gerrymandering. And what we are seeing now with Calvin Duncan in Orleans Parish is the transition to Jim Crow 3.0.
Jim Crow 3.0.
State actors aren't just trying to stop marginalized groups from casting a ballot anymore. They are letting the election happen, looking at the outcome, and then using their structural authority to rewrite the institutional architecture and strip the power away.
See, you are drawing a straight line from the paramilitary violence of the 1898 Wilmington coup to a 2025 bureaucratic merger of two clerk offices in Louisiana. That is an enormous analytical leap. I mean, it stretches the concept of Jim Crow until it loses its definitive meaning.
I am not equating the violence. I want to be clear about that. I am equating the structural mechanism of removing elected officials from power to maintain demographic control.
But the mechanism is exactly what matters. Your framework relies almost entirely on disparate impact. This idea that because a policy disadvantages a specific minority candidate or a majority Black electorate, it is functionally equivalent to racial disenfranchisement. That is a massive assumption.
Why is it a massive assumption when the result is exactly the same? The voters chose Calvin Duncan, and now Calvin Duncan has no office.
Because intent and administrative reality matter. Look, if we define any state policy that disadvantages a specific local group as Jim Crow 3.0, regardless of the administrative intent, we effectively outlaw state-level preemption entirely.
Outlaw entirely? That's a stretch.
Let's look at how states operate. Cities and specific parishes like Orleans almost always have different demographics and political leanings than the state as a whole. That's true in Louisiana, it's true in New York, it's true in Texas. Therefore, almost any time a state intervenes in a locality, whether it's to standardize a bureaucratic office or take over a catastrophically failing local school board or override a local zoning ordinance, it will have a disparate impact on that local demographic.
I mean, yes, that is statistically true.
Right. So if we tie routine state oversight to the legacy of redemption every single time a locality disagrees with the state, we risk conceptual overreach. We paralyze the state's ability to manage its own municipalities.
I completely agree that we cannot just point to disparate impact in a vacuum and cry foul. We need a rigorous, objective way to separate routine governance from targeted democratic rollback. And this is actually where the source material introduces a brilliant framework for listeners to use. It outlines a specific asymmetry test to evaluate these reforms.
Okay, walk us through how this test supposedly separates routine efficiency from targeted rollback.
It asks 3 sequential questions. Number 1, is the policy facially neutral? In the Duncan case, yes. The legislature framed it entirely around budget spreadsheets and efficiency.
Right.
Number 2, is the timing suspicious? Abolishing a criminal justice reform candidate's office a mere 3 days before he takes power without any phase-in period is highly suspicious.
Okay.
And number 3, is the impact racially or politically asymmetrical? Does the reform disproportionately disempower a marginalized group at the local level while simultaneously consolidating power for the state-level majority? When a reform hits all 3 of those triggers, the burden of proof has to shift. It's no longer enough for the state to just wave a spreadsheet showing a $27,000 savings.
Well, the challenge with your asymmetry test is how subjective those triggers are in practice. Suspicious timing is in the eye of the beholder, especially when you factor in the rigid constraints of legislative sessions, like I mentioned earlier. And asymmetrical impact, as we just established, is practically inevitable when state majorities clash with urban or local majorities.
But you have to admit, the combination of all three is pretty damning.
However, looking at the Duncan case specifically, I will concede a crucial point. The lack of transitional accommodation is highly problematic.
Exactly, because it violates the basic norms of democratic continuity.
It does. When you alter an office 3 days before an elected official takes their seat, you invite exactly this kind of intense skepticism. And frankly, you damage public trust in the administration of government. And I will actually go farther. When we look outside of Louisiana at broader national trends, the pattern absolutely warrants scrutiny.
Like what we're seeing with local prosecutors?
Yes, we are seeing state legislatures engineer takeovers of local election boards. We are seeing states pass laws to specifically strip powers from locally elected prosecutors because the state disagrees with their charging priorities. If state actors only suddenly discover a burning passion for efficiency when a specific demographic or political faction wins at the local level, the administrative justification begins to look very much like a pretext.
Which is exactly what Eduardo Bonilla Silva terms colorblind racism. The language of efficiency functions as a legitimating narrative. It gives lawmakers this respectable, race-neutral vocabulary to execute actions that, if done explicitly, would be universally condemned as anti-democratic. It's a manipulation of the meta rules.
The meta rules?
Yeah, the rules about how the game is played are altered by politicians who are entirely insulated from the local.
Every motherfucking week, it seems like. So this is like, it's almost kind of like, I don't know, but they change the motherfucking rules all the time. They're always changing the fucking rules. They're always amending this and amending that to suit their fucking needs.
Electoral outcome they are overturning.
But acknowledging that this pattern exists still leaves us with the practical problem of governance. We cannot default to assuming malintent every time a state legitimately needs to reorganize a local office or fix a failing institution. So how do we honor both real
fix shit and they're not, who gives a fuck? They're not fixing anything. In fact, they're making it worse. All this is designed to not really have black representation. So, you know, it's you're in a seat, you're fucking like, oh well, they put you there. You know what I mean? So all these are like little maneuvers that they like to play. And even if you acknowledge it, it doesn't matter. Everybody's been acknowledging it. And they continue with business as usual, and I might not say so, and that's not happening. That type of shit.
efficiency needs and local democratic outcomes. The answer isn't to ban state preemption or consolidation.
No, of course not.
The answer has to be structural guardrails.
I strongly agree that structural guardrails are the necessary path forward. If we want to prevent administrative unelection, we need meta rules that protect the democracy.
There are already structural guardrails. Why do you think nothing we do gets really any headway? It doesn't really get any push forward. It kind of stays like it's stagnant. You know what I mean? It doesn't really move. It doesn't. If it does move, it moves, you know, for different reasons. They get stripped around. Like this, it's not even. These bills don't even have sustenance for Black people. You dig? So, that's been going on.
Democratic process itself. And I think one of the clearest, most actionable guardrails would be temporal constraints.
Temporal constraints make a lot of sense. If a state legislature decides they need to abolish an office or merge two departments or change the qualifications for a role, they should absolutely maintain the constitutional power to do so.
Right.
But a temporal constraint would mandate that those structural reforms can only take effect after the current or immediately incoming term ends. If the
I think that for most part, them taking away shit is because they've overspent in the budget. So them having to cut a spot out and say it doesn't make fiscal sense to have it there, it's because they're compensating and trying to refill the coffers with money they've already fucking spent.
Louisiana legislature truly believed that merging the criminal and civil clerk offices was a vital administrative necessity, they could easily pass the law in 2025, but stipulate that it takes effect in 2029 at the conclusion of Calvin Duncan's elected term.
That is a phenomenal safeguard. It directly honors the mandate of the voters. The community participated in that specific election under a specific set of rules, and a temporal constraint guarantees that their vote actually translates into representation.
It bridges the gap.
Right. At the same time, it preserves the state's long-term prerogative to restructure and modernize. I would add, though, that alongside temporal constraints, we also need heightened judicial scrutiny.
Meaning what exactly in a legal context?
Meaning that when a structural reform targets a majority Black jurisdiction and hits the triggers of that asymmetry test we discussed, courts should not simply defer to the state's claim of efficiency. Historically, courts give wide latitude to legislatures on administrative matters.
They do.
But when the timing is highly suspicious and the impact is asymmetrical, courts should apply a higher standard of review. They should force the state to prove that the reform isn't a pretext for diluting minority voting power.
See, I am cautious about inviting the judiciary to constantly referee administrative reorganizations. If we lower the bar for judicial intervention too much, we could end up with endless litigation over standard government operations, effectively paralyzing the state.
But without the courts, who holds the legislature accountable?
Well, however, I will agree that when the timing is as acute and disruptive as it was in Orleans Parish, some form of heightened scrutiny is intellectually justifiable. The goal should always be to protect the integrity of the ballot box without freezing the architecture of government in amber.
This has been an incredibly...
I think this shit all needs to be burned down and redone, redressed, though. Because what they're talking about is just keeping one system in the same place as another due to some suspicious ass activity. Basically, you know, they're going to try to wait either way. Either party will do this gerrymandering. It doesn't matter who does it. Somebody's going to do it. And it's not about the people or the constituents. It's about the resources or the real estate that's in that area that they want to take over. So they can start, you know, taxing or collecting more money off of it. It's all about money for them. It's nothing to do with the constituents. They're going to continue to put everybody in impoverished states. It's all about what they're doing for themselves.
Clarifying exchange. So just to summarize my stance in light of our discussion today, the rules of democracy are deeply contested terrain. We simply cannot look at elections merely as the mechanical casting of ballots. We have to look at the institutional stakes and what happens after the votes are counted. The Calvin Duncan case perfectly illustrates how the language of efficiency can mask targeted unelection, reducing Black political power to a conditional privilege that state actors can just revoke at will.
And to summarize my position, while the lack of transitional accommodation in the Duncan case and the broader patterns of state intervention are legitimately concerning, we really must be careful with our definitions. We must preserve a state's ability to logically restructure government, eliminate redundancies, and find administrative efficiencies, without assuming racial malintent by default. The fact that a structural change has a disparate impact does not automatically make it procedural Jim Crow.
Yet I think we have found a remarkably strong point of convergence today. We both agree that abruptly abolishing an office days before an election winner takes a seat fundamentally undermines democratic norms.
Oh, absolutely.
And we agree that implementing structural guardrails, like temporal constraints that delay when reforms take effect, is a necessary step to protect both state administrative authority and local electoral mandates.
I completely...
It's a lot of talk. None of that happens. This is like, I want to say it's kind of like, if you guys remember the...
now you know who they are. Decades. By the end of by the early 1960s, it had become the standard text in college level.
Okay, so yeah, I don't like what they were talking about. Probably because it doesn't really matter. I was going to remind myself about the spook that sat behind the door. Remember that movie, Cuz was joined the CIA or whatever, and he's spying. But the politicians were like, we got to have him in the office because he fits the mandatory quota. You know how many Black people could be there. Kind of reminds me of that. That's why we don't see a lot of it. And what they do, they're still following the Democratic plantation. You know what I mean? They actively don't have Black interest in mind. We're going to see it everywhere. You start seeing it in all these states. It's going to be coming up because we're in the process of midterms. And it's only like a month or two away. So,
African American history courses. It did take longer to reach K through 12 public school curricula, and in many districts in the North, the South, and the Midwest, it wasn't even adopted.
I found this channel, and I like this channel this dude gives he pretty much is telling the truth. So I like this channel, and he's kind of, I don't know, just because he's white. I like what most of the stuff that I've watched from him has to do with race and what was written down. You know what I mean?
Now, the textbooks in those cases, in those schools, the ones that they were using, were already on the shelves, already approved by curriculum boards, already in students' hands. They were the ones, though, that described Reconstruction as a period of chaos and corruption led by power-hungry Northern opportunists and uninformed Black politicians who were unfit to govern. They had the audacity to call the Ku Klux Klan, in more than a few cases, a necessary corrective. They described the Compromise of 1877 as a reasonable resolution. They described American history more broadly as the story of inevitable progress toward a freedom that was always already being extended to everyone who deserved it. That version of history wasn't accidental. It had authors, it had financial backers, hell, it had adoption committees. More importantly, it had a purpose. And since every good story needs an antagonist, I want to introduce you to Mildred Lewis Rutherford. She's our antagonist. Known to her friends as Miss Millie. That sounds sweet. Miss Millie. Please. She was born in Athens, Georgia in 1851, and for most of her adult life, she held the title of Historian General of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, or the UDC. She wrote and distributed what she called a measuring rod. It was a pamphlet that state curriculum boards could use to evaluate history textbooks. The measuring rod specified which books were acceptable for Southern schools and which were not. Now, acceptable books had to describe slavery as a benevolent institution that benefited enslaved people, because of course it did. They had to describe Confederate soldiers as honorable men defending their homeland. And they had to present secession as a constitutional right, not a rebellion. They also had to avoid, wherever possible, documenting what Rutherford and the UDC called prejudicial accounts of Reconstruction. Now, Ms. Millie, she distributed this pamphlet to school boards across the South beginning in 1919, and it worked. Not because the school boards were passive, but because they were willing. The story the pamphlet was protecting was the story that made their communities feel coherent. Textbook adoption is a political act. What goes on in the book is decided long before the first student even opens it. And what gets decided determines not just what people learn, but what they never think to question. You can't challenge a gap that you don't even know exists. And that's what this episode is about. I'm going to show you the paper trail behind it, because this is not a story about carelessness or cultural lag or good intentions gone sideways. This is about decisions, who made them, what were they protecting, and how long they held. Now, you'll remember from episode 13 that I documented how the language shifted. Enslaved people became criminals, became welfare cases, became a cultural problem. The vocabulary changed, but the outcomes the vocabulary were protecting did not. The vocabulary shift, it doesn't shift on its own, but it does get reproduced. And the institution most responsible for reproducing what a country believes about itself, especially what it teaches to its children and what the children are taught to believe, is the education system. This episode is the documented history of how American textbooks were used deliberately and systematically to produce ignorance, to fill gaps, not to fill gaps, but to actually create them. They weren't trying to present the past. They were very clearly doing something that had designs to manage it. The process had names, organizations, legislative mechanisms, and a documented paper trail. And of course, like I said, I'm here to follow it. And like always, I bring the receipts. Now, I want you to keep this with you throughout the whole episode, though. What gets removed from a textbook is a policy decision. Ignorance is not a failure of education. Ignorance is the outcome of education. This is Committed to Misunderstanding. I'm Chuck Lenahan, your host and a tri-state licensed mental health therapist. History is the longest record of human behavior we have, and I'm here to read it correctly because I have the receipts.
Clean the language. They trim the land. But truth don't vanish. It just waits to be free. Read the record slow and plain. Every line tells what they changed. Read the record, don't pretend.
I always say it on RVA. It's right there in your face in black and white. just reading is fundamental. You got to read everything, because you can't just take anybody's word for it. You actually just got to read it and interpret it for yourself. Most people don't want to read. They want to just for it to be told to them, and they sit lazily and not do nothing about it, or might speak on it but never act on it. You see what I'm saying? And that's where this season is with FBA. The FBA is doing a lot more I want to say acting, but not acting, but a lot more taking control of a situation and moving the narrative to the desired outcome.
History speaks when you let it in.
History textbooks that were used in Southern schools and ensure that the content aligned with what they called a truthful account of the war between the states. That was their quote. Now I want you to realize that phrase though, their quote, the war between the states. That in and of itself was a choice. And I've said it before that it implied a dispute between equals rather than a rebellion against the federal authority. And so you'll notice that every word they used started doing the work. The committee evaluated books and distributed their results to school boards. They organized boycotts of publishers whose books failed the evaluation. They lobbied state legislatures to adopt favorable textbooks and exclude books that documented slavery more honestly. In Virginia, they succeeded in getting textbooks passed through the state curriculum board that described enslaved people as, quote, generally happy. And they characterized the Klan as a necessary response to disorder. You believe that? Slaves were generally happy, because of their benevolent masters. And the Klan was a necessary response to disorder. What the fuck? I mean, honestly, what the fuck? Those books that I just talked about, those were used in Virginia classrooms until, get this, through the 1960s. Let me say that again for the folks in the back who learned from whitewash history versions of history books. The books describing enslaved people as generally happy were in Virginia public classrooms through the 1960s. We're not talking ancient history, y'all. We're talking the fact that there are tens of thousands of Virginians alive right now who are educated with those very materials. The very quite obviously alarmed therapist in me wants to be direct with what this means. The adults that those children grew into, the voters, the policymakers, the parents who raised the next generation, they were operating on a foundational map of American history that had been deliberately falsified. The clinical term for what happens when you build an identity on false premises is not stupidity, although stupid is as stupid does, but that's not it. And it's not evil. It's called encapsulation. You develop a coherent worldview around a false core, and then you defend the whole structure, not because you know you're wrong, but because the structure feels true. It always has felt true. It was handed to you by teachers that you trusted in a building that your tax money paid for, between book covers with the state seal on the front. How do you say no to that? Because this is the mechanism. And understanding it is the only way to explain how a country produces generation after generation of people who genuinely don't know what happened to their neighbors. Now, Miss Millie, in her pamphlet, a measuring rod to test textbooks, she writes, quote, reject a book that says the South fought to hold her slaves. Reject a book that speaks of the slaveholders of the South as cruel and unjust to his slaves. Reject a book that glorifies Abraham Lincoln and vilifies Jefferson Davis.
Whoa.
Reject a book that omits to tell the South's secession movement is a constitutional right. Reject a book that does not clearly prove the war between the states was not a rebellion on the part of the South. Reject a textbook in literature that does not give equal prominence to Southern authors. A document isn't a suggestion from a fringe group of radicals. It was distributed to school boards across the South with the UDC's official endorsement and was used as a guide for curriculum adoption for decades. What Ms. Murray called truthful was precisely constructed inversion of the documentary record. The Confederacy did, in its own secession documents, explicitly name the preservation of slavery as its purpose. I read Mississippi's secession declaration in episode 7, the one where they stated in their own words that they were leaving the Union to preserve slavery.
Wow.
And y'all, that document is sitting in the same archive as the textbooks that never mentioned it. The documents are available for anybody who wants them, but students in those classrooms were not going to encounter them through their textbooks. Now, the therapist in me reads Rutherford's measuring rod as a dissociation protocol of sorts. It specifies in clinical detail which parts of reality must be bracketed off to maintain the desired self-image. You protect the identity by controlling what can be seen. What you can't see, you can't mourn. What you can't mourn, you can't and don't have to repair. Now, here's where it gets even more complicated. Because lost cause curriculum was not only a Southern phenomenon. In 1950, historian C. Van Woodward documented that the major national textbook publishers of the early 20th century, based in New York, distributed nationwide, quietly adopted content guidelines that softened the description of slavery and Reconstruction in order to access the Southern adoption market. The Southern market was enormous. States adopted textbooks centrally rather than by district, meaning a single adoption decision by a state board of education could mean hundreds of thousands of units moved. Publishers made a business calculation. The calculation was, don't say anything that will close the market. So the sanitization that I'm talking about was not just by the UDC lobbying Southern school boards. It was major publishers in northern cities making their books acceptable for adoption by editing out the parts of that documented what the system actually had done. The same book went into classrooms in Massachusetts and Mississippi. The Massachusetts children were not being taught lost cause mythology explicitly. They were being taught a version of American history with certain things simply not in it. Certain events not described, certain consequences not traced. The absence is the mechanism. You don't need to lie outright to create ignorance.
Jesus.
You only need to lie by omission. Now, I want to give you a very concrete example of what omission looks like, because I think this is where it stops being abstract and starts being something that you can feel. The Tulsa Race Massacre occurred in May and June of 1921. 35 city blocks of the Greenwood District, the most prosperous Black commercial district in the country, known colloquially as Black Wall Street. 35 blocks were burned. Hundreds of people were killed. Over 10,000 people were left homeless overnight. It was the single largest destruction of Black wealth and life in a single event in American history. Y'all, they used aircraft to drop incendiary devices on a civilian neighborhood. If this doesn't fucking make you sick, please stop watching my podcast. Quite literally. They used planes to drop Molotov cocktails in civilian neighborhoods. The National Guard was called in, not to protect the residents, but to detain them. They put them in the fairgrounds, fenced them in. I covered this in episode 2, but what I want to do here is show you where it went after that. After the massacre, the Tulsa Tribune, the same newspaper that had published the inciting article, suppressed its own coverage. City officials discouraged survivors from filing insurance claims. A grand jury convened, investigated the massacre, and placed the blame on the Black community for, quote, inciting a riot.
Wow.
No one was charged. No city records of the investigation were released. And then, the most disturbing part of all, it disappeared from the public record for decades. The Oklahoma State history curriculum did not include the Tulsa Race Massacre for 75 years. Not until 1996 did the Oklahoma legislature commission the first official state investigation. The final report was published in 2001, and it confirmed the scale of the destruction. It documented the city and state's role in it, and it recommended reparations. Not going to surprise anybody who's listening to this, I'm sure. The reparations were never approved. 75 fucking years. Three generations of Oklahoma students learned state history from textbooks that contained no mention of what happened in their own city. The people who lost everything in Greenwood grew old, died in a state where the official curriculum described their loss as something that hadn't even occurred. And this is policy, sustained for 3 generations with institutional backing. Mm-hmm. Negligence doesn't sustain itself for 75 years without help. Now I want to take you inside the textbook adoption process, because understanding it, and how it works is understanding how influence scales up. This is the mechanism piece, and in every mechanism we've examined in this show, the goal is to make it feel inevitable and impersonal, to make the outcome look like it just happened rather than like it was built. Most states have what are called state-level textbook adoption processes. The State Board of Education, either elected or appointed, depends on the state. They review textbooks that are submitted by the publishers, and they create an approved list. Districts and schools are then required, or at least strongly encouraged, to purchase from that list. The logic is administrative efficiency. The state reviews its material so that districts don't have to do it 20 times over. Now, in practice, that means whoever controls the adoption board controls what's taught to every student in the state. Now, the state with the largest student populations have historically had the most leverage over publishers, because a publisher whose book gets rejected by Texas or California loses access to a market that can represent millions of units. Texas specifically adopted textbooks centrally through a state board for most of the 20th century, with a board whose members were elected by district, meaning local political pressure directly shaped curriculum decisions at a statewide level. In the 1960s, a state Texas Board of Education member named J. Everett Haley, a historian and segregationist who also ran unsuccessfully for governor, he organizes a campaign against textbooks that he described as promoting racial integration and community ideology or communist ideology. Let me know when this sounds familiar to y'all. Remember, we're in Texas. That might help. The campaign was documented in contemporary newspaper coverage and academic reviews. Haley and his allies pushed for books that didn't present desegregation positively, and that didn't include substantial coverage of civil rights leadership, and that framed federal intervention in Southern race relations as government overreach. They weren't always successful, but they didn't need to be always successful. They needed publishers to understand that including certain content created adoption risk, and publishers understood. The effect wasn't just on books that got rejected. The effect was on books that were written differently in the first place. Content pre-edited to minimize controversy before the manuscript ever went to a board. Scholars have a name for this. They call it the Texas effect. Research published in the 1970s by educators Francis Fitzgerald and later political science Michael Apple, they documented how textbook content was shaped not just by formal adoption decisions, but by the anticipation of what the adoption boards would accept. Publishers self-centered, authors knew what topics were risky, editors flagged language that might create adoption problems in larger markets. The sanitization happened upstream of the decision, in the writing rooms and editorial meetings, before a single board member ever even read the book. Francis Fitzgerald in 1979 wrote a book called America Revised, and she documented this in detail. She analyzed elementary and secondary American history textbooks across 4 decades and found systematic patterns in what was included, excluded, and gradually reintroduced as political pressure shifted. The books of the 1940s and 50s presented American history as a triumphalist narrative. The country as a story of expanding freedom, with civil war as a painful but necessary step toward a unity that was already being achieved. Black Americans appeared rarely, and when they did, they appeared as recipients of progress granted by a benevolent system, not as actors in their own history. In America Revised, Francis Fitzgerald writes, quote, "The text of the late 40s and 50s showed a world of complete social homogeny. The word slavery hardly appears in them. The books described a country that was essentially white and middle class. In none of those books did the word slavery trigger anything. Subject was so hedged about with euphemisms that children couldn't have known anything terrible had taken place. The books implied that everything had always worked out for everyone and would work out again," unquote. Everything had always worked out for everyone.
Right. Now you know that they've been lying intentionally. Intentionally hiding shit.
The Myers family was not the first to try. In 1950, a black veteran by the name of Eugene Burnett drove. He was a college-educated World War II veteran. His wife Daisy was also a college graduate. They had 3 small children, and this is the quintessential American family. They saved for the down payment. They had the income to qualify for the mortgage. And the night that they moved in, a crowd gathered outside their home. Their new neighbors threw rocks at the windows. A Confederate flag went up on a house across the street. And, the perfect accoutrement to any, welcome wagon is the burning cross that appeared on the nearby lawn. The mob came back the following night and the night after that. The Pennsylvania State Police had to be called in order to restore order, and the harassment continued for weeks. The Myers family had done nothing wrong. They followed every rule. They had the money, they had the qualifications, they had served their country. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all. They were black. And Levittown had been built under a very specific condition.
What was it called?
Every single one of its 17,000 homes had been financed through the Federal Housing Administration. And the FHA had an explicit requirement written into the developer's agreement.
He was intent on doing something dangerous.
No home could be sold to anyone who was not a member of the Caucasian race. The original Levitt contract, clause 25 of the standard lease, read thusly: "No dwelling shall be used or occupied by members of other than the Caucasian race, but the employment and maintenance of other than Caucasian domestic servants shall be permitted." Let me say that again for the folks in the back. You could clean the house. You can landscape the front yard. You could fix the pipes. But you could not live there. And it wasn't a local custom. It wasn't a developer's preference. It was a condition of the federal loan guarantee. The United States government required segregation as a term of the mortgage. William Levitt, the developer, said this publicly. He wasn't hiding it. He told the press, quote, "We can solve a housing problem, or we can try and solve a racial problem, but we cannot combine the two." The Myers family was not the first to try. In 1950, a black veteran by the name of Eugene Burnett drove from his rental in the Bronx down to Levittown to get in line for a home ownership application. When talking later, he described what had happened. He said the salesman looked at him and said, "It's not me, but the owners of this development have not yet decided to sell to Negroes." Burnett described the drive back to Harlem, and he said he didn't know how he didn't start World War III, because that was the feeling that he had. He had fought in the actual war. He came home to a country that offered a suburban dream to all of his white neighbors, but closed the door to him, not because he couldn't afford it, not because he wasn't qualified, but because of a line in a federal manual. The Myers family ended up staying in Levittown. Daisy Myers has been called the Rosa Parks of the North. But here's what I want you to hold on to. The mob that came to their house that night and subsequent nights was not the system. The mob was the symptom. The system were the boundaries that were drawn on the map.
Clean the language. They trim the land.
No abstractions here. Receipts only. To understand what happened and understand the moment, I want to take you back. So it's 1933. The country's in the worst economic crisis in its history. The banks are failing. Homeowners fell behind on mortgage payments, and they have no way to refinance. Foreclosures are surging to the degree of nearly 1,000 a day at its peak. The housing market has collapsed. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration creates the Homeowners Loan Corporation, the HOLC. It does this on June 13th, 1933. And the idea is pretty straightforward. The federal government will buy distressed mortgages from banks and refinance them at lower interest rates over longer terms. It's a rescue program, plain and simple. Between 1933 and 1936, the HOLC refinances over 1 million mortgages. It keeps families in their homes, stabilizes the banking systems, and by most accounts, it works. But the HOLC does something else. In 1935, the Federal Home Loan Bank Board asked the HOLC to evaluate neighborhoods in American cities to assess lending risk on a systemic basis. The HOLC it launches what it ended up calling the City Survey Program, and it sent examiners to more than 200 cities across the country. And those examiners, they work with local bank officers, real estate agents, appraisers, and city officials. Together, they're evaluating every residential neighborhood and assigning each one a grade. It seems pretty straightforward. It seems good, right? Well, grade A is, of course, the best, and they color that green on the map. Grade B is still desirable, and that's a blue color. Grade C is labeled definitely declining, and they color that yellow, caution, right? And then we get to grade D, which they label hazardous. And of course, they color that red. And this is where the term redlining comes from. That hazardous red line on the map, the border drawn around a neighborhood that the federal government has decided is too dangerous for investment. Now, here's what I need you to understand. Those grades were not based solely on the condition of the housing. They were not based solely on the local economy. They were not based solely on infrastructure or access to services. They were based on who lived there. The HOLC examiners created area description sheets for each neighborhood. These were standardized forms, and the forms asked the examiners to document the racial and ethnic composition of the residents, the presence of Black residents, immigrants, Jewish families. Those were all treated as risk factors, not a social factor, but a financial risk factor.
Wowzers.
Their existence in a neighborhood was categorized as a threat to property values. And I want to make this real for you guys. So let me read to you some language from these area description sheets. And these are government documents. They are archived. They've been digitized by the Mapping Inequality Project at the University of Richmond, and they're available for anyone to read right now. And I'm going to implore you to do so. You can do it at dsl.richmond.edu. I'm going to read from these primary sources. Okay. And you'd think that this was going to be a Southern thing. It's not. So we're gonna start in Sacramento, California, a neighborhood where the residents included Italian, Mexican, and Black families was graded D. Remember that's hazardous. That's the red district. The area description sheet said the principal hazard of this neighborhood was, and I quote, subversive character of the population. I want to make sure the folks who tell us that they're different because their families came through Ellis Island heard me in the back. What I said was the residents, which included Italian families, were considered subversive. So Yo Puli, Tony, these were your relatives, you know, less than 100 years ago. And they were all being segregated. They were hazardous because they were the immigrants in this neighborhood, along with the black guys and the Hispanics. Subversive. That's the word a federal agency used to describe the people who lived in the neighborhood, not criminals, not thugs, not transients, families. Families, that's who lived in these neighborhoods. And the word they used was subversive. In Portland, Oregon, also not in the South, a neighborhood near downtown was downgraded because of what the Examiner called, quote, the infiltration of subversive racial elements. Miami, Florida. The detrimental influence on one neighborhood was listed as, quote, close to the dump and Negro area. In a neighborhood in South Philadelphia. Oddly enough, still also not in the South. Infiltration of Jewish into the area have depressed values. These are all direct quotes, y'all. In Minneapolis, not the South, a formerly desirable area was declining because of, quote, the gradual infiltration of Negroes and Asiatics. In New Haven, Connecticut, quote, were it not for the fact that this area is entirely Jewish, it would command a higher rating, unquote. In Richmond, Virginia, a white neighborhood was downgraded from B to C because its residents were, quote, respectable people, but homes are too near the Negro area. In the Bronx, New York, quote, there's a steady infiltration of Negro, Spanish, and Puerto Rican into the area. Y'all, I can't make this shit up. That is the word that appears over and over and over in these documents. Infiltration. As if families looking for housing were launching a military operation. As if a black, Jewish, or Italian family buying a home was an invasion. I'm not exactly sure how we've managed for as long as we have in this country with as many times as we have been the enemies of our own state. And, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. We don't learn from history. We definitely aren't going to learn from this history because it's been whitewashed over and over and over again. This is, none of you have heard this story. I'm almost certain. But let's talk about Robert K. Nelson, the director of Digital Scholarship Lab at the University of Richmond and a co-designer of the Mapping Inequality Project. He describes the language in these documents accurately. He says that anyone reading the area descriptions for any city in the country will quickly encounter people of color and immigrants described as an infiltration or as undesirable or inharmonious or subversive. This language is everywhere in the archive, y'all. They weren't rogue examiners. This was on the form. This was on the form. This was the system. The area description sheets were standardized across all 200 cities that these examiners were in. They were following a methodology laid out by Frederick Babcock, one of the most influential figures in the earliest 20th century real estate appraisal market. He wrote the underwriting manual that stated that, quote, the infiltration of inharmonious racial groups, unquote, would lower land values and reduce desirability of residential areas. That wasn't an opinion buried in a footnote. This was the operating manual of how they decided what the land value of these people's homes was. and where the neighborhoods, were secure from this so-called infiltration. The area descriptions noted it as a positive. Restrictive covenants, clauses written into property deeds that legally prohibited the sale of homes to people of color were listed as favorable influence. In Camden, New Jersey, one neighborhood received an A grade despite bordering a black neighborhood, because the description noted, quote, high walls separates this section from the colored area to the south, unquote. A wall, y'all. Listed as an asset on a federal form. So if you think this sounds abstract, though, let me make it more concrete. In Detroit, during World War II, a developer applied for an FHA backing to build a residential subdivision. The proposed site bordered a black neighborhood. The FHA would not approve the project at all, not because of housing quality, not because of soil conditions, not because of the finances, but because of proximity. The developer found a solution. He built a 6-foot-high concrete wall separating his development from the black neighborhood next door.
Oh, wow.
A physical concrete wall, poured concrete, half a mile long. And after the wall was built, the FHA approved the project. Let me say after the people in the back. Once the wall that segregated the blacks from the whites, the black neighborhood from the white neighborhood, the FHA approved the backing of the project. Richard Rothstein has documented this. The wall still stands in some sections. It's visible on satellite imagery. You literally drive past it today. But let's be honest about what happened there. A federal agency told the builder, we will not help you build homes for American families unless you physically wall off the black families next door. And when the wall went up, the money followed. It's not a metaphor. It's a 6-foot-high concrete wall in Detroit, Michigan, built with the blessing of the United States government. And the grading system itself carried the weight of objectivity. The maps were color-coded, the area descriptions, the area description forms were standardized, the language was bureaucratic. And the methodology, that looked scientific. It had data points and trend lines and professional assessments. It looked like risk analysis. It looked neutral. But here's where I need you to see here's what I need you to see as a clinician. When a system uses the language of objectivity to enforce a subjective hierarchy, when it codes racial prejudice as financial risk and calls it methodology, that's not a market operating. That's a market being constructed. That's the appearance of neutrality, but where the mechanism is actually the enforcement. If the map looks scientific, then we're not going to question the map. You look at the people the map has marked, and you say that they must be the problem. The map is just a tool, right? The people, however, well, that's problematic. They're problematic. And the map just delineates where they are. And that's how a system teaches you to see what it wants you to see, not what's actually in front of your face. And when we look at something and we decide that it's scientific enough and we don't question it, that we start losing humanity to data, faulty data, made up data, really. Now, I want to make an important clarification. Recent scholarship, including work by Price Fishback and his co-authors at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, has shown that the HOLC itself actually made loans across all graded neighborhoods, including to black homeowners. The HOLC's lending pattern did not strictly follow its own maps. This is this has been uncovered more recently as the data has really been looked at differently. And it's worth knowing because, you know, in this podcast, I often say that we're going to bring receipts. And so I want to make sure that, you know, the historical record has the precise itemized receipts that it demands. But the maps didn't stay in the HOLC's filing cabinet. They circulated. The methodology circulated. And the agency that weaponized both of those was the Federal Housing Administration, the FHA. The FHA was created in 1934, about a year after the HOLC, as part of the National Housing Act. Its purpose was to ensure mortgages, reducing their and reduce the risk to lenders and marketers, and making home ownership possible for millions of Americans. The FHA literally transformed the American housing market and introduced long-term, low-interest, fully amortized mortgages. It literally made suburbia possible, and probably we could create it. We could credit it with creating the modern middle class. The only problem is that it did it exclusively for white people. The FHA developed its own system for evaluating neighborhoods and its own maps. Most of those FHA maps have been destroyed. The agency just shredded them. But the methodology that survived because the FHA it published it. It was called the Underwriting Manual, and the Underwriting Manual was explicit. The 1938 edition, which is archived and is a public document, which you can read on the Housing and Urban Development user website literally right now. It stated that the neighborhood should not receive mortgage insurance if they contained what the manual called inharmonious racial groups. That's a direct quote. Inharmonious racial groups. The manual recommended that neighborhoods use restrictive governance to prohibit the occupancy of properties except by the race for which they are intended. That also is a direct quote. Let me say it. I'll say it again for the folks in the back. The manual recommended the neighborhoods use restrictive covenants to prohibit, quote, the occupancy of properties except by the race for which they are intended, unquote. Put it another way, the federal government recommended racial exclusion as a condition of mortgage insurance. The manual instructed that proposals for subdivisions near Black neighborhoods should be denied because they risked what the manual called, quote, the infiltration of incompatible racial elements, unquote.
See?
It stated that, quote, if a neighborhood is to retain stability, it is necessary that property shall continue to be occupied by the same social and racial classes, unquote. The FHA also recommended that highways could serve as effective barriers between white and Black neighborhoods.
See?
It wasn't an observation, it was a design recommendation. Build the road here, separate the populations, protect the investment. The consequences, they ended up being staggering. Between 1934 and 1968, when Congress finally passes the Fair Housing Act, hold on, because this one's going to get you. Over 98% of FHA insured home mortgages went to white borrowers. In 34 years, the FHA gave home mortgages at a rate of 98% to white borrowers. That's not a statistic about preference. That's a statistic about policy. The FHA was not reflecting the market. The FHA was constructing the market. And the construction was not subtle. The FHA did not simply decline applications from Black borrowers. It required developers to legally exclude black buyers as a condition of receiving the loan guarantee. If a builder wanted the FHA backing, and without the FHA backing, large-scale suburban development was financially impossible. The builder had to agree to sell only to white families. The builder had to have racial covenants written into every single deed. He had to demonstrate that that development would be racially homogenous.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't optional. It wasn't a recommendation that lenders could disregard. The underwriting manual was the operating document for a federal program that insured billions of dollars in mortgages. And the racial requirements were printed in the same typeface as the interest rate requirements and the structural standards. It had the same force. It wasn't a footnote. It wasn't a recommendation. It was a policy. And then the manual went further. It recommended specific physical mechanisms for maintaining segregation. Highways could be built to separate neighborhoods. Zoning could be used to create buffer zone. Natural barriers like parks or rivers or railroad tracks were identified as useful boundaries. Yep. Please tell me you've never really, you've wondered.
That's what's happening.
And hopefully looked into, but I don't think you did, where the etymology of the other side of the tracks came from. Those railroad tracks served as that barrier between white neighborhoods and black neighborhoods, between white neighborhoods and Jewish settlements, between white neighborhoods and Hispanics. This was urban planning as racial engineering, and it was published in a government document distributed to every appraiser in the country. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a suggestion. This was the federal government signing off on racial segregation. So this is where I need you to reframe what you think you know about American suburbia. The suburb was not an organic development. It was not a market responding to consumer demand. The American suburb was a federal project financed by loan guarantees and built according to federal guidelines and restricted by federal racial requirements. And Levittown is the case study because it's the most visible, but it wasn't an exception. It was the actual blueprint. William Levitt built 17,000 homes on Long Island starting in 1947. Every home was financed through the FHA. Every buyer's contract contained a clause that read, quote, "No dwelling shall be used or occupied by members of other than the Caucasian race." And that clause was not Levitt's invention. That was the FHA who recommended it. Barbara Kelly, curator of Long Island Studies at Hofstra University, she said it clearly in a 1997 interview. The FHA would not underwrite a development that was not segregated. The condition of the loan guarantee was racial exclusion. The home sold for about $8,000 in the late 1940s. So in today's dollars, it's approximately about $100,000. Working class families, black and white, could afford them, and that was the point. They were starter homes designed for returning veterans from the World War II, and black veterans who had served in the same war, fought on the same battlefields, and helped build the same neighborhoods, were told that they couldn't live there. Richard Rothstein, author of The Color of Law, and a distinguished fellow of economic policy at the Institute, at the Economic Policy Institute, and senior fellow emeritus at the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, has documented this extensively. Robert and Vince Meriday, black veterans, helped construct a Levittown in Pennsylvania. They built the homes with their own hands. They laid foundations. They framed the walls, but they couldn't buy what they had built. They helped. They had returned every night when their workday was done to segregated neighborhoods where the same FHA that financed the suburbs had already colored their block red on the map. Robert Meriday's son later had a girlfriend whose family tried to buy in Levittown. And of course they couldn't, because not because they lacked the money, but not because they lacked the credit, but because of the covenants, because of the map, because of the man who built the house, because because of the fact that the man who built the house was not allowed to live in it. And this isn't an anecdotal story. This is a system operating as designed. Again, as I've pointed out in previous episodes, this is the way the system was designed. The system wasn't broken. This is the system acting the way the system was designed to act.
Mm-hmm.
The man who built the suburb was barred from living in it by the same federal program that made it possible for the white people to live there. And if you want to understand the wealth gap, you definitely don't need a PhD in economics. You need to know about what happened to Robert Meredith. And the compounding, and this is the compounding mechanism. I want to walk through this with you slowly, because the math here is the argument. Those Levittown homes that sold for about $8,000 in the late 1940s were affordable to working class families. And that was the point, right? We know that they were meant to be able to give monthly payments that were often less than what the family had been paying in rent. And today, those same homes sell for $300,000 to $500,000, and some for more. So you have the families who bought them and built equity year after year after year, right? These families were able to refinance at favorable rates. They were able to use their equity as collateral for business loans, for their kids' education, for further property investments. And when the original buyers died, they passed those homes and the accumulated equity and wealth to their kids. Their kids started their adult lives with an asset their parents had been given access to by the federal government. That was true for white families. The black families who were locked out, well, they couldn't buy in the suburbs. They had to rent in the city, often paying higher rents for worse housing than the people who were living in Levittown and paying mortgages. They paid into somebody else's equity every month. They lived in neighborhoods where banks wouldn't lend because the government map said that the neighborhood was hazardous. When they could buy in the few neighborhoods that were open to them, their houses didn't appreciate at the same rate because the red line on the map had suppressed investment in their area. So the schools that their kids attended were underfunded because school funding is tied to property taxes. Property taxes were low because property values were low, because the map had determined that the property values before they signed a deed were in a hazardous section of town.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the math. And this honestly should keep you awake. Rothstein calculated that black families, had they been permitted to buy in Levittown at the same price and on the same terms as white families in 1948, if they had been able to do that, and if the homes appreciated at the same rate, then the current value of the single excluded opportunity is approximately $300,000 to $400,000 per family.
Wow.
Multiply that by 17,000 homes in just one Levittown, and now multiply that by every FHA-backed subdivision in the country over 34 years of federally enforced exclusion. And that gap, it's not that isn't a gap that just happens, right? This is now a gap that was built. White wealth grew, black wealth was prevented from growing, exactly like they did with the 400,000 acres from the last episode. And the map made both of those outcomes. This isn't a market failure. This is a market functioning exactly as it's designed. There was no problem here. The system worked as the system was designed. Let me walk you through the cycle, because with the math, the cycle is the argument here. Step one, a federal agency grades a neighborhood. The neighborhood is graded D, hazardous, because its residents are Black or immigrants or Jewish. The grade goes on the map. The map goes to the banks. Step two, banks and mortgage lenders see the grade. They deny loans to people who want to buy homes in that neighborhood, or they charge significantly higher interest rates. And when they do that, capital stops flowing into the area, because without mortgage access, home ownership in that neighborhood stalls. When home ownership, when without home ownership, property values stagnate. And then we get to step three. Because step three, without capital investment, the physical infrastructure of the neighborhood deteriorates. Buildings are not maintained, roads are not repaired. Commercial development moves elsewhere. Grocery stores close, schools lose funding, because again, school funding is tied to property tax revenues. And when property tax revenue drops, because property values have been suppressed by the grade of the government assigned, then we dry up school. The schools become Title I schools. Step four, we get to the deteriorated condition of the neighborhood, where that's cited as evidence that the original grade was correct. And so it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? See, because what ends up happening is that now the neighborhood actually looks hazardous. And then what does the government do? The government says, see, the map was right all along. And the banks say, see, I knew we shouldn't have lent there. We're never going to get our money back. This self-fulfilling prophecy, however, was ordered by the federal government. The government did not observe decline and report it. The government caused decline and then pointed to its own handiwork as proof that the people who lived there were the problem. And simultaneously, the reverse cycle ran in the neighborhoods graded as A and B. Capital flowed in, banks lent freely, homes were built, families accumulated equity, schools were funded, infrastructure was maintained, the neighborhoods flourished. And then that flourishing was cited as evidence that those neighborhoods and those people were inherently more stable, more desirable, more worthy of investment. I want to show you a specific example. I want you to take Baltimore. The HOLC map of Baltimore, that still survives. The area descriptions still survive. In the late 1930s, HOLC examiners graded the neighborhoods. Black neighborhoods in West Baltimore and East Baltimore were colored red. White neighborhoods in the northern suburbs were colored green and blue. The FHA comes in and ensures the mortgages in the green and blue neighborhoods. Capital flows, homes were built, maintained, property values rise, tax revenue increases, schools in those neighborhoods had funding, parks were maintained, streets were repaired, commercial development followed the capital. But in the red neighborhoods, East and West Baltimore, the opposite happened. Banks saw the grade, they declined to lend money. Without mortgages, home ownership stalls. Without home ownership, residents couldn't build the equity. Without equity, they couldn't invest in their properties. And without property investment, the housing stock deteriorates. Without a healthy housing stock, property values drop. Without property values, tax revenues decline. Without tax revenue, the schools lose funding. Without funded schools, the next generation starts at a huge disadvantage. Without equal opportunity for the next generation, the cycle continues. So when we talk about generational poverty, this is where it comes from. We deny an entire race of people the ability to build any degree of generational wealth. And we don't just do it once, we do it over and over and over again. We did it in the 1860s. We do it again in the 1930s. And we continue all the way up into the 1960s. And if you think for even 1 second that that has abated today, those red lines still exist. Those highways still divide subdivisions, neighborhoods. those red lines still do what they're meant to do. They take Black people, immigrants, and they let them know that they are unworthy. We fast forward to the present, and the Fishback study from the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago found that in Baltimore, the HOLC made loans across all of its great neighborhoods, including the Black homeowners. But the FHA did not. In Baltimore, between 1935 and 1940, only 25 Black households received FHA-insured loans. 25. In the entire city of Baltimore. Compared to the hundreds, if not thousands, of loans to Black borrowers made by the HOLC during its rescue phase. The FHA looked at the same city, the same neighborhoods, the same families, and built a wall of exclusion around them. Those 25 households in Baltimore are not a footnote. They're a data point that tells you the difference between a rescue program and an engineering project. The HOLC was imperfect but broad. The FHA was precise and exclusionary. The FHA is the one that shaped the next 30 years of American housing. One cycle built wealth, the other cycle destroyed it. And both cycles were started by the same map. Both cycles were funded by the same government. And here's what connects this episode to everything else we've covered in this season. The map didn't require a plantation. It didn't require a chain gang. It didn't require a sheriff or a stockade or a whipping post. It required a color code and a government seal. This is what extraction looks like when it wears a suit. Here's the part where I step out of the historical record for a minute and speak to you as a therapist, because this is where my training meets the evidence, and I can't stay silent about what I see. In clinical work, we recognize something called a double bind. A double bind is a situation in which a person is driven to contradictory, is given two contradictory messages simultaneously. And compliance with either one of them results in failure. The person can't win. They're trapped by the structure of the situation itself, not by their own inadequacy. What the federal government built through redlining was a double bind at a population scale. The message to Black Americans was, homeownership is the path to stability and wealth. Work hard, save your money, buy a home, build equity, pass it to your children. That's the American dream. That's the deal. Simultaneously, though, the federal government ensured that Black Americans could not access the mechanisms that made homeownership possible. You couldn't get an FHA-insured mortgage in a neighborhood that the FHA had colored red. You couldn't buy in a neighborhood that the FHA had colored blue or green, because the deed had a covenant prohibiting you from living there. You couldn't build equity in a home whose value was suppressed by the government's own grading system. You couldn't pass wealth to your children in a system that had ensured that you couldn't even accumulate it. So the message was succeed, but the structure was you're not actually allowed to. And again, I go back to, if you wonder why it is that Black people in this country have a problem with the institutions that are meant to protect us, that are meant to help us, this is it, y'all. This is it. And honestly, at this point, 8 episodes in, can you fucking blame them? So this is a double blind, a double bind. And in clinical practice, we know that they don't just produce frustration, they produce a specific kind of psychological injury. When a person is told that the rules apply equally to everyone while simultaneously being subjected to rules that apply only to them, the result is not just economic damage, it's damage to a person's sense of reality. It's a form of gaslighting. The system says the playing field is level, but the person's experience said, no, it's fucking not. And when the system has more authority than the person begins to doubt their own perception. And I see this in my practice all the time. I see it in the way my clients describe their relationship to institution. The distrust is not irrational. The hypervigilance is not pathological. When your grandparents were told that they could not buy a home because of the color of their skin by the same government that subsidized their white neighbor's mortgage, and when the wealth gap that resulted was then attributed to your family's choices rather than the government's own policy, that's a wound that doesn't close in one generation. You know, we talk about intergenerational trauma in clinical settings. We usually talk about it in terms of violence of war, genocide, or slavery. But intergenerational trauma also travels through economics. It travels through the house that you couldn't buy, through the equity you couldn't build, through the school that your children couldn't attend because they were in the wrong part of town, but the one that they did attend was underfunded because the property taxes in your neighborhood were suppressed by a map someone drew in 1938. I've spoken before of Dr. Mindy Thompson Fullilove, who's written extensively about what she calls root shock. And again, that's traumatic stress reaction to destruction of one's emotional ecosystem. Her work documents how the destruction of Black neighborhoods through urban renewal, redlining, and disinvestment didn't just displace people physically. It severed their social networks, their support systems, the communal identities that held communities together. And this is exactly what this map did. It didn't just suppress home values. It attacked the foundation of community life. When capital stops flowing into a neighborhood, it's not just the buildings that deteriorate. Relationships deteriorate, trust deteriorates. The sense that this is a place worth investing in, living in, emotionally, socially, economically deteriorate. The people who remain are not failing. They're living inside a system that has been designed to produce the appearance of their failure. I don't want to speak specifically to something that I observe clinically that connects directly to this history. It's a phenomenon in therapy called learned helplessness. It was first described by Martin Siegelman. It occurs when a person or a group is subjected to repeated adverse conditions over which they have no control. Over time, even when opportunity to escape the adverse condition appears, the person doesn't act on it. Not because they're lazy, not because they lack intelligence or motivation, but because the system has taught them that their actions don't change their outcome. When a community is told for decades that the map determines their fate, when every application for a loan is denied, when every attempt to invest in the neighborhood is blocked, when schools are underfunded and stores close and the infrastructure crumbles, and that government is the cause of all of it, and they point to the result and they say, see, we told you it was hazardous. That's not a community failing. That's a community being conditioned to accept a manufactured outcome. And here's a clinical observation that stays with me. The narrative that emerged to explain the condition of the red line neighborhoods, that the residents were responsible, that the decline was cultural, that the poverty was a character trait rather than a policy outcome. That narrative is a secondary wound. The system it's the system blaming the people it harmed for the harm that it caused. In clinical terms, we call that DARVO: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. The system denies the role, it attacks the character of the people it harmed, and then it reverses the positions, casting itself as neutral and the harmed community as the source of its own suffering. In clinical terms, that's not history. It's an ongoing pattern of abuse. And the reason that I'm saying this in a show about history is that the pattern is not over. The wound is not historical. The map is still drawing the line. The neighborhoods that were redlined in the 1930s are still, to this day, in 2026, underinvested.
Mm-hmm.
The families that were excluded from wealth building in 1948 still have a fraction of the wealth that the families that were included. The health outcomes, the educational outcomes, the life expectancy outcomes, all of it traces back to a color code on a fucking government map in 1938. And so when a client comes into my office and describes a pattern of harm that spans generation, where the wound keeps appearing in different forms, where the system that created the wound also controls the narrative about the wound, that's not something I can treat with coping skills. I can't tell them to breathe. That requires recognition. That requires naming. That requires understanding the architecture of harm before you can even begin to repair it. And that's what this episode is. It's the naming.
I said it right back.
The technicolor reality of the whitewashed history that we were all taught.
So trippy.
So pay attention to the receipts.
Yep. So I hope we learned something from that. They continue the same bullshit they've always been doing. So there's nothing new. This is just same old shit. It's just a little bit more blatant and in your face. Now we're going to move into Denver news real quick. We're going to move into Denver news. Jesse just woke up, so. Yeah. His cat was like loud. He's just in the way, man. Okay, so we're going to start with what happened at the airport. Apparently, Frontier plane.
Cal Frontier 4345, we're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Frontier 4345, I see that.
Cal Frontier 4345, we're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Frontier 4345, I see that.
On the runway. We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
Absolutely frightening moment on the runway this weekend. A Frontier flight aborts its takeoff and evacuates the passengers on board that plane after someone jumped the perimeter fence at Denver's airport and ran onto the runway. Thanks for starting your week with us here on 9 News. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Brianna Fernandez. The person who ran onto the runway was hit and killed. That impact led to an engine fire, but airport fire crews were able to quickly put that out. Passengers tell us that they had to stay on the plane for several minutes before the crew started evacuations. And you can kind of see that happening right here. We're
also getting a look at airport security footage that shows the moments that someone walked out onto the runway right as that plane was accelerating for takeoff. All told, 224 passengers and 7 crew members were on board. 12 of those people reported minor injuries. 5 of them wound up going to the hospital. And many of those people were rebooked onto a flight to LA on Sunday morning.
But there's still a lot of lingering questions about this morning about how exactly this all unfolded. So we have our 9 News reporter, Courtney Yoon. She is live at DIA this morning with that story. Hey, good morning, Courtney.
Good morning, Brianna and Drew. Like you said, a lot of unanswered questions about this right now. We still don't know the name of the person who was killed, and the Denver Medical Examiner's Office said that information would be released once next of kin are notified. So the airport CEO characterized the person as a trespasser, and airport officials said they did not appear to be an airport employee. We also have a look at the newly released security footage in black and white. You can see the person circled there wandering from the fence line toward the runway. Moments later, the footage shows the deadly collision. To give you a better idea, this is what the area looks like during the daytime. It's an isolated area surrounded by miles of dirt road and open land. Dave Riley is a former FAA air traffic controller. He's not involved in this case or investigation, but he's familiar with the airport layout.
There's a whole bunch of nothing out there. There are some dirt roads out that way, so who knows where this individual originated from and what made them decide to climb an extremely high fence with barbed wire at the top. I think the city is always looking at ways to improve perimeter security, and I'm sure this incident will further highlight the necessity for that.
And the National Transportation Safety Board says that it's gathering information about this, and the FAA is also investigating, so we'll bring you any updates as soon as we get them on air and online. Live at Denver International Airport, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Courtney, thank you so much. Now on to this morning's top story, potential record-breaking temperatures. Our area is getting another early preview of summer.
Mm-hmm. I gotta get back to where I was. Ooh. It's like the cat just tearing up stuff. Ooh.
Our main story tonight concerns AI.
Yeah,
it saves significant time writing emails, and all it costs us is everything else on Earth.
Huh?
It wasn't rural, it was in the bathroom.
Well, there's nobody else out. Kitten's on the bed. All right. Let's get to some Denver news. Now we know that was a crazy way to commit suicide. Denver news, quickly.
The contract in December 2025 found reasons for serious concern.
It says, quote, Park Avenue Inn, an emergency shelter owned by CCH, will be shut down January 31st, with many of us not knowing where we will be going.
Nearly $200 million spent, and Denver ended up with more homeless people than when the spending started. That is not a typo. Denver.
We've been talking shit. We've been saying that there's too much cronyism, there's too much corruption. We were talking about this mayor for a long time. You know what I mean? He just keeps blowing us off, and now look.
Denver, Colorado.
The auditor got in that ass and figured out some stuff.
One of the fastest growing, most prosperous cities in the American West, declared a homelessness emergency. In 2023, poured nearly $200 million into hotels, tiny homes, and shelter contracts, and watched its total homeless population climb from 9,065 to over 10,700 people. A city auditor just confirmed that the public was given the wrong spending numbers the entire time. What went wrong and who is paying for it is what this video covers. Every January, cities across America send volunteers out to count every person sleeping outside or in a shelter on a single night. The method is imperfect, but it is the national standard. And in January 2023, Denver's count delivered a number that rattled city officials. The Metro Denver area had counted 6,884 homeless people in January 2022. 12 months later, that figure jumped to 9,065, a 31.7% increase in a single year, with nearly 4,000 people falling into homelessness for the very first time. On that one January night, more than 1,400 people slept outside in Denver with no shelter at all. What made this worse
was the spending history sitting behind those numbers. Denver's homelessness budget had already ballooned from $73 million in 2019 to nearly $181 million by 2023. And the Common Sense Institute, a Colorado policy research organization, estimated the broader metro area had spent $516 million on homelessness in 2022 alone. More money flowing in, more people sleeping outside. That combination is what new Mayor Mike Johnston inherited when he was inaugurated on July 17, 2023. His very first full day in office, Johnston signed a citywide homelessness emergency declaration under the Colorado Disaster Emergency Act, the same legal mechanism the state uses for natural disasters, not a routine executive order. The document's language left little room for interpretation. It acknowledged that incremental approaches had failed, that over 1,300 city residents were unsheltered, and that people were dying on Denver's streets. Johnston told reporters that morning, "The issue of people living unhoused on the streets is the most significant issue the city faces right now. It is a human rights challenge because we know we have people who are right now living and dying on the streets of Denver." Under state law, that declaration needed city council reauthorization roughly every 30 days, and the first vote on July 24th passed 12-1, with only Councilwoman Amanda Sawyer voting against it. Later extensions in October and November passed by 10-3, as skepticism on the council quietly grew. The emergency itself carried a specific program attached to it, House 1000, a pledge to move 1,000 unsheltered people indoors by December 31st, 2023, with an initial budget of $48.6 million. Breaking down that original $48.6 million tells you a great deal about how the program was designed and where the arguments about its effectiveness would later focus. The largest single piece, roughly $24 million, covered hotels. The city purchased a Best Western outright for $18.9 million and leased additional properties. Almost $20 million more went toward micro-communities, tiny home villages, and pallet shelter sites with utilities and basic services. Rapid rehousing through landlord partnerships absorbed around $4 million, and outreach, transportation, and encampment response received the remainder. The Salvation Army collected $9.17 million just to operate the Best Western, plus another $1.74 million for meals, on top of contracts it already held, totaling more than $174 million in Denver city contracts since 2020, which made it by far the dominant player in the city's homeless services industry. Other major contractors included St. Francis Center, Colorado Village Collaborative, Bayode Enterprises, and the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. On December 31st, 2023, Johnston declared House 1000 a success, with 1,034 people moved indoors by the deadline. The emergency declaration expired after 167 days, and in January 2024, the program relaunched under a new name, All In Mile High, with a rolling annual goal of 2,000 people indoors per year, and a projected cost Johnston put publicly at $50 to $60 million annually. Two sets of numbers came out of the first 2 years, and they point in completely opposite directions. The January 2025 point in time count found 785 unsheltered people in Denver, down from 1,423 in 2023, a 45% reduction in street homelessness over 2 years. The Urban Institute, brought in as an independent evaluator, confirmed that encampments of 20 or more people dropped by 98%. Large tent cities essentially stopped existing in Denver, and residents who had watched them grow for years could see the difference. But total homelessness in Denver City grew from 5,818 in 2023 to 7,347 by 2025. And across the 7-county metro area, the figure climbed from 9,065 to 10,774. The program moved thousands of people off sidewalks and into shelter beds. And then most of those people got stuck there. City data showed that of the 2,169 people moved indoors through the end of 2024, only 804 reached permanent housing, which works out to about 37%. The rest cycled through hotels and micro-communities without a stable destination, while new people fell into homelessness faster than the system could absorb them. Kathy Alderman, the communications director at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, described the gap plainly. Providing these alternate shelter locations, micro-communities, hotels, pallet shelters, whatever they are safer places than sleeping on the streets. But they are not housing. The language is a little misleading. And that's the core tension the program never resolved. Shelter and housing are not the same thing, and Denver was spending as though they were. The original $48.6 million emergency budget did not stay at $48.6 million. Denver's host office, the city agency overseeing homelessness and housing, carried a $247 million budget in 2024 and $229 million the following year, with more than $61 million of that directed specifically to All-In Mile High. The cumulative total for the program from July 2023 through June 2025 was reported by the mayor's office as $158 million. That number turned out to be wrong. On March 19th, 2026, after a full year of investigation, City Auditor Timothy O'Brien released a report putting the actual figure at $178.1 million, $20 million more than the public had been told. What the audit found behind that gap was alarming. No central expense tracking system for the entire program, 38% of sampled invoices lacking proper documentation, sole source contracts awarded to major vendors without documented justification, and a public outcomes dashboard that had been quietly redesigned in April 2025 to remove data on deaths, jail placements, and returns to the street. O'Brien addressed the mayor's office directly. $20 million in underreported costs is a lot of money, especially when the mayor's office is cutting budgets. It is alarming. There's been no central oversight of spending, and measurements of success keep changing. The mayor's office responded by calling the audit willfully misleading and insisting every dollar was accounted for, while declining to explain publicly how they calculated their own expenses. The auditor's office said that refusal to share the methodology was itself a red flag. While the financial dispute played out at City Hall, the conditions inside the actual shelter facilities were telling a different story entirely. The centerpiece of the program was a former DoubleTree hotel at 4040 Quebec Street, converted into a roughly 300-room shelter called the Aspen. Within 3 months of opening, police calls to that address had reportedly climbed by 2,900%.
I didn't know they would do that.
2 residents, Dustin Nunn and Sandra Cervantes, were found dead inside the building in March 2024. Days later, a woman was shot in the neck. By late 2025, the Aspen had recorded 2 homicides, 1 additional shooting, 36 overdose calls, 19 domestic violence reports, a staff sexual assault accusation, and 431 calls to 911 before mid-October alone, all inside a facility whose security budget of $807,000 had not produced on-site guards or cameras. At Tamarack Family Shelter, built specifically for families with children, an 11-year-old girl fell 6 to 7 stories from a former balcony on July 7, 2025, surviving with a broken femur. Before that fall, residents had already reported 85-degree nighttime temperatures, broken air conditioning, and pest infestations. The doors blocking access to the unsafe balcony area had been secured only with epoxy and screws that any adult could defeat with a basic screwdriver. No charges were filed. Advocates had been raising alarms about these conditions for months, and the pattern across multiple facilities pointed to the same underlying problem. Large congregate settings, rushed into operation under emergency timelines, with staffing and safety systems that never kept pace with the need. August 2025 brought news that further complicated an already troubled program when the Salvation Army announced it would exit Denver operations entirely at the end of the year, leaving the city scrambling to replace its largest service provider on an urgent timeline. 3 new operators were selected for a combined $64 million contract package. And the most contentious choice by far was Urban Alchemy, a San Francisco-based nonprofit awarded a $30.4 million, 3-year contract to run the Aspen. Founded in 2018, Urban Alchemy employs staff who are predominantly formerly incarcerated, a model some cities have praised. Denver's council members, reviewing the contract in December 2025, found reasons for serious concern. By the time Denver signed, Urban Alchemy had accumulated 27 lawsuits alleging sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and unpaid overtime. Austin, Texas, had terminated its own Urban Alchemy contract in September 2025, 3 months before the Denver vote, after the organization self-reported that employees had falsified government data records. A lobbying rules violation in San Francisco added to the file. Councilwoman Chantel Lewis put her opposition in plain language. Are we doing a good job? Absolutely not. My community deserves so much better than what we are seeing from the administration. You might think, well, it's not the Salvation Army, so it's better than nothing. I am sick of that mentality. And this is where it gets harder to defend. Denver's host deputy director, Jeff Kositsky, had worked as Urban Alchemy's chief growth officer from 2021 to 2024, the position he held before joining the very city agency that selected Urban Alchemy for a $30 million contract. That connection was never formally disclosed. The council approved the contract 9-4. Urban Alchemy took over January 1st, 2026, and one of its first moves was to revoke room keys from all residents, requiring them to knock and wait for staff permission to enter their own rooms. A resident named Bobby told a Denver journalist what it felt like. Why are you going to come in here and treat me like a 6-year-old? One piece of context that almost never gets properly separated from Denver's homelessness numbers is the migrant crisis that consumed the city at exactly the same time.
Yep.
Starting in late 2022, approximately 42,000 to 45,000 asylum seekers, mostly Venezuelan families bust from Texas, arrived in Denver, more per capita than any other American city. At peak, between late 2023 and early 2024, the city was simultaneously sheltering between 4,500 and 5,000 migrants in a separate parallel hotel and shelter system, while also trying to run the homelessness emergency. These were 2 enormous logistical operations competing for the same hotel room, the same nonprofit staff, and the same public dollars. To fund migrant services, Denver launched the Denver Asylum Seekers Program in April 2024 with a $90 million budget, and to cover it, every city department absorbed 10 to 15% in budget cuts, meaning recreation centers, DMV offices, and basic city services were reduced directly to pay for emergency migrant housing. By the city's own accounting, Denver spent roughly $40 million on migrants in 2023, another over $40 million in 2024, and around $10 million in 2025. The Common Sense Institute put the total cost, including healthcare, schools, and all city services, at $356 million through November 2024, a figure advocates dispute for double counting certain expenses. None of that migrant spending appears in the All-in Mile High budget.
Ooh.
That means anyone trying to understand what Denver actually spent on its homelessness and housing crisis in these 2 years needs to add both columns together. Facing a $200 million citywide budget deficit in 2026, partly because the federal American Rescue Plan money that funded the emergency has run out, and partly because the Trump administration denied Denver $24 million in migrant response reimbursements.
Yep.
The city cut its housing and homelessness budget to $206 million, down $24 million from the prior year. 3 shelter facilities are closing. The Comfort Inn in March 2026, Monroe Village in June 2026, and the Radisson Shelter. Johnston's administration laid off approximately 169 employees and eliminated more than 600 positions citywide. The mayor has set a 2026 goal of reducing street homelessness by 75% compared to 2023, and has stated his intention to end street homelessness entirely before his first term expires in 2027, while running on a budget $24 million smaller than the one that failed to accomplish that the first time around. Nationally, the scale of this problem dwarfs Denver's local version. A record 771,480 Americans were counted as homeless in January 2024, an 18% jump from the prior year and the highest figure ever recorded. Los Angeles spends between $900 million and $1.28 billion annually on homelessness, and recently had an auditor find $513 million unspent, with another $2 billion unaccounted for at its regional housing authority. Seattle proposed a $205 million homelessness budget in 2026, while its own auditor found a $35 million cash shortfall. Portland spent $724 million on homelessness in 2024, with outcomes its own officials describe as mixed. The city held up most consistently as a national model is Houston, which reduced homelessness by 63% since 2011 through a system focused on moving people directly into permanent housing rather than cycling them through shelter as an intermediate stop, the exact distinction Denver's critics say the city's program got wrong from the beginning. Pull back from the politics and the audits and the contractor disputes, and what remains is a set of facts that Denver cannot argue its way around. Street homelessness in Denver dropped 45% over 2 years. Real, visible, documented by an independent evaluator. Total homelessness growed nearly 19% over those same 2 years. $178 million was spent, $20 million more than the public was told, tracked through a system that the city auditor described as having no central oversight. The public dashboard was redesigned in 2025, specifically to remove the data points showing the worst outcomes. The city's largest shelter contractor was replaced by an organization with 27 active lawsuits, a self-reported data falsification scandal in Texas, and a direct employment connection to a senior city official that was never disclosed. An 11-year-old fell 7 stories in a family shelter. 2 people were murdered in the flagship hotel facility, and the 2026 budget is now $24 million smaller than the emergency level spending that still could not solve the problem. The auditor, Timothy O'Brien, framed the accountability question as directly as anyone in city government has. For a program in its 3rd year and approaching $200 million in costs, not tracking expenses is irresponsible. Mayor Johnston argues Denver proved homelessness is solvable with the right commitment. Advocates like Therese Howard at the House Keys Action Network argue the program prioritized the optics of a new mayor over the actual needs of people on the streets. What nobody disputes is the arithmetic. Denver spent more than it reported, moved far more people into temporary shelter than into permanent homes, and closed the 2-year emergency period with a larger total homeless population than it started with. Whether that qualifies as progress depends entirely on what you believed the $60 million plan was actually meant to accomplish.
Well, hello, free people of the Rocky Mountain region. This is Brandon from Free State, Colorado, and I hope you're doing well. You know, the story made some headlines when it was in the news recently, but it's kind of getting lost in the news cycle. There's so many things happening right now, of course, in Colorado and Denver, across the country. But I really wanted to make sure you saw this because people have always been asking, especially recently, what about all this fraud with NGOs? What's the big story with all this money in these nonprofits, our taxpayer money that's going to these organizations? Who is accounting for it? What's happening with it? And that's one of the biggest questions I keep seeing pop up online. So I'm not saying there's fraud here, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, this is kind of one of those things that people should be looking at. And especially if you're in Denver, you should be demanding some answers and really trying to hold the elected politicians accountable to make sure this kind of thing isn't continuing to happen. So this is over at coloradopolitics.com. No oversight. Denver's homeless plan cost $20 million more than previously reported, auditor says, from March 19th, 2026. Mayor Mike Johnston's campaign to curb homelessness has cost the city an estimated $20 million more than previously reported, Denver's auditor concluded. The audit determined that the mayor's initiative was poorly planned with underreported expenses, no monitoring plan, inadequate equity considerations in shelter sitting, and no one responsible for tracking the program's citywide expenses. Wow. It's a lot of money, folks. It's a lot of money. The mayor's office disputed the findings, calling some instances of the audit willfully misleading. $20 million in underreported costs is a lot of money, especially when the mayor's office is cutting budgets. That's right. They laid off some people recently, right? Auditor Timothy O'Brien said in a statement Thursday, "It is alarming. There's been no central oversight of spending, and measurements of success keep changing." Folks, this is so often the case in government, and that's why we need citizens. We need leaders in our own communities who are willing to step up, pay attention to these types of things, put it online, and keep your eye on it because stuff's going on, right? Shortly after he was elected mayor in 2023, Johnston, who promised to end homelessness in his first term as mayor, declared a state of emergency and launched what he called the House 1000 initiative. After the emergency ended, the program transitioned to what he dubbed as his all-in Mile High. As envisioned, it would deliver homeless services through the mayor's office, the Department of Housing Stability, and other city agencies. During an October 2025 presentation to the Denver City Council, Johnston's office reported that the total cost of the program from July 2023 through June 2025 was about $158 million. It's a lot of money. When auditors compared expenses in Workday, the city's official system of record, they found that roughly $178.1 million was spent over the same period. Auditors said the mayor's office could not substantiate the figures and refused to give auditors access to House 1000 expense tracking spreadsheets, citing them as deliberative planning documents. I mean, that's the thing, folks. Anytime this is the government, like they're supposed to be transparent and open. And it's like if the auditor who's independent of the mayor's office is asking for these documents to track spending, when you're talking about $20 million, they should be getting it, I think. Johnston's office fired back in a statement, arguing that the audit misstates key facts and in some instances willfully misleading. This is not true, the mayor's office said. The mayor's office did provide supporting documentation, including on the $158 million figure, and also provided a host analyst to walk through all the figures. HOST is this program, folks, the Housing Stability. That's what they mean by HOST. These figures were accurate at the time of our reporting. The only spreadsheet that we declined to provide was a deliberative, incomplete document from the early days of House 1000 that had nothing to do with the figures cited in the report. Johnston's office said it did not underreport any figures for a program that
the mayor's office be lying their ass off, man. They lie their ass off so much. It's ridiculous. The auditors trying to get this information they're holding out is because they're definitely hiding stuff. They've been hiding shit. We've been calling it out since the fucking time we did that old white boy swooping. So that shit is unreal. This motherfucker needs to be like need a new mayor. And when it's his time to come for re-election, it's gonna be musical political chairs again for that punk ass. He's a liar. He's lying. He's lying. It's all lies. You know what I mean? And the only one who isn't lying is the fucking auditor. Why? Because it's not moving him to lie. He's telling the truth. That auditor went through it. I mean, these audits are salacious, man. They're hella entertaining for me. Because I knew, Jesse knew, we all knew that these motherfuckers are on some other shit. They don't really give a fuck about black people. They're exactly lying. And especially when it comes to unhoused. It was the unhoused and the migrants that they housed and then try to just refer to it just being the migrants or the Denverites and not the migrants, when knowing that the migrants had broken all kinds of formal infrastructure that we had for the indigent, for the poor. They broke all kinds of shit, from the medical to schooling to everything. They get carte blanche on everything, and now they're taking it a little slow. Like, everybody's going into kind of like not making the migrant situation a thing right now because it's political fucking propaganda. It's played like, you know what I mean? It's not real. This right here, though, him lying, he's always lying. The motherfucker is always fucking lying. City council's complicit to holding up the devil's motherfucking lies and doing the devil's work. Like I said, like I've been saying on when you do city council, this is all theatrical. They're just they'll act like they're having meaningful discussion and they feel some kind of way about the city basically fucking us in every which way but loose, you know what I mean? And then they'll go and vote in the same direction they were going to vote, is with the mayor's office or whatever. It's good for the party line. So saying not in what's best interest of the people. They don't know what the people is. The people to them is their seats. You see what I'm saying? They're only concerned about their fucking seats. They're not concerned about their constituents, because if they were, they wouldn't vote in the directions they vote in. Plain and simple.
Is in its third year and approaching.
If they really cared about the people, they'd be calling the mayor out more and more. Like, not standing with him as he does executive orders on the motherfucking steps, or he tries to push some propaganda that we're supposed to just go along and to get along to agree with because it's good for us. It's not good for us. None of this shit that ever passes is good for black people. Off top. And then when you factor in all 9 levels of human activity, none of it is good.
$200 million in costs, not tracking expenses, is irresponsible, O'Brien, the auditor, said. The mayor's office's unwillingness to share how they are calculating expenses also raises red flags. Crazy stuff, folks. There's so much going on. And this is coming up for an election, right? Mayor is up for re-election in 2027. It's going to be a lot of controversy. A lot's going to be going on in Denver. If you're in Denver, check these articles out. It's over at freestatecolorado.com. Of course, I'm going to have links to all of these. And let's keep going here. So Denverite had some reporting on it as well. Denver mayor auditor clash over $20 million in homelessness spending from March 19th, 2026. So check this one out as well. Crazy stuff there, folks, with lots and lots of money going in there. Of course, the mayor's office disagreeing. That we mentioned in the previous article, All In Mile High. All In Mile High includes certain city shelters, case management, healthcare, job training, education, and more. In general, the mayor's office defines it as facilities and programs opened during Johnston's tenure. The mayor's office oversees the effort, while it's funded and executed in large part by the Department of Housing Stability, HOST. A lot of stuff going in there, folks, and they've claimed some successes. They say there's 45% drop in unsheltered homelessness based on point-in-time data. So, I mean, that's a good thing. But this is hundreds of millions of dollars, folks, for thousands of people. And don't get me wrong, the thousands of people, it's a tragedy if they're experiencing these horrible situations, if they're in these bad places. Nobody wants to see that. But at the same time, you're talking $200 million for 8,000 people. 8,300 people into shelter, 7,300 people into housing. I can only assume that 7,300 people is part of that 8,300. I'm not sure. That's still a lot of
economics, man. That's just bad economics, bad math, and bad human planning. That's all just bad. You know what I mean? That shit could be adjusted and refixed if you had somebody knows how to do math, first of all, in there to leverage it all out. And it wouldn't be so fucking high if the cost of living wasn't as high as it is right now. With the living wage and the working wage, it doesn't even match. So, there's a lot of little things that could be done that they don't want to do, and instead they're pilfering money from every fucking taxpayer if they want to, no matter what. That's what they're doing. All these things can be fixed.
Money. Lots and lots of money, folks. So there's some disputes over the spending. The mayor's office says you're not really counting it correctly, and the auditor says, no, we're counting everything, and you're not counting it all. So big thing there. One housing stability leader said they do not know what All-In Mile High program means, saying that the name and format of Denver's homelessness response program has changed roughly 15 times since they started working for the city, the report stated. It's not clear how long that person has worked at the city.
Doesn't matter.
The report also found issues with how the city selected contractors to run homelessness programs. For example, the Salvation Army and the Colorado Coalition of the Homeless both were awarded sole source contracts that did not require a competitive process. But the city couldn't properly document why the sole source contract was necessary, the auditor reported. The mayor's office said the people with knowledge of the decision didn't work at the city anymore. Oh, funny how that works. And housing leaders ignored questions about it, the audit found. The audit also said the city failed to follow a law that requires records to be retained for several years.
Right.
So it's more
city council for that, because city council keeps asking them questions about all their records and whatnot, and they'll blow them off. Well, we'll get back to you. I got to go to the office and get it. And they never fucking hold them accountable. So you blame city council for all that. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are not holding these people accountable. They're the ones that sign the fucking contracts to be renewed. They're the ones who don't listen to the fucking constituents. They're the ones that are doing some weird ass math as well, as they're issuing out contracts with budgets. You know, blame them, because they're the ones that answer to the devil. Let's move on.
Well, hello, free people of the Rocky Mountain region. This is Brandon from Free State, Colorado, and I hope you're doing well. You know, we have the city of Denver and the state of Colorado, at least the Democrats serving in both of those governments, doubling down on their sanctuary status policies. Check this out over here in Denver. This is from Denver.
First things first, the next person that gets in, they need to just drop the sanctuary city nonsense. At least pause it for 5 fucking years, because economically it doesn't make sense for the city.
7.com. Unconstitutional. DHS says Denver cannot enforce mask ban on federal agents. This article is from March 2nd, updated on March 3rd. The Department of Homeland Security is pushing back after the Denver City Council approved a resolution Monday banning federal immigration and other law enforcement officers from wearing face coverings. In a statement, DHS said point blank that its agents, quote, will not abide by unconstitutional bans, end quote, arguing that efforts by sanctuary politicians to restrict federal law enforcement officers from wearing masks are dangerous. So what's going to happen, folks? I mean, where's Denver police, Denver sheriff?
I mean, they're just focusing on the federal. They're focusing on ICE. But they fail to regret that we have task force within the police department that go out and do raids and fucking stings and whatnot. And they almost, I want to say they're obligated, but don't quote me on that. But they wear masks to do that. Why? Because, they're obviously afraid of getting caught lacking at Walmart or some shit. But they've been wearing masks since I can fucking remember. Everything I saw, everything that fucking, I went through my whole life, I've seen that shit. They wear masks to come in and get your punk ass and fill out paperwork. They don't ever unmask themselves. And that's just within the police department. All police departments here in the state of Colorado. So what they're focused on is creating everybody to commit a federal misdemeanor.
Going to do DHS is going to roll into town going after illegal immigrants, and they're going to say, hey, you're wearing a mask, take it off. And they say, no, we're not going to do it. What happens then? Right? That's a big question. DHS officials called the new law despicable in a flagrant attempt to endanger our officers, arguing that face coverings protect agents from being doxxed and targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Now, that's what's one of the interesting things, folks, is that basically we have people across the country, a lot of these Antifa types, if you want to call them that, but these basically pro-illegal immigration activists out there, anti-ICE activists, I guess is a way to put it, who are doxing these people.
90% of the time are probably paid agitators.
This is a post over from the Pacific Anti-Fascist Research Group there on X. I'll share all these links at Free State, Colorado, so you can dig in further if you want. But they, identified who this person was from some news reports, found him online. And in other instances, they've shown up at people's houses. I mean, you can see this where people are showing up. These anti-ICE activists are showing up at people's houses, confronting people. And that's not a good situation at all, folks. So this is happening, and that's part of the reason why they want DHS agents, ICE agents to wear masks. So Interesting stuff, though. In addition to banning face masks, Denver's new law would also require federal agents to clearly identify themselves with a visible ID from at least 25 feet away while operating in Denver. The measure includes exemptions for things like undercover operations, as well as SWAT, tactical, and emergency responses. Federal agents do not comply, could be cited or even arrested by Denver police. I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. However, DHS argues that these bans cannot be enforced on federal agents because of
that agency trumps the fucking police. So the police putting themselves in harm's way trying to arrest an ICE agent is fucking ridiculous. All they can do is supervise and get in the way of some violence that may be occurring. They're not gonna go through all that because it's putting them in danger just for some basic fucking thing that the mayor tried to put in because he's trying to be sympathetic to the fucking migrant plight. First of all, what we need to really understand is that white people will get tired of these fucking migrants here shortly, and they're gonna want everything to go back. So any further moves towards making the migrant situation comfortable is not gonna last very long. That's just a fact.
Constitutional restrictions on the powers of state.
But once the midterms come, they'll be done with the fucking migrants like that. You know what I mean? Just because right now they're like political pawn, and it's just distractionary.
Local governments over the federal government. State politicians do not control federal law enforcement, DHS said in a statement. Courts have struck down similar laws for violating the Supremacy Clause or for being discriminatory. Just last month, a federal judge blocked a California law from taking effect that would ban federal immigration agents from wearing face coverings. However, they will still be required to wear clear identification showing their agency and badge number. Monday's vote comes days after Denver Mayor Mike Johnston signed an executive order banning U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement from city-owned or city-controlled property while laying out protections for protesters against excessive use of force by federal agents. So ultimately, folks, the idea is, you're in the country illegally.
We did that on the basis of fucking paid agitation and white women over there with their concerns about the migrants, which is paid and over dramatizing of the situation. That's why he did that, and they all got behind him. Everybody in the fucking city council all got behind him, which is stupid.
Legally, you're going to be safe in Denver. That's kind of the idea here. So I'll share all these articles, like I said, over at freestatecolorado.com. But very interesting stuff to see what's going to happen in this situation. Here's what DHS said again. To be crystal clear, we will not abide by the city council's unconstitutional ban. Our officers wear masks to protect themselves from being doxxed and targeted by known and suspected terrorist sympathizers. Not only is ICE law enforcement facing a more than 1,300% increase in assaults against them, but we've also seen thugs launch websites to reveal officers' identities. And it's not too hard to find, folks. If you get online, you get on social media, you'll see there's people out there who are looking for the identities of ICE agents and trying to get people to harass them at the very least. And that's something that is definitely very concerning. Of course, the big question is, what's it going to look like to try and enforce this? This is over at coloradopolitics.com. Denver police chief on mask ban, mayor's orders. What enforcement looks like, I'm not exactly sure. From March 4th, 2026. Check this out here.
Said we're not going to do that.
As Denver takes steps to restrict federal agents conducting immigration enforcement in the Mile High City, its police chief said he is unclear as to how two new measures would be enforced. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know what enforcement looks like, Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas told the Gazette. Fundamentally, I agree that federal immigration agents shouldn't be wearing masks when they engage in the way that they do. But what enforcement looks like, I'm not exactly sure. That's going to be the big question there, folks, right? What are they going to do if there are ICE agents there? And I doubt that Denver police officers are going to try and arrest them or cite them or anything like that. So we'll see what happens with that. But I just thought that was so interesting. Of course, we also have the Denver Public Schools becoming a sanctuary school district, basically saying that they are going to consider a policy designating schools as safe zones from immigration enforcement from March 5th, 2026. The Denver School Board discussed a policy amendment that, if passed, will designate all district properties as safe zones and sensitive locations. In practical terms, the proposed policy amendment would restrict federal immigration agents from interacting with students and staff at school without a judicial warrant. District policy already bans U.S. immigration and customs enforcement ICE officials on campus. A policy Denver Public Schools Superintendent Alex Moreo reiterated in the hours after President Donald Trump was sworn in last year as his administration prepared to crack down on illegal immigration. The proposal would specifically forbid allowing ICE access to school property without a judge's signature, cooperating with detainer requests, and collecting and sharing student information with federal officials. It would also prohibit school resource officers, or SROs, from sharing information with federal agents, as well as issuing citations or making arrests that could put a student at risk of deportation.
Fucking stupidity, but
Interesting stuff there, folks. Of course, this debate will continue on, but the idea here is that, you know, Colorado, if you're here in the country illegally, you're definitely safe. That's what our state government and local governments are trying to push. This one from March 9th, 2026. Colorado joins multi-state call to keep ICE away from polling locations. Now, this one I know has a lot of people scratching their heads because you keep hearing over and over that illegal aliens don't vote in elections. So why would they be concerned?
Not supposed to.
If ICE was near polling stations, right? Nobody who would be voting would have any fear. That's what a lot of people are saying, at least. So this article says Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold announced Monday that the state has formally requested written communication from the Department of Homeland Security that ICE agents will not be stationed at polling locations during the 2026 election cycle, according to the news release. The letter comes a week after Kristi Noem, the former Secretary of Homeland Security, said there are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. Griswold joined 8 other states in calling on Mullen to confirm in writing that ICE will have no presence at polling stations. Colorado has a primary election in June, followed by the November general election. The letter states, we have heard concerns from many of our constituents about potential voter intimidation that would arise from an armed law enforcement presence at polling stations.
I don't know.
Griswold, who is running for attorney general, contends that the Trump administration has used ICE to, quote, terrorize and intimidate Americans. The other 8 states that joined Colorado in sending the letter are Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Minnesota, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Washington, of course. So there you go, folks. And that's what's happening here with immigration.
It's supposed to upset the balance of immigrants, not Americans. So the difference is the difference between immigrants and or illegal aliens, right? Versus naturalized Americans, or whatever you want to call, versus the actual population, which is Denverites that are, you know, actually American, you know what I mean? Not tethered, not anchored, but actually American, you know, so there's a big difference. Immigrants are not allowed to have a vote. They shouldn't even get a vote. Bad enough they got all the fucking, all the goodies. Now they want to vote too? No, they don't want to vote, actually. They don't give a fuck. This is just more propaganda. They can't vote. They're not allowed to vote because they're illegal and they don't have status here to vote in our local and presidential elections. They can have a fucking opinion, but really, what does their opinion matter if they're just an illegal alien? You dig? And the only reason the white people are scared is because, you know, they're having a heartfelt moment, thinking they're gonna do some Captain Save a fucking a buffer class, and in reality, this is just more fuel for them to be outright racist or prejudiced, very defending, like these are my migrants, you can't touch them. They're really just making scenes. They're mostly, like I said, paid agitators. A lot of these protests are led by angry fucking paid white ladies. You know, they're there to just agitate the crowd, get everybody upset and turned out, you know, making it seem like the migrants are having such a bad time being looked for in the states that, you know, they entered in illegally. Like, oh my God, they're people too. Sure they are. Yeah, you're probably right. They have a home to go home to. You know, don't you guys? I always feel like they're not at work, even though it's clearly, you know, this is their job. And there's paid agitators in each state. Showed you many times on the RVA that PSL is one of them. And I brought it up in one of our board meetings. And they said, not the Colorado chapter, Denver chapter. I almost lost my shit and laughed out loud.
Right.
Because that's a goddamn lie. A lot of these protests were managed by them and led by them, and have white people in the forefront angrily in support of, mistreatment of illegal aliens, knowing that they can't really vote and they can't really change anything. Yeah. So as much as they enabled it, they enabled the bankruptcy of Colorado. You got to think about it. They enabled the growing debt for housing those people. That's the truth. The white people have enabled that fucking debt. They enabled that debt by, when it was just the unhoused, it was one thing. They wanted them housed. They wanted them by any means necessary, which forcing a lie to the unhoused community. Right? Wait. They don't. That's just the regular Denver rights. We're talking about how they basically push for the housing and the good. We won't say fair, good treatment of these illegal aliens, and how we're bigots or hypocrites for wanting them to not fund it. Why? Because white people are complicit in the fucking debt of the budget when it comes to housing and educating and medically providing care for illegal immigrants before they would do actual Denver rights, making sure they had everything covered, because God forbid you have some do-gooder 501(c) fucking advocates where the people think they're doing it for the good of their heart, out the kindness of their heart, where they're housing them, but really they're being incentivized. All these things are incentivized programs. So all these people are complicit in the debt of the city. As white people, we don't want ICE here. We want them to have, we want them to be treated like this and that, and they're viable economically. We need them. Who's gonna do this and who's gonna do that? All the housing and shit you've been doing with these migrants, I ain't seen not one of them in a motherfucking field yet. Or picking out motherfucking vegetables and onions and picking trees and doing agriculture. I haven't seen not one yet. Working on infrastructure like the electric power grid, or solar energy, or drilling for gas and oil, or anything like that. No, none of that. You know what I mean? Where they have been fast tracked through the system due to the DMV taking bribery, taking money to make sure that these illegal aliens have either could get a CDL to drive trucks over the road. Yes, that really happens. I've shown it many times in the fucking RVA. Or to drive regularly on the street. They don't have a tax ID number. They do have those kind of things can be bought apparently and look the other way. You know what I mean? They get to live in fancy little apartments and stuff like that, whereas other people like myself gotta live in the fucking in a very expensive bad neighborhood. You dig? They're not trying to make that any better. So as they're adding for the comforts, the white community, that's who you see advocating for illegal immigrants. As they're doing it, they're absolutely culpable of budget downfalls and hiding money. So I just want everybody to focus on that part too. Okay.
Immigration issues, of course, we're in the state legislative session right now, and there are at least 3 big bills that I've seen dealing with illegal immigration. I briefly touched on this one before, but just want to give you an update. This bill is likely to be going to the governor's desk here soon. Rights violation and immigration enforcement remedy. The bill creates a statutory cause of action for a person who has their federal constitutional rights violated by another person under color of law is participating in civil immigration enforcement. A person who violates the United States Constitution while participating in civil immigration enforcement and whose conduct was the proximate cause of the violation is subject to the person whose rights are violated for legal or equitable relief or any other appropriate relief. The action must be commenced within 2 years after the cause of action accrues. The bill appropriates $125,000 to the Department of Law from the Legal Services Cash Fund of revenue from the Risk Management Fund. Wow. So, Mike Wiseman, Senator Julie Gonzalez is running for U.S. Senate. Javier Marbury and Yarzoka, gosh,
Wow.
some of the most ignorant people in our state government, if you ask me. These names keep popping up behind some of the worst policies we've seen this year. And yeah, they basically, notice how it's only civil immigration enforcement, right? This isn't about protecting your constitutional rights if you're being targeted for owning the wrong type of firearm or exercising your First Amendment rights. Outside of an immigration issue, anything along those lines. It's really specifically about protecting people who are protesting ICE, ultimately, is what it comes down to, in an attempt to really try and slow down the enforcement of our immigration laws. If you ask me, that's my opinion on it. Another one that came up here, this is a little bit newer, House Bill 1275. You might not have seen this. Law enforcement identification and immigration training requirements. So this is at the state legislature, just recently introduced. It's going to be heard on March 17th in the House Judiciary Committee for its first bill hearing.
California.
The bill prohibits local and state law enforcement officers from concealing their identity while interacting with the public, with certain exceptions. The bill clarifies state criminal jurisdiction to cover criminal conduct committed by a federal law enforcement officer in the state, even if the officer was acting under color of federal authority. Federal criminal immunity or defense from prosecution does not prohibit state criminal prosecution of a federal law enforcement officer. So basically, they're pushing back on what Homeland Security was saying in that other article, saying, hey, you don't have power at the state level to go after our federal agents. The state government says, no, we definitely want to do that. The bill requires the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, the Post Board, to deny certification to an individual who has previously been employed or is currently employed by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency or the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency. So even if you're just border security, right, customs and border protection, you won't be allowed to be a law enforcement officer in Colorado if this bill goes through. They want to punish these people, right? They want to unmask them, they want to reveal them, and they want to go after them and deny them opportunities for employment here in Colorado. The bill requires the Post Board to prescribe a training for all current and future peace officers. Gosh, I'm sure they're going to love that. Regarding immigration law, a peace officer's duty to intervene, excessive force policies, and the peace officer's jurisdictional limit. Gosh, life just gets so much harder for our law enforcement officers here in Colorado. A peace officer is required to intervene to prevent a federal law enforcement officer from using excessive force. So there you go, pitting local law enforcement against federal law enforcement. The bill expands the conduct that can constitute a crime of impersonating a peace officer to include a person performing a law enforcement act while concealing their identity. So if you get federal immigration authorities in here with concealing their identity with a mask on, and they're trying to arrest somebody who's in the country illegally, they're going to say you're impersonating a peace officer because you're not following the law. Wow. Mike Froelich, Yarzokai, Mike Wiseman, and Aman Joda. There you go, folks. Another one here, House Bill 1276, protect the safety of individuals who are immigrants. Also recently released. This bill will also be heard on March 17th in the House Judiciary Committee. Under current law, the Division of Criminal Justice in the Department of Public Safety is required to create an annual report, including information about law enforcement agency activity. The bill requires a law enforcement agency that participates in or dedicates peace officers or resources to a multi-jurisdictional or coordinated investigation or task force to submit that information to the division for inclusion in the report. The division is required to submit the information to the General Assembly's judiciary committees. A law enforcement agency is subject to a civil penalty for intentional failure to report the information as required. So creating more reports there. Under current law, a state agency or political subdivision employee who intentionally violates provisions concerning the treatment of a person's personal identifying information is subject to a civil penalty. The bill extends the civil penalty liability to the state agency or political subdivision. This is a long one, folks. The bill requires a state agency or political subdivision that is served by a subpoena by federal immigration authorities to send a copy of the subpoena to the department for the department to upload to its website. If the state agency or political subdivision fulfills the subpoena, the state agency or political subdivision is required to notify the person who is subject to the subpoena. The bill prohibits a governmental entity or an airport from engaging with federal immigration authorities to transport individuals detained by federal immigration authorities. So basically, there you go, folks, doubling down on our sanctuary state policies, saying that, hey, no airports in Colorado. is going to be allowed to fly people out of the country who are here illegally. Absolutely crazy.
That's fucking
A governmental entity that violates these requirements is subject to a civil penalty. Wow. The bill authorizes a public health agency to inspect or examine a facility that houses or detains individuals who are non-citizens for the purposes of civil immigration proceedings. Under current law, the Department of Public Health and Environment is authorized to inspect facilities that house or detain individuals who are non-citizens for purposes of civil immigration proceedings. The bill expands the inspection authority, including the frequency of inspections and items that are subject to inspection. A facility that refuses to allow the inspection is subject to a license revocation or a civil penalty. The bill authorizes the Department of Public Health and Environment to require facilities that house or detain individuals who are non-citizens for purposes of civil immigration proceedings to require the facility to comply with requirements, including health and safety standards, and paying for environmental impact studies. A facility that fails to comply is subject to a civil penalty. The bill requires the Department of Public Health and the Environment to submit an annual report to the Attorney General concerning facilities' compliance with these new requirements. Elizabeth Velasco and Lorena Garcia. So as you can see here, folks, the Democrats in our state government are not holding back. They're not slowing down whatsoever. And this Elizabeth Velasco.
See how the motherfucking sponsors are of Hispanic heritage. We're in a democratically led city by gatekeepers.
There's enforcing the law, and then there's building a system that treats every driver like a suspect the moment they turn the key or push the button. Colorado isn't flirting with that line anymore. It's driving straight past it. For years, speed cameras were a minor annoyance. You knew where they are, your navigation app warned you, and if you were paying attention, you adjusted. It wasn't perfect, but at least it was transparent. Colorado has now scrapped that model in favor of something far more aggressive and far more accountable. The state's new automated vehicle identification system, known as AVIS. Don't just clock your speed at a single.
We're going to be going over on the next RVA. We're going to be going over these surveillance systems and AI and how things really work.
Point. They track your vehicle across multiple cameras, calculate your average speed over distance, and automatically issue you a ticket if you're 10 miles an hour per hour or more over the limit. No warning, no discretion, no human judgment, just a system quietly watching and calculating and penalizing, sort of like the movie 1984. Now let's call this what it is. Not smarter enforcement, but broader surveillance, because they know where you're going, how fast you're going, and even more, those flock cameras are collecting that data and they're selling it. The rollout followed a 2023 change in state law, and what started as warnings has quickly turned into active ticketing. One of the newest stretches under the system is Interstate 25 north of Denver, where drivers moving through construction zones are now monitored continuously. It's a construction zone. Slow down. There are people there. We get that. But the state says it's about safety. That's where it started. That's the headline. But the fine print tells a whole different story. The penalty is $75 and carries 0 points on your license. That's not an accident. If this is truly about cracking down on dangerous driving, there would be meaningful consequences tied to your driving record. Instead, this looks like a volume business model, much like they've done in California. Low enough fines to keep people from fighting, high enough frequency to generate serious revenue. And then there's the part that should concern every driver in America. The ticket goes to the registered owner of the vehicle, not necessarily the person who is driving. That's where this stops being about traffic enforcement and starts colliding with the Constitution. The burden of proof in this country is supposed to be on the state. That's not optional. That's foundational. Yet Colorado's system leans on the assumption that if your name is on the registration, you're responsible, unless you can prove otherwise. That flips due process on its head. Colorado Revised Statute 42-4-110.5 does not give the state a blank check to assign liability to a vehicle's owner in every situation. In fact, it explicitly acknowledges that the owner may not have been the driver. And long-standing legal precedent at both the federal and the state level makes it clear that the government must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Relying on a license plate and a database isn't proof. It's a shortcut. And let's be honest, the system counts on the fact that most people won't push back. They'll see the fine, weigh the hassle of fighting it, and just pay up. That's not justice. That's compliance by inconvenience. If you do challenge it, you're stepping into a legal maze that most drivers aren't equipped to navigate. Meanwhile, the state continues issuing tickets at scale, backed by a system that never sleeps, never questions itself, and never exercises judgment. This is what happens when enforcement becomes automated. Accountability disappears. A police officer can assess a situation. A camera cannot. It doesn't care if traffic flow made it safer to keep up with the pace. It doesn't account for conditions. It doesn't apply discretion. It simply records, calculates, and penalizes. That might be efficient, but it's not fair, and it's certainly not nuanced. Then there's the bigger picture, the one few officials seem eager to talk about. These systems don't just measure speed, they track movement. They log where your vehicle enters a zone, where it exits, and how it behaves in between. Expand that across highways, cities, and eventually entire states, and you're looking at real-time network that monitors how Americans move. This is happening in California. It's starting to happen in New York, New Jersey, and other states. They're watching. It's typically those 17 states that all kind of follow in lockstep. And if you think it stops at speeding, you haven't been paying attention to how quickly technology evolves. Today, it's average speed enforcement. Tomorrow, it could be automated citations for rolling stops, lane usage, or anything else that can be digitized. Add artificial intelligence into the mix, and the potential scope grows exponentially. This isn't science fiction. It's the natural progression of a system that's already in place. And Colorado isn't just testing a traffic tool, it's piloting a framework. Supporters will argue this is all about protecting construction workers, and that's a legitimate concern. No one is arguing against their safety, but safety cannot become the catch-all justification for systems that erode fundamental legal protections. You don't preserve public safety by undermining due process. And let's not ignore the tone coming from officials who promote these programs. There's almost a casual acceptance, sometimes even pride, in the idea of consistent monitoring, as if a 24/7 enforcement net is something drivers should simply accept at the cost of modern transportation. I think not. That's not how this is supposed to work. Government answers to the people, not the other way around. Policies like this deserve scrutiny, debate, and when necessary, pushback. Because once a system like this is normalized, it doesn't get scaled back. It expands quietly, incrementally, and permanently. And Colorado may frame this as an innovation, but from behind the wheel, it looks a lot more like overreach. And if other states decide to follow this blueprint, and they will, drivers across the country may soon find themselves in the same position, tracked, ticketed, and told to prove their innocence after the fact. That's not better enforcement. That's a fundamental shift in how the rules are applied. And who are they really serving? If you like this video, give it a like and subscribe for more videos like this, and check out our car review channel, Car Smarts. You can support me.
Well, family, we've thoroughly covered mostly everything that I wanted to cover. I have to go. It's time for me to go. Let's see. That's going to be wherever you want. Yep. It was already on there. Aspect to it. Yep. Yeah, well, they should, as they should, right? They should be made an example. Even if I live here, they've been actively pushing the president to come get his ass. I'm with it. Come get his ass. You know, take him to jail. Said he was down for it. Let's find out, right? Right. So this is the other things that these motherfuckers just go along to get along, and that shit is just fucking crazy. This is Democratic seat, so you gotta toe the line, or the fucking mayor kick you out the boat. You know what I mean? So, anyway, thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I hope you learned a lot. Hope you paid attention. There was a lot of information given based on the way the maps work, all kinds of things. What they've been keeping from history and textbooks, all that shit. And then some Colorado stuff. And I'm going to go because it's getting late. But I will see you guys later on. Thank you, Twin. Thank you, Ray. Also, stay tuned for later on in the evening at the usual scheduled time for Frontline Black News Part 3. Yeah. Stay tuned for that, and we'll see what else happens. Maybe I can get another one off beforehand. I got some stuff I gotta take care of. So thank you. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed. I know we shot a lot of white people today, but this is what's really happening, what's really going on, and what black people don't know, don't know the facts. So everything is right there to bring up so they can have be more informed and make more informed decisions.
Right.
You know what I mean? The more you know, right?
The more you know.
So stay black, stay dangerous, and thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. See you soon. Peace.